This book is dedicated to Sulaiman, Qasim, and the youth of Pakistan. Blank faces, faces with no expressions. That's what I remember. About 20 of them had surrounded me, and a few were pushing me. I asked them, "What is it you want? Do you know what you are doing?" Beyond the locked gates of the courtyard, people were shoving and shouting. More crowds of students peered down at me from the windows of the floors that ran round the quadrangle as they tried to see what was happening. I was furious. My political party, Tehreek-e-Insaaf, Movement for Justice, was allied to this group, as the students that had surrounded me were in the Islamic Jamiat-e-Tulaba, the students' wing of the Jamaat-e-Islami, Pakistan's oldest and most organized religious party. Both Jamaat-e-Islami and Tehreek-e-Insaaf were part of the all parties democratic movement campaigning for an end to General Pervez Musharraf's military dictatorship and the restoration of Pakistan's Chief Justice. Yet here, these students were working for a dictator who had issued orders to arrest me and behaving just like a gang of street thugs. Although I had heard tales about the youth, I had not fully realized the kind of people they were. Everyone on the campus of the university is scared of them. Once known for their ideological views and great discipline, they appear to have degenerated into a kind of mafia or fascist group operating inside the university, bearing guns and beating people up. This stifled debate in an educational establishment that has in its time produced two Nobel laureates. The University of the Punjab was established in the late 19th century by the British in the country's second city, Lahore. No government dares tackle them. Ordinary students at the university are petrified of them, and even the party they belong to, the Jamaat-e-Islami, does not seem to be able to control them. Much later, I heard the Jamiat activists had been paid large sums of money to turn on me allegedly by the government. I knew the police would probably arrest me when I arrived at the university, so I sneaked in the evening before and spent the night in the rooms of one of the professors. The AT had expected me to walk through the main gate the following day with my party supporters. Two things saved me. I surprised them by appearing alone and from inside the university, and the international media was there with their cameras all lined up. As soon as I appeared, other students in the university gathered around me and hoisted me up onto their shoulders. But then came this group of Jamiat students, about 20 or 30 of them. They began pushing me, but they did not know what to do because they had not expected me to come alone, and there were hundreds of them watching the spectacle. That is when I kept saying, "What is it you want?" They asked why I had come without their permission, and I told them the university did not belong to them. I asked them if they realized their party's policy was to oppose the state of emergency Musharraf had declared, and yet here they were supporting it. Said there was no response. I saw the head of the ACT standing about 20 yards away and speaking on his mobile. He was looking at me and clearly talking about me. I don't think he knew what to do. Some professors arrived, and the Jamiat youths shoved them around too, and I could see the professors were scared of them. The country was undergoing yet another period of turmoil, and President Musharraf had declared a state of emergency. On the evening of 3 November 2007, I had been giving a talk at the Lahore University of Management Sciences when someone passed me a note saying that the heads of all the political parties opposed to Musharraf were to be put under house arrest, including me. Arrest the previous year when President Bush visited Pakistan. That was aimed at stopping me staging a protest against the US president because of his hypocrisy in supporting Musharraf, a military dictator, while invading Iraq with the justification of installing democracy. So initially, I was not too worried. Even under house arrest, I could still manage my political party. I finished my speech, held various meetings, and returned sometime after midnight to my Oid family home in Lahore's Zaman Park, where my father and younger sister lived with her family. It was only when the police barged into our house that I began to sense a difference. Normally, the police were very polite with me. This time, their manner was more aggressive. There was no mention of house arrest, but rather of orders for my detention. I insisted they show me a warrant, and while they went off to get it, a journalist called me on my mobile. "Imran, I'm sitting with the superintendent of police here," he said. "All of the other political leaders have been put under house arrest, but you are going to jail. Your orders are for jail." With barely minutes to spare, I asked my nephew to check outside to see whether there was any possibility of escape. He told me that while the police had surrounded most of the house, they had left unguarded a 10-foot high wall on the edge of our garden. I slipped out the back and sprinted for the wall, and my nephew helped me climb over into the garden next door. I had spent my childhood in Zaman Park, and many of my relatives still lived nearby. While the police came in and searched our family home, even my father's bedroom, despite him being sick at the time, I made for my grandfather's old house, and from then on began moving from place to place every other day. Every now and then I surfaced to give a telephone interview to the press to try and get my message out to the people of Pakistan and specifically to my workers. Then I moved again. 2 or 3 times the police arrived at the house to look for me barely 15 minutes after I had left. Later, I heard that at least 5,000 people had been detained. I was one of the last of the leading opposition politicians who remained free. I had to organize my party as best I could by word of mouth, since we had all switched off our mobile phones and many members had gone underground. Benazir Bhutto, the daughter of the former president and prime minister of Pakistan, who had been executed in 1979. She herself was prime minister in 1980, 1990, and again in 1990-96, had recently returned from political exile. She arrived in Lahore to organize a protest march, but the police surrounded her house and the plans fizzled out. She was, however, pursued by the international media, and I decided I should take advantage of their presence to give myself up with as much publicity as possible. The best place to do this was the University of the Punjab, the biggest university in the country, where I wanted the students to mobilize against Musharraf's state of emergency. Was already popular amongst the students, mainly because of the stand we had taken against the military dictator. The young people of Pakistan were my main strength, and I had seen over the years how youth across the world had played a vital role in popular campaigns, from the anti-Vietnam War movement of 1960s America to the ousting of Indonesia's President Suharto in the 1990s, and yet to come, the Arab uprisings of 2011. I wanted the students to be politicized, since dictators always try to depoliticize people in order to maintain control. They and the international media would witness my arrest. I told the students at the university I had come to give myself up and to take me to the police. They took me outside, pushed me into a van, and drove me to the gates where a police inspector was waiting for me. He looked at me over and over again until I asked what was wrong. "I am so happy to see you," he said. "What do you mean?" I asked. He made me wait until we had reached the police station, and there he told me, "Since last night we have been in touch with these guys, and my information was that they were going to hand you to me in such a state that I would have had to rush you to hospital. They were going to break your bones. That was the plan." He had stationed some plainclothes officers inside the university with instructions to try to save me. But there was little else he could do. It was only then that I realized how narrowly I had escaped. He was right to be concerned. A couple of years after my unpleasant experience with the Jamiat youths, they beat up one of the university staff, an environmental science professor called Iftikhar Balok, after he took a stand against them, and left him with broken bones and covered in bruises. My detention was to prove a formative experience. Time spent in a Pakistani jail only reinforced my conviction that a lack of the rule of law lay at the heart of our troubled nation's problems. After my conversation with the police inspector, I was taken to another police station and kept there until about midnight, when they moved me again, this time to Court Lakhpat, one of the main jails in Lahore. At first, it took some time to register what had happened. It was in a class cell and I was given a room to myself, so I was able to sleep. And the next day, I was allowed to sit outside. Very sympathetic and broad reports about what was going on outside. They told me that the day after my arrest, there had been a huge and unprecedented demonstration at the University of the Punjab against the Jamiat thugs. The strength of the rally and the students' anger was such that for the first time in 30 years, the organization was on the back foot, although it sadly regained its influence later on. I also learned that a mini revolution had taken place in Zaman Park. My 85-year-old aunt, along with my sisters, gathered all the women of Zaman Park to stage a peaceful demonstration against my detention. It was unprecedented in my very conservative family for the women to come out and demonstrate in public. What happened next was also unheard of in Pakistan politics. where women are always treated with great respect. Their peaceful protest was violently disrupted by the police, and in front of the national and international media, they were bundled into police vans and taken to jail before being released later that night. This incident dented Musharraf's liberal credentials. I was locked in overnight. On the second night, at 3 in the morning, I was sleeping when the cell door opened suddenly. A policeman was standing there, looking quite hostile. Pack your things up. Get ready to leave. Then I was bundled into the back of a truck, where I would spend a 9-hour journey lying on a wooden bench, freezing with only a single blanket. As the wind and dust of a chilly November night blew in through the open slats, 3 policemen were sitting in front. And when we stopped for tea early in the morning, I asked them where we were going. They told me we were going to Dera Ghazi Khan, far to the southwest in the center of the country. D Khan is one of the worst jails in Pakistan. If the authorities really want to break you, it occurred to me that they might torture me as they had 2 parliamentary colleagues, Saad Rafiq and Javed Hashmi, who had been jailed for years, and they had told me what had happened to them. But mostly, it was the pettiness of it all that troubled me. It was unnecessary to send me on a 9-hour journey in a truck to a jail in D Khan when other political leaders were being put under house arrest. I had been in the public eye for 35 years, and everyone knew I was not a terrorist. Yet, I was being arrested under draconian anti-terrorism emergency laws that carried the possible penalty of life imprisonment or death. It felt like a deliberate attempt to humiliate me. I sensed the orders had come from the top. If I struggled over just 8 days in prison, the suffering of the many thousands who spent years in Pakistan as jails was infinitely worse. And compared to them, I was treated like a king, with 10 to 15 people crammed into each cell. My own cell was in the hospital wing and had a little bed and a filthy bathroom, but I had a room of my own. During the day, I was allowed to sit outside, although at sunset, I was locked in my room for the night. I could hardly eat in jail since I had no exercise, and the food was terrible. After so many years of sport, my body was conditioned to expect exercise. The worst of it was that time would not pass. I thought I was going to die of boredom when they woke me up and I heard the commotion of other prisoners being let out of their cells. I would try to linger in bed to make the day shorter. I would think I'd been staying hours in bed, look at my watch and realize it was still only 8 o'clock. Then I would go and sit outside, and in the afternoon, they brought me a newspaper to read. I imagine a whole day must have passed only to realize that about an hour to an hour and a half had gone by. I am a completely outdoor person. I always have been, even as a boy. During the hot summer months in Lahore, my mother had trouble making me stay indoors. Since 2005, I have lived in my farmhouse on a hill outside the capital city, a place I call my paradise, recreating the sense of wilderness that I love. I am surrounded by hills and greenery, with a panoramic view of Rawal Lake and the foothills of the Himalayas. I grow my own fruit and vegetables and keep chickens, cows and water buffaloes. Wild birds and animals surround me too: partridges, porcupines, snakes, lizards, jackals and peacocks, and suddenly I was stuck inside these 4 walls in the courtyard where I was allowed to sit during the day. There was a little bit of grass, but not so much as a tree. The real problem was that I did not know how long I would be in prison, and I could not bear the waste of time. I had set up a hospital in Lahore offering free cancer treatment to the poor. I ran a political party, and I was trying to set up a new university in Mianwali, my father's ancestral hometown, over 200 miles to the northwest of Lahore. Normally 24 hours are not enough in the day for me. And here I was, removed from life, watching time that did not pass. Yet jail gave me the chance to hear firsthand about the other prisoners. A young man from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the region formerly known as the Northwest Frontier, next to the border with Afghanistan, was sent to clean my room. I learned he had been there for 6 years after being arrested at the age of 16. He had not even been tried for the crime for which he was arrested. He had been involved in a family feud and had brandished a gun. That was all. If he had been convicted, the maximum penalty would have been a year. He had been in jail for 6 years because the family was too poor to afford a lawyer. When his case came up in court, according to the Deputy Inspector of Jails, Salimullah Khan, who visited me, this boy's case was not an exception. 60% of people in Pakistani jails were innocent. Their crime was their poverty. Later, I began avidly reading newspaper stories about prisoners trapped in jail. In Karachi, the vibrant financial city on the Arabian coast, a man was found not guilty after spending 9 years locked up. When he was arrested at the age of 20, he had a wife and a year-old baby. It is hard to think about what might have happened to them in that time. The province of which Karachi is the capital. 3 men were found not guilty after 22 years in jail. And in another case, a man remained in Lahore's Kot Lakhpat prison for 15 years because his file had got lost. That was the biggest impact jail had on me. Seeing these people crammed in together horrified me. Some of them had been framed. Often I heard later, the head jailer made money by charging the relatives if they wanted to see a prisoner. And as was the case with the boy who cleaned my room, the policeman meant to take a prisoner to court frequently failed to turn up, so they missed their court hearing. And yet many of the biggest criminals in the country were sitting in parliament, and some were even given police escorts at taxpayers' expense. The injustice and cruelty of it all stayed with me. The squalid conditions, the inability of the poor to get justice. I decided to go on a hunger strike on the 6th day to put pressure on Musharraf, but I made the mistake. If it ever happens again, I would not do it the same way of going on a complete hunger strike rather than just having liquids. I am used to fasting at Ramadan, and normally I carry on as usual with the same exercise routine, but then you break your fast at sunset. I had not realized how quickly one weakened with nothing to drink. I had fasted for barely over 2 days when I discovered I did not have the strength to walk. There was no way I was going to back down after 2 days. Then finally, at about 8 in the evening, the jailers came and said, "You are free." I walked out into what became one of the most turbulent periods of Pakistan's history. Outside of Pakistan, I am mainly known for my 21-year-long cricket career, but in my home country, I am the head of a party that is battling to take on a political elite that has for more than 6 decades stymied this great country, depriving it of its God-given potential, ruled alternately by military dictators like President Musharraf, or as a fiefdom by families like the Bhuttos and Sharifs. Pakistan has drifted far from the ideals of its founders, far from being the Islamic welfare state that was envisaged. Pakistan is a country where politics is a game of loot and plunder, and any challenger to the status quo, even somebody with my kind of public profile and popularity, can be suddenly arrested and threatened with violence. Founded as a homeland for Indian Muslims on the principle of the unifying qualities of Islam, it remains a fractured country. Kashmir to the northeast has been, since independence, the subject of a violent dispute between India and Pakistan. In the northwest, a civil war between the army and militants plagues the Pashtun heartlands of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Fata, the federally administered tribal areas. Baluchistan, a vast, rugged, unexplored and thinly populated province bordering Iran and Afghanistan, simmers with a separatist insurgency. To the south, the Arabian Sea washes against the shores of Baluchistan and Sindh, where the provincial capital Karachi is riven with fighting between various ethnic groups, including Pashtun immigrants and the descendants of Muslims who came from the other side of the border at partition, referred to as Muhajirs or refugees. Meanwhile, Punjab, home to more than half of the country's population, is resented by other provinces for monopolizing Pakistani political power and prosperity. Our country's woes began soon after Pakistan was created in 1947, when we lost our great leader Jinnah. Means land of the pure was just 5 years old when I was born. We had such pride in our country then, such optimism. We were a new nation, wrested out of the dying British Raj as a homeland for Muslims. Gone were the insidious humiliations of colonialism and the fear of being drowned in an overwhelming Hindu majority in an independent India. We were a free people, free to rediscover an Islamic culture that had once towered over the subcontinent. Free to implement the ideals of Islam based on equality and social and economic justice, a democracy, as Pakistan's founding father Muhammad Ali Jinnah said. We were to be the shining example in the Muslim world of what Islam could achieve were it allowed to flourish. Such dreams we had. As the years went by, we built our own tormented history and drifted further and further away from the ideals that had inspired Pakistan's creation. Pakistan's roots lay in the final days of the British Raj in India. Before them, the territory roughly defined as the Punjab, the northwest frontier province. The coastline on the Arabian Sea of Sindh province and Baluchistan had not been defined as Pakistan, but over the centuries became first part of one empire and then another. The British, initially through the East India Company, controlled the area from the early part of the 19th century onward, from the 1880s. Though the aim for millions of people throughout the subcontinent who wanted self-determination was the end of British rule. The Indian National Congress, which initially included Muslims, worked to achieve this end. The British did not want to relinquish control, but the Second World War weakened Britain economically and politically, and by then the empire on which the sun never sets was in its twilight years. The Indian National Congress negotiated with the British to bring about the end of their rule over India, and they wanted to see the whole subcontinent remain one country. Here, the histories of the two nations starts to diverge, wary of Hindu nationalism and mindful of the kind of violence that took place at sporadic intervals over the 1920s and 1930s in different cities and provinces in India. The All India Muslim League took a different view. As part of this league, two men in particular were fundamental in the foundation of Pakistan: Jinnah and Allama Muhammad Iqbal, who died in 1938, 9 years before the creation of Pakistan, is the visionary poet-philosopher considered to be the spiritual founder of Pakistan. In 1930, in an address to the All India Muslim League, he said, "I would like to see the Punjab, Northwest Frontier Province, Sindh, and Baluchistan amalgamated into a single state. Self-government within the British Empire or without the British Empire, at least of Northwest India." Believing that the Indian Muslim is entitled to full and free development on the lines of his own culture and tradition in his own Indian homelands, Iqbal felt that this was a necessary stage for the Muslim community to develop its collective selfhood, or khudi. Iqbal not only conceived of a self-governing Muslim state, his passionate voice awakened and activated Indian Muslims, motivating them not only to strive to free themselves from the bondage of imperialism and colonialism, but also to challenge other forms of totalitarian control, believing fervently in human equality and the right of human beings to dignity, justice, and freedom. Iqbal empowered the disempowered to stand up and be counted. When I was older, I found Iqbal's work hugely inspirational. He argued against an unquestioning acceptance of Western democracy as the self-governing model, and instead suggested that by following the rules of Islam, a society would tend naturally towards social justice, tolerance. Iqbal's interpretation of Islam differs very widely from the narrow meaning that is sometimes given to it. For Iqbal, Islam is not just a name for certain beliefs and forms of worship. The difference between a Muslim and a non-Muslim is not merely a theological one. It is a difference of a fundamental attitude towards life. Iqbal considered pride in one's lineage or caste to be one of the major reasons for the downfall of Muslims, based on the principles of equality, solidarity, and freedom. There was no hierarchy or aristocracy, and the criterion for assessing the merit of human beings was taqwa, righteousness. As Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "The noblest of human beings are those who fear God most." In other words, those who are humane and just. Because when you fear God, you believe you are accountable to Him and must act accordingly. To Iqbal, the culture of Islam did not consist of the actual cultural practices of Muslims. It was an ideal value system. Based upon the ethical principles enshrined in the Quran, he believed that Islam provided the guidance needed by human beings to realize their God-given potential to the fullest. In his philosophy of khudi, Iqbal presented his blueprint for action that would lead to intellectually sound, ethically based, and spiritually grounded development of individuals and communities, such as Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan, who urged Muslims to obtain a Western education and established the Aligarh University for this purpose, argued that this vision of an ideal society could never be achieved as long as Muslims remained in a minority in a Hindu-dominated India. It was not only that India with its caste system and social inequalities, was the antithesis of everything they wanted. It was also that such a bold experiment of recreating the ideals of Islam could never be achieved in a country where Muslims were in the minority. At the time, much of the Islamic world was under European colonial rule, and realizing the promise of Islam required a country, or at least a state within India, where Muslims would have the opportunity to live according to the highest ethical ideals and best practices of their faith. When Iqbal died in 1938, my father was one of the many who attended his funeral. It was left to the lawyer politician Muhammad Ali Jinnah to create that country. Iqbal was an idealist, but he offered concrete guidance to Muslims about how to live a life grounded in the integrated vision of the Quran. Jinnah also combined idealism with pragmatism, somewhat formal and fastidious, and a little aloof and imperious of manner. His calm hauteur masks a naive and eager humanity, an intuition quick and tender, a humor gay and winning. The obvious sanity and serenity of his worldly wisdom disguise a shy and splendid idealism. Naidu, the first woman to become president of the Congress Party. Jinnah had originally been a member of the Indian Congress Party and an ambassador of Hindu-Muslim understanding committed to united India. Yet he had fallen out with Mohandas Gandhi when the Islamic Caliphate finally collapsed in Turkey after the First World War. It was Gandhi who led the protests for its restoration, seeing in this a way of challenging the British. He also disliked Congress leader Jawaharlal Nehru, who he felt had used his closeness to Britain's Viceroy of India, Louis Mountbatten, to outmaneuver India's Muslims in their fight for political power. Mountbatten, in turn, had no patience for the legal constitutional niceties put forward by Jinnah to seek special electorates to safeguard the interests of the Muslims. Mountbatten's wife, Edwina, was so close to Nehru that many Pakistanis afterwards believed they had had an affair, which turned British policy in favor of the Hindus. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Jawaharlal Nehru, Mohandas Gandhi, and Congress member Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, a Muslim leader of the Indian National Congress, who later became education minister in India's government, were four giants of the independence movement, even if they had their own idea of what freedom meant for the people of India. Even Gandhi and Jinnah, despite their differences, held views in common. Both believed that the new countries were not secular ones, but ones in which religion would play an important role. Gandhi said, "Those who say religion has nothing to do with politics do not know what religion is," as he thought that politics without religion would be immoral, while Jinnah, some years later, in a speech to the State Bank of Pakistan in 1948, reiterated that we must present to the world an economic system based on the true Islamic concept of equality, of manhood, and social justice. We will thereby be fulfilling our mission as Muslims. Both Jinnah and Gandhi believed that it was the compassion preached by every religion that could become a counterweight to materialism. Anti-British unity fractured after the Khilafat movement, and from the late 1920s, political battles within the Congress led to unrealistic demands being made of the Muslim organizations. This intransigence meant that Hindu revivalists were left with the greater part of the blame for the failure to reach some form of Hindu-Muslim agreement, observed Professor Francis Robinson. At the meeting of the Muslim League in Lahore in March 1940, Jinnah added his voice to a call for the creation of two states, one for Hindus, the other for Muslims. It is extremely difficult to appreciate why our Hindu friends fail to understand the real nature of Islam and Hinduism, religions in the strict sense of the word, but are, in fact, different and distinct social orders. And it is a dream that the Hindus and Muslims can ever evolve a common nationality, he declared. When Muslims belong to two different religious philosophies, literatures, they neither intermarry nor intervene together, and indeed, they belong to two different civilizations which are based mainly on conflicting ideas and conceptions. Their aspect of life and of life are different. It is quite clear that Hindus and Muslims derive their inspiration from different sources of history. They have different epics, different heroes, and different episodes. Very often the hero of one is a foe of the other. And likewise, their victories and defeats overlap to yoke together two such nations under a single state, one as a numerical minority and the other as a majority. must lead to growing discontent and final destruction of any fabric that may be so built for the government of such a state. Democracy was still evolving in the world, and people did not believe that it could accommodate different religions and ethnic groups in what is known as the Lahore Resolution. The meeting rejected the concept of a united India on the grounds of growing intercommunal violence and demanded that the areas in which the Muslims are numerically in majority, as in the northwestern and eastern zones of India, should be grouped to constitute independent states in which the constituent units shall be autonomous and sovereign, although it was, as Jinnah complained, a moth-eaten state with far less territory than its supporters had envisaged. It was created in two rings, West and East Pakistan, and at least 1 million people died in the tide of migration as Muslims moved into Pakistan. And Hindus and Sikhs fled to India. I had an uncle in the Pakistani army who was protecting the Punjab border crossing at the time. He always said that the bloodshed he saw during those 6 weeks was worse than anything he had seen in 4 years of fighting against the Japanese on the Burmese front in the Second World War. He was appalled by the butchery, from which not even women or children were spared. Estimates of the numbers who died range from 200,000 to over 1 million. More than 12 million were made homeless by the act of partition and had to travel long distances to settle in new parts of the country. Families and communities were devastated as those widowed and orphaned in the slaughter had to take what was left of their belongings on a voyage to a new part of the country, where they would be unknown and often unwanted. The American photographer and the first female war correspondent called Partition a massive exercise in human misery. The experience for individuals. A 16-year-old boy joined the Pakistani army and was based on the border. There were atrocities committed by all sides, Hindus, Sikhs, and Muslims. I saw people arriving on the trains that had been mutilated, women who had been raped, and children who had been traumatized. I remember thinking at the time, is this what freedom means? I had 3 uncles who lived in Simla at the time. Amid the chaos, we had lost contact with them. We never found them. Would be attackers by their Hindu neighbors, or the same tale but told by Hindu survivors. One such, from Jang in West Punjab, remembered Mr. Qureshi, who helped several Hindu families reach the border, only to be murdered as a non-believer by his fellow Muslims for having saved them. The madness that took place was exactly that. No one anticipated or dreamed that such things would happen, and certainly no one expected the violence to reach such heights. Was it a reaction to the end of British rule? A release of pent-up frustrations after the decades of humiliation? It suited the British for there to be division between the peoples of India, and they actively fostered this. The Earl of Elgin was informed in 1861, "We have maintained our power in India by playing off one party against the other, and we must continue to do so." The haste with which the plan for partition was implemented certainly contributed towards the hostile atmosphere that created such mayhem, and the British were very much responsible for setting this timetable. However, the Muslim political leaders, virtually against all odds and in the face of intense opposition from India's dominant Congress party, though we were in dire straits in the early years, the revolutionary zeal that gave birth to Pakistan carried us through. Democracy, though, never had an opportunity to flourish in Pakistan as Jinnah died in September 1988, leaving us rudderless in an era dominated by the great superpowers of the USA and the Soviet Union. Pakistan sided with the US, but even this was to prove troublesome. Our first Prime Minister, Liaquat Ali Khan, died in 1951, assassinated in Rawalpindi, in the same park where many years later, in 2007, former Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto would also be killed. He was killed by an Afghan opposed to the settlement that had left Kashmir divided. A man who felt Pakistan should be fighting to take it back. Many at the time saw more sinister signs in his murder. Amid rumors of American pressure on Pakistan in relation to the access to Soviet airspace Pakistan could provide, the relationship Pakistan has had with America as a nation, although not perhaps with its government, since then has never been a satisfactory one. And after 9/11, it only worsened, but more of that later. While India spent the early years of its independence with the stability provided by its first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, who remained in office until his death in 1964. We began a slow slide into alternating military and civilian rule, which never allowed the political institutions to mature. we had other problems too. In part because of the division between the Pakistani elite and the masses. The idea of Pakistan had been conceived within a united India and found its major intellectual wellspring in what is today the northern Indian province of Uttar Pradesh. The epicenter of the Pakistan movement was in areas that did not eventually become part of Pakistan. Later, various ethnic groups, from the Bengalis of East Pakistan to the Baluk in the deserts running into Iran, to the Pashtun in the tribal areas bordering Afghanistan, would find reasons to rebel against the state, often with disastrous consequences. Since Pakistan was dominated by Punjabis, these different ethnic groups felt they were denied both their economic and democratic rights, and sooner or later all took up arms against the state. We also began our life as a country at war, fighting India over the territory of Kashmir in 1947, and the festering dispute since then has helped give the army, and by default the majority Punjab element within it, a disproportionately powerful role in Pakistan. Yet in the optimism and fervor of those early years, I believe we might have overcome all those difficulties had we been able to find a political system capable of implementing the egalitarian, democratic and ethical ideals of Islam that had inspired the creation of Pakistan. Instead, the British-trained bureaucrats had a low opinion of democracy, at least as far as Pakistan was concerned. They had been educated in a system that had taught them to look upon the masses with contempt and, copying the former colonial rulers, had inherited a mindset that the natives were not to be trusted, without leaders with the vision of Iqbal or the stature of Jinnah, or for that matter of Nehru. We were condemned to slide back into the kind of discreet authoritarian rule which marked the British Raj at the first opportunity. The military-civilian bureaucracy stalled the democratic process. Pakistan did not come up with a full constitution until 1956 because the West Pakistan ruling elite did not want to give the Bengalis an equal share in power. Given that the population of East Pakistan was larger than that of West Pakistan, to deprive the latter of their right to an equal share, experiments like the one-unit system, where the whole of West Pakistan was treated as one province, were introduced. This helped sow the seeds of Bengali resentment and eventually led to the breakup of the country. The 1956 constitution was abrogated by the commander-in-chief of the army, General Ayub Khan. He remained in power for 10 years before he was forced to resign amid popular unrest and was replaced by another military man, General Yahya Khan. Under Ayub Khan, Pakistan developed and changed. He introduced the Muslim family laws, which modernized some aspects of laws regarding marriage, but his efforts in agriculture and industry benefited the few, not the many. More importantly, he did not believe in democracy, so politically the country stagnated. Discontent in East Pakistan began to grow as the Bengali people, politically and economically excluded, had insignificant representation within the ruling elite. The creation of Bangladesh in 1971 was a direct consequence of this prolonged military rule, along with the reluctance of the ruling classes of West Pakistan to treat East Pakistan as an equal. Paradoxically, economically, the country passed through a golden period. Our growth rate was the highest in our history, though the majority of the population was excluded from the fruits of this economic boom. Administratively, the country was well run. Along with contempt for the natives, the British had also bequeathed us a reasonably efficient bureaucracy. From my vantage point as a child in Lahore, and indeed as I have been told later by my parents, the optimism which had accompanied the birth of Pakistan survived and even flourished in this early period of military rule. It helped, of course, that we were living in Punjab, the most powerful province in Pakistan, where we had little reason to suspect the many dangerous undercurrents building up in our country. When I was born, as a child in a comfortably off family in Lahore, I felt only the quiet optimism of a country hopeful for its future. It was an idyllic childhood with the freedom of plenty of space in which to play and the security provided by the Pakistani extended family system. In Zaman Park, where I grew up, you were surrounded by plowed fields and open spaces. There were few houses and everyone who lived there was family, so it was more like being on a farm. The first house in Zaman Park had been built by my maternal grandfather's brother, whose name was Ahmad Zaman. At partition in 1947, my grandfather's family also moved there. In the hot summer afternoons, I would go out with my air gun to shoot pigeons or to swim in the canal, and in the evenings play cricket with my cousins. There was no such thing as organizing playdates. I would be out to dart. My mother did not worry. She always knew I was with family. For fresh milk, every house had a cow or a water buffalo. Today, Zaman Park is in the center of Lahore, so fast has the city spread in every direction. All that is left of those green and open fields of my childhood is a small park. There are so many houses that people do not know each other as they once did. Although boys still swim in the canal, it is now dirty and polluted. Lahore's water, which used to be delicious, has become so contaminated it has to be boiled before drinking. I used to go to a school friend's farm that was barely 10 miles out of Lahore, and there at the age of 14 I used a shotgun for the first time and bagged 14 partridges. It was the most thrilling thing I had ever done. My friend's farm is now part of a suburb of Lahore and has been transformed from a place of wildlife and green fields into a concrete jungle. Today, in the entire province of Punjab, there are probably only a handful of reserved areas where one gun can shoot 14 partridges. My mother would make us children go to see our maternal grandmother with our cousins every day for half an hour. These evenings with her were most enjoyable. She would know everything that was going on in our lives. In fact, she would get involved in all our problems, and we would tell her things that even our parents would not know. The love that my grandmother received from all her children and grandchildren must have been the reason why all her mental faculties were fully intact when she died at the age of 100. She might have lived longer, but when my mother died in 1985, she simply could not get over the loss, my mother being her youngest child. It almost seemed as if she decided it was time for her to go. She refused to get out of bed. She passed away. In Pakistan, family is everything. Islam strengthens the family system by making the role of the mother sacred. In the words of the Holy Prophet, paradise lies under the feet of the mother. And the greatest influence on my life was my mother. There were 5 of us, and I was the only son. She was a complete mother, happy to sacrifice all her pleasures for her family. I remember I would hide injuries from her just so as not to pain her. Once, when I was 8 years old, my cousins and I were raiding someone's mulberry garden. While trying to jump from the tree, I slipped and fell on a branch. The sharp stick pierced a couple of inches in my thigh, almost rupturing my main artery. When I was taken home, I refused to show the wound to my mother because I could not bear to see her suffer. So great was my love for her that I hated to do anything that would annoy her. This is how love imposes discipline. She would make me do my homework every day, but I was so single-minded about sport that I would be uninterested in studies. It was only her efforts that kept me going. However, apart from my homework, my mother would never push me to do anything if I didn't want to do it. As its name suggests, there is a park in the middle of Zaman Park, where all us cousins ranging from children to adults in their 20s would play cricket and hockey. Matches would be played with such aggression that one year, visiting hockey teams refused to play us. My passion for cricket, along with partridge shooting, developed thanks to my uncles and cousins. My mother's family was passionate about cricket. I was inspired to become a test cricketer at the age of 9. When I saw my older cousin Jabe Burkey score a century against England at what is now the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore, I used to treat my aunts and uncles' houses as my own, as all social life revolved around the family, with my grandfather's and his brother's houses as the focal points. At family dinners, everyone would be there, from babies to the oldest members of the family. The rules of etiquette were clearly defined. Age was to be respected. The older the family member, the more respect they were accorded. When the elders spoke, all the younger members listened attentively. In turn, the elders took personal responsibility for all the children. Hence, a member of the younger generation could be disciplined by any elder, not just their parents. Any rudeness to an elder meant disapproval from all the senior members of the family. Unfortunately, amongst the westernized elite in Pakistan, the respect for age is diminishing. Some who are uncritically adopting Western culture almost consider a lack of respect for age a sign of progress. I remember how odd I found it when my tutor at Oxford asked me to call him by his first name. It was even more awkward for me when friends' parents would also insist that I did the same. Our value system was also molded by the attitudes of the elders. The younger members would carefully observe what was approved and what was condemned by the seniors. It was never the fear of being punished that made all of us follow family etiquette, but the fear of everyone's disapproval. Moral standards were high because immorality would have meant being ostracized. The greatest fear was to give a bad name to the family. Everything depended upon the reputation of a family, from arranged marriages to social acceptability. Any slight by an outsider on the character of a family member would mean an immediate closing of ranks by United Family Front. It also put immense responsibility on family members to conform to certain moral and ethical standards. When I became a successful test cricketer and gave interviews to the press, I would be extremely conscious of what I was saying, as I constantly worried about how my extended family would react to my comments. My mother used to tell us bedtime stories, each one with a moral message about Moses and the arrogant Pharaoh, Joseph and his treacherous brothers, and of course about the life of the Prophet Muhammad. We were also taught about Jesus, considered in Islam to be a messenger of God like Muhammad. Muslims believed that God had previously revealed his message for mankind to the prophets of the Jews and Christians, but that Muhammad perfected the religion first revealed to Abraham. Muhammad is seen as the seal of the prophecy, the last in the series of prophets God sent to the world. Islam recognizes the teachings of the Jewish Torah and the Christian Bible, and while it teaches that Jews and Christians have in some areas strayed from the true path, it acknowledges them as people of the book. Every night before going to sleep, my mother would make us say our prayers and tell me stories about the Prophet. There was one particular story my mother would tell me. An old McCann came before the Prophet and said to him, "The only reason I want to become a Muslim is because all my clan has converted to Islam, but I'm too old to change my habits. Tell me one thing I can do so that I can become a Muslim but keep my habits." The Prophet replied, "Tell the truth. That is the one thing you need to be a Muslim." This story appealed to me as a boy because I could never lie to my mother, as she would always sketch me out simply by looking at my face. My mother also told me how her father, Ahmad Hassan Khan, modeled himself on the Prophet and would tell me stories about how whatever he did, he would always tell us, "This is what the Prophet did," even to the point of liking honey and dates. The concept of heaven and hell was made clear to me ever since I can remember. The only problem was that I could not understand heaven. My poor mother frequently had to answer questions like, would I be able to play cricket in heaven? And would I be able to shoot? When I was 7 years old, a Maulvi, Islamic scholar, came to teach me and my sisters the Quran in Arabic. In school, we had a religious knowledge class, and our daily assembly started with a verse of the Quran. Every Friday, I went with my father to the mosque on Eids, the two biggest festivals of the Muslim calendar. All the males of Zaman Park, young and old, would go to the shrine of the great 16th century Sufi Saint Mian Mir Sahib. Mian Mir is also a legendary figure for Sikhs who come to pray at his shrine in Lahore. Our family graveyard is outside the shrine, so after Eid prayers we would go to our relatives' graves and pray for their departed souls. Such shrines are common in the subcontinent, where Islam was spread from the 9th century onwards in large part through the Sufis. Their egalitarian message and doctrine of love, peace and compassion appeal to the poor and dispossessed. The Sufis' tolerance of other religions and cultures meant that as they made their way through what became the Islamic world, the religion they spread blended with local customs to become a kind of populist Islam. Their followers made shrines of their graves, which became places of pilgrimage. Rich and poor alike still flocked to these shrines to pray and make offerings. Once a year, usually on the anniversary of the saint's death, there is an urs, a festival, when prayers are accompanied by devotional dancing and singing and the distribution of food. This is the kind of Islam that the austere Wahhabi branch, which has influenced the Taliban, opposes. My parents were both easygoing Muslims who always taught us that Allah was the most beneficent and the most merciful. We were never forced to read our prayers or fast. At Ramadan, the month when Muslims fast from sunrise to sunset, it was we children who would choose to compete with each other to keep our fasts. I kept my first fast around the age of 9 and was rewarded with presents from my father. If there was anything said against Islam, both my parents would defend it vigorously. My mother's extended family was originally from the Burki Pashtun tribe in Kaniguram, the biggest town in South Waziristan, which rests in a fertile valley close to the Afghan border in the tribal areas. She instilled in me a pride that the Pashtuns had never been subjugated and had constantly fought the British. Her family had ended up living in 12 fortresses known as Basti Pathan, near the town of Jalandhar, where she took much pride in saying my grandfather had hosted Jinnah. only 40 miles or so away from Lahore, but in what became India. The whole family had emigrated to Lahore at partition, although none of them had been killed. When they moved out in a convoy, the Sikh gangs who were massacring the Muslims in Punjab believed wrongly that they were armed and left them alone. My father's family were also Pashtuns, also known as Pathans, but from the Niazi tribe, which had come to India with invading Afghan tribes around the 15th century. Much of his family still lived in Mianwali, a town on the river Indus on the border with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, formerly known as the Northwest Frontier, and family ties are still very strong there. In time, amongst the Burkis, my mother's tribe, the family system would begin to weaken, and my children will only know their first cousins. But in Mianwali, even third cousins know each other. I frequently meet Niazis who will tell me how they are related to me through my great-grandfather. Village communities have stronger family systems than urban ones. In a place like Mianwali, people often operate as part of a family group of maybe 100 people. Everything is shared: salaries, responsibilities, friendships, enemies, hardships, and successes. When people from rural areas go to look for jobs in the cities, the first people they contact are their relatives. If there are none, then they seek out people from the village or tribe. Millions of people have been displaced by fighting or floods in recent years. But you do not see hordes of hungry, homeless people sleeping on the streets of Pakistani cities. Many have been absorbed by the family and tribal network. People with little have taken in, fed, clothed, and housed people with still less than them. All this, of course, helps free the country's rulers and elite from bearing the burden of so many displaced people, let alone the responsibility of paying taxes and implementing any kind of effective welfare system. As I have so often observed in Pakistan, the poor have taken the blow for the rich. Growing up in Lahore, I became aware of two strong prejudices. One was against colonialism. This, according to my mother and father, was the ultimate humiliation for a people. At bedtime, my mother would tell me stories of resistance to the British, about heroes like Tipu Sultan, the Tiger of Mysore, who died defending his city when he was attacked by 3 armies, the British, the Nizam of Hyderabad, and the Marathas in 1905. At the same time, she would contemptuously relate the story of the surrender of the last Mughal emperor, Bahadur Shah Zafar, who died in 1862 in captivity in Burma. She would quote the Tipu Sultan's remark, "The day of a lion is better than 1,000 of a jackal." The general thinking in the Indian subcontinent is that the greatest damage inflicted by colonialism was material. In the 1700s, the CDP of India was almost 25% of the world's economy. By the time the British left, it was around 2%. The British lawyer Cornelius Walford estimated in 1879 that there had been 34 famines in the previous century or so of British rule, but only 17 in the preceding 2,000 years. Akbar writes, "The Mughal response to famine had been good governance, embargo on food export, anti-speculation regulation, tax relief and free kitchens. If any merchant shortchanged a peasant during a famine, the punishment was an equivalent weight in flesh from his body that kept hoarding down." Millions died in these catastrophes. A materialist lobby feels that British rule gave India a strong administrative system along with an infrastructure of roads and railways. Up to a point, this is true as well. In my opinion, the greatest damage done to the people of the Indian subcontinent was in the humiliation of slavery and the consequent loss of self-esteem. The inferiority complex that is ingrained in a conquered nation results in its imitation of some of the worst aspects of the conqueror, while at the same time neglecting its own great traditions. It destroys originality as the occupied people strive only to imitate the occupiers. Furthermore, this slavish mimicry wrecks any sense of leadership in the elite, the people with the most expensive education in the country. One of Iqbal's great qualities was that he provided such new and original thought, despite having lived his entire life under colonial rule. In a well-known verse, he told his son, "My way is not one of being wealthy, but of fakiri, spiritual poverty, or khudi selfhood, do not sell." In poverty, make a name. The legacy of colonialism led to our other prejudice. Against India, we as a nation felt we had been cheated out of Kashmir by the pro-Indian last Viceroy of India, Lord Louis Mountbatten. Hatred against our neighbor, in Punjab especially, reached its height in the 1950s and 1960s, since so many Muslims had migrated from East Punjab at partition in 1947, and hardly a family had not lost loved ones in the bloody massacres during the border crossing. When I toured India playing cricket, that I realized how much we have in common and lost this prejudice. Islam, we were told, was tolerant, and it had spread in the subcontinent, not by the force of arms, but by the great Sufi saints, such as Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti, known as Garib Nawaz, the benefactor of the poor, who lived in North India in the late 12th and early 13th centuries, who won people over with their humanitarian message. Sufis were held in such esteem that in 100th Titan tree, when a Mongol army under Targi laid siege to Delhi, Sultan Alauddin Khilji appealed to the great Sufi saint Nazam Uddin Aulia for help. Since both my parents had Hindu and Sikh friends from school and college before independence, we were never taught to hate people from other religions. There was no militant fundamentalism in those days, and those few who could be classified as religious bigots were not taken seriously. We were told, however, that Islam was the superior religion since the Quran had been dictated to the Prophet by God himself, whereas the other holy books had been written by man, and so human faults had slipped in. Muhammad was unlettered. He therefore had to ask other people to write down the messages he had received from God, apart from being a book of wisdom. The Quran is still considered the greatest work of Arabic literature, and the beauty of its words has converted many, including the great Caliph Umar, one of the Meccans most opposed to the new religion being preached by Muhammad. Umar was at the forefront of plans to assassinate the Prophet. But according to Muslim tradition, when he heard his sister recite from the book, his heart softened. He wept, and Islam entered into him. He went on to become one of Muhammad's main companions, inheriting leadership of the Muslims after his death. The only time I truly understood what the Caliph might have experienced was when I took my sons once to the Faisal Mosque in Islamabad for Friday prayers. A visiting imam from Egypt was delivering the khutbah, the sermon. Often you sit there during the sermon and become lost in your own thoughts because you cannot understand the Arabic. But when the Imam started reciting, I was immediately struck by the sound that gently led the whole mosque. Looking around, I saw that as his voice resounded through the building, it was having the same effect on other worshippers. It was like listening to a classical symphony. It gave me goosebumps. I've never heard anything like it before or since. Not even in the two great mosques of the holy cities of Mecca or Medina. Islam is not just a religion to be practiced privately by individuals, but a way of life. The Quran lays out clear rules for how a society should be governed, and guidance on how people should behave. I was taught it was also a forgiving religion that laid special emphasis on justice and compassion. There were many challenges, most of all the incendiary issue of Kashmir in 1965. I will never forget this period. Late one evening, we started hearing the sound of bombardment. From our rooftop, we caught sight of the flashes of explosions along the border. I remember the anxious faces of my parents as the bombardment continued all night. The Indian army was advancing towards Lahore. There were rumors that Indian paratroopers might land in the city, and patriotic fever gripped the country. The elders of Zaman Park were called to my uncle's house for a kind of council of war. It was decided that my older cousins should group together in a civil defense force to defend Zaman Park. I was itching to be part of this force, and armed with the .22 rifle that my father had just given me for my birthday, I marched out to join them. I cursed myself for not being old enough to join in, along with my mother and sisters. I was sent away from the city for my safety. I remember seeing open areas outside the city, swarming with warriors from the tribal areas volunteering to assist the army. Later, I found out that my overzealous cousins almost ambushed, shot and killed 2 innocent people, mistaking them for Indian paratroopers. Everyone in the country was united in a desire to defeat the enemy. I don't think Pakistan had ever witnessed such unity. The neatest thing to it was perhaps when we won the World Cup in 1992. As I grew up, I developed a passion not only for my country, but also for the Pakistani countryside. Every summer I would go with my parents and sisters to the hill stations to escape the oppressive heat of Punjab. I can still remember the thrill I felt as the car slowly ascended the mountain road and the air cooled. Only those who have experienced the intense heat of the Punjab summer can understand such relief. There was no air conditioning in those days. We had picnics and walks in the forest. Jackals, porcupines, and a huge variety of birds. Occasionally, we even saw the tracks of a leopard. Once, when I was about 5 years old, during a trip to the hill station Dunga Kali, over 200 miles to the northwest of Lahore, a leopard killed a donkey right outside our rest house in the middle of the night. I can still recall how fascinated I was by the poor donkey's partially eaten corpse. In the winter, I went partridge shooting with my uncle and male cousins in the Salt Range, a low mountain range about 2.5 hours drive west of Lahore. Some of my best childhood memories are of these trips. We stayed in colonial rest houses in the wilderness, ate sumptuous picnic lunches, and returned in the evening to relax around a log fire. The Salt Range used to be teeming with wildlife: wolves, leopards, hyenas, jackals, foxes, deer, and wild sheep. There are fewer animals now, but the Salt Range remains my favorite place for shooting partridge because of its beautiful weather in the winter and hilly terrain. My mother also loved wildlife and the mountains, and she fueled my passion by telling me stories from her childhood. Some were set in the Indian hill stations of Simla, the summer capital of the British Raj, and the beautiful Himalayan station of Dalhousie, where she would holiday with her parents, like most small boys. I was intrigued by the more grisly tales. I particularly liked the one about how her dog was taken by a leopard while her father was posted at Skazer in the Salt Range. I also loved the family legend on my father's side about how my great uncle from Mianwali, a policeman, had fought with a leopard that had been terrorizing the local villagers and killed it with the bayonet of his gun, then spent 6 months in hospital from the mauling he received. Highest award the police could bestow. The 1965 war over Kashmir ended in 17 days, but it left the military dictator president Ayub Khan in a vulnerable state, allowing room for democratic developments as his grip on power slipped, leading to the rise of a new political party, the Pakistan People's Party, under its leader, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. Bhutto had studied at university in California and Oxford before he became a lawyer in London, and he represented Pakistan at the United Nations before being appointed the country's foreign minister in 1962, when he was only 34. After the war, he fell out with the president and left government to form the PP. Bhutto, like so many who come to power in Pakistan, was seen at first as someone who could lead us back to democracy, but later was to prove the opposite. Here was a man who understood history, one with an exceptional mind, highly educated and charismatic. Bhutto could have changed Pakistan completely. He was a true Pakistani nationalist. He formed the first national grassroots political party in Pakistan. However, he had a fatal flaw in his character that undermined all that he could have achieved. His feudal mindset couldn't tolerate dissent, and as a result, his government became known for its brutality in victimizing opponents. But his ideas, which he expressed in his 1967 book, The Myth of Independence, carried great weight and still do. It is a great shame that he himself could not live up to all of his words. He called the story of all the civilizations of the world, from ancient Egypt to the British and French empires, the story of greed urging domination and colliding with the struggle for equality. And he noted that domination has been justified as the survival of the fittest. It has been given the name of the white man's burden. Today, that ancient struggle has been epitomized in the creed of democracy against dictatorship. And most presciently, he remarked that 20 years of independence have revealed to the people of Pakistan and India the sharp difference that really exists between independence and sovereign equality. The British had developed neo-colonialism in India in the previous century, in the princely states, of which there were well over 500, where they didn't have to rule directly, as they had puppet rulers to do their bidding. Today in Pakistan, with drone attacks and raids in our cities, our sovereignty is compromised by those who are puppets of the us and have followed us diktats against the interests of the people of Pakistan. It is this aspect of neo-colonialism that is breeding extremism in Pakistan today. Back then, I was still young, a teenager, and in the late 1960s, I trekked in the Karakoram, the mountain range spanning the borders between Pakistan, India, and China. Some of my favorite holidays have been spent there. It is one of the best places for trekking in the world, with the greatest number of peaks over 24,000 feet, 7,000 meters, including K2, the second highest mountain on earth. It really is the roof of the world. I have never seen such natural beauty anywhere in the world as in the Domel Valley at 9,000 feet, where the army holds its skiing competitions in the winter. The valley floor was covered in red and white flowers and crossed by a crystal clear stream. It seemed to be the picture of paradise. And every morning I was there, I had to tell myself I wasn't dreaming. The people in this area of Pakistan were warm and friendly, untainted by tourism. On one trip, one of our two jeeps broke down on the Karakoram highway. A young man passing by offered to take us to his village for the night. We zigzagged up a dirt track for about 40 minutes before ending up in a tiny village on the edge of an emerald-colored lake and surrounded by thick pine forest. The villagers served us delicious food, including the best mushrooms I have ever tasted. There was a full moon by the lake, listening to the wind blowing through the pines. Pakistan's northern areas are almost twice the size of Switzerland. Who knows how many such idyllic places still exist there. We came across similar hospitality in Hanza, a stunningly beautiful valley, supposedly the inspiration behind the mythical land of Shangri-La. When I first went there in 1967, locals untouched by materialism greeted us with apricots and peaches, inviting us to stay in their houses. Amongst the endangered species to be found in the Karakoram is the secretive snow leopard with its distinctive grey-green eyes, and I remember seeing snow leopard cubs found by a shepherd and presented as a gift for the Mayor of Naga, the ruler of what was until 1974 still a princely state located in the north of Gilgit-Baltistan, the most northerly point of Pakistan. Hanza used to be so remote it could only be reached via a terrifying journey up airpin bends overlooking 1,000-foot drops in old Willys Second World War jeeps. Every so often, if you dared to look down, you would see the wreckage of a jeep that hadn't made it. Then came the Karakoram Highway, sometimes known as the ninth wonder of the world because of its elevation, the highest in the world for a paved road, and because of the sheer difficulty of building it. It took the Pakistanis and the Chinese 20 years to finish and cost the lives of almost 900 construction workers. The Karakoram is still by far the most beautiful mountain wilderness in the world, and the people are still friendly, but progress has taken its toll. Population explosion, massive deforestation by the timber mafia, and package tours are quietly threatening this paradise, sadly. The modern world has brought unwelcome changes to many parts of Pakistan. Among those changes is the rapid increase in the population, which has grown from 40 million in 1947 to 180 million by 2011. The beauty and wilderness of our country is fast disappearing, but it was already evident in the 1950s and 1960s that this is only one of the problems that would bedevil Pakistan. These problems began in the very fabric of the state itself. Born out of our slavish adherence to the traditions of the departing British, far from shaking off colonialism, our ruling elite slipped into its shoes. The more a Pakistani aped the British, the higher up the social ladder he was considered to be. In the Gymkhana and the Punjab Club in Lahore, Pakistanis pretended to be English. Everyone spoke English, including the waiters, the men dressed in suits. We, the members' children, watched English films while the grown-ups danced to Western music on a Saturday night. Indeed, some Pakistanis even spoke Urdu with an English accent and ate curry and chapatis with a fork rather than with their hands. While a native had to struggle to get membership of these clubs, any European could simply walk in. The waiters would not dare question whether he was a member or not. The Sindh Club in Karachi, the ultimate refuge of the self-loathing Brown Sahib, did not allow itself to be contaminated with any native Pakistani symbols established by the British in 1871. It resisted even Pakistani national dress, banning it until 1974. The small westernized elite, comprised mainly of civilian bureaucrats and military men, also inherited the colonial contempt for the natives. Far from trying to implement Iqbal's vision, they took advantage of a colonial system meant to control the people. All the colonial institutions were left intact, and as a result, the only change for ordinary Pakistanis was that they had a new set of rulers. The Brown Sahib instead of the Gora White Sahib. Often these people were even more arrogant in dealing with the masses than the colonialists. Just as slave foremen were sometimes more brutal to the slaves than their masters were. A practice that continues to this day. As we'll see in Chapter 8, with the way Pakistani security forces acted in their treatment of Afghans. Almost all the bureaucrats came from the elite English language schools built by the British and modeled on their own public schools. When my father returned after doing his postgraduate degree at Imperial College London in 1948, he was only the second person from his hometown to have become an England returned. And almost the entire town came to greet him at the railway station. An England returned would find his social status rise dramatically, and he could have his marriage arranged to a girl well above the status of his family. Then, as even now, marriage advertisements in India often state a preference for a girl with fair or wheatish complexion. Centuries of invasions from the northwest meant that the ruling classes were often fairer than those ruled, leaving an ingrained color consciousness on the Indian psyche. An England return would automatically become a whip in Zaman Park when any of my older cousins came back after studying at an English university. We would bombard him with questions about life there. That knowledge alone gave them status. During their time in India, waiters and attendants were made to wear the clothes of Mughal army officers and the Mughal aristocracy, while the officers of the symbols of British power, the army, the police and the civil service, wore the dress of the colonials. Mughal Empire, which covered most of the subcontinent from midway through the 16th century, had begun its decline in the early 700s. But when the British East India Company started to establish its power in the subcontinent halfway through the 16th century, the Mughal court still held sway culturally and politically over much of northern India, whose inhabitants, whether Hindu or Muslim, regarded its splendor and culture with awe and its emperor as the embodiment of political and religious power. For half a century, many of the early colonialists aped the customs of the court. They spoke Farsi, wore the clothing of the Mughal aristocracy, gave up beef and pork and married local women. The British historian William Dalrymple has done much to chronicle the change in attitudes as, between the mid-18th and the mid-19th century, the British took on and defeated all their military rivals in South Asia, with the French, the Siraj-ud-Dawla of Bengal, Tipu Sultan of Mysore, the Marathas and the Sikhs all vanquished. The British became more confident of their grip over the region. An imperial arrogance set in. Evangelical Christianity also played a major part in breeding a culture of British superiority and a determination to unseat the Mughal emperor and humiliate the Vansagat dynasty. As Dalrymple writes in The Last Mughal, no longer were Indians seen as inheritors of a body of sublime and ancient wisdom as 18th century luminaries such as Sir William Jones and Warren Hastings had once believed, but instead merely poor benighted heathen or even licentious pagans. It was hoped were eagerly awaiting conversion. India had a decentralized system of education before the arrival of the British. Each village had its own school supported by revenues generated locally, while colleges and madrasas, religious schools of higher education, were run by educational trusts or waqf boards. Waqf is an Islamic term for an endowment for a charitable purpose. When Bengal was conquered by the East India Company in 1756, it was discovered that 34% of the land generated no taxes because it was owned by various trusts, giving free education and healthcare, according to a survey by C.W. Leidner in 1850. Some of these madrasas were of an extremely high standard, as good as Oxford and Cambridge. Thanks to the properties owned by the trusts, they could afford to pay handsome salaries to attract high-quality teachers. Leitner also surveyed the Hoshiarpur district in East Punjab and found there was 84% literacy in the area. When the British left India, it was down to 9%. The British abolished the trusts, confiscated the Waqf fine and endowments, centralized the education system, and set up elite English language schools. These were meant to create a class of Indians who, in the words of the 19th century administrator Lord Thomas Macaulay, would be Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, in intellect, to render them by degrees fighty vehicles for conveying knowledge to the great mass of the population. Behind their backs, the British used to contemptuously call these brown sahibs baboons. Later, Bab is the Hindi word for father, only not so in this context. The impact of the British implemented education system ran far deeper than the use of English and a love of cricket. Rather, it had been used by the British for a century to subjugate the local culture and create a ruling native elite. The British were too few to dominate India themselves and relied on the acquiescence of a layer of natives to enforce their rule, a form of collaboration, which was one of the most humiliating aspects of colonialism. I went to a school very much in the English mode, Aitchison College, the nearest Pakistan had to Eton. Like the majority of my schoolmates, I considered myself superior to those students who went to the government-run Urdu medium schools. In the English medium schools, not only were all the subjects taught in English, but everyone was required to speak in English. Boys caught speaking in Urdu during school hours were fined, despite it being the official language of Pakistan. Our Muslim society with its traditions and rituals was left behind with our families and felt disconcertingly old-fashioned. The message of our education was that you had to copy the ways of the superior colonialists to make progress in life. We were to be transformed into cheap imitations of English public school boys. Our role models naturally became Western, whether they were sportsmen, movie idols, or pop stars. Besides, we could not help but notice that the older generation was deeply impressed by the colonials and their culture, no matter how much they disliked them. It was only much later that I realized how much our education dislocated our sense of ourselves as a nation. At the time, I thought more about playing cricket on Atchison's beautiful sports fields. Today, our English language schools produce Desai Americans' young kids who, though they have never been out of Pakistan, have not only perfected the American twang, but all the mannerisms, including the tilt of a baseball cap, just by watching Hollywood films. While my generation's land of milk and honey was England, today's youth from the English language schools want to get to the United States and live the American dream. When Pakistan became independent, we should have rid ourselves of these English medium schools. In other post-colonial countries such as Singapore, India, and Malaysia, they set up one course syllabus for the whole country. In Pakistan, the governments allowed this unjust system to perpetuate, and English medium schools still import the British syllabus for students studying GCSEs and A-level. Students educated in these schools had a huge advantage over the children of the masses, since all the best jobs, especially in the prestigious civil service, went to those who spoke good English. And these brown sahibs in the ruling elite were conditioned to despise their own culture and developed a self-loathing that stemmed from an ingrained inferiority complex to show that one was educated. A stranger would immediately throw English words into the conversation to establish his credentials. At Atchison, the more anglicized the boy was, the more he was admired. We were impressed by English history, English films, English teachers, English sports, English novels, and English clothes. We laughed at someone who could not speak English properly, but it was quite cool to speak Urdu with lots of English mixed in. We wore Western clothes and would feel awkward in shalwar kameez except on ethnic occasions like Eid. When I joined the Lahore cricket team at the age of 16, I found that because I came from an English medium school, I could barely communicate with the majority of the team as they had been to Urdu medium schools. Most of the boys would gang up and make fun of me. I felt like an outsider, with this huge educational and cultural gap between us, wider even than that found in the British class system. Their jokes, their humor, the films they liked, their views of the world were all different to mine. It was then that I began to realize how much resentment there was amongst those from Urdu schools towards those from the English ones. I also realized why. Despite having the best sports facilities at Atchison, its boys could never compete with those from poor schools. The latter were much tougher and had a far greater hunger to succeed. Similarly in hockey and squash, other sports that Pakistan has excelled in internationally, all the stars came from the Urdu schools. However, I discovered that they were quick to learn that the way of the social ladder was to acquire Western mannerisms. So most of the cricketers loved shopping for English clothes and learning the English language, preferably with an English accent. Some of the cricketers only started drinking alcohol, which was banned in 1977 because it was a Western and hence upper class thing to do. National dress was another marker of cultural identity, sabotaged by colonialism. When I was a boy, I remember one of my uncles asking a cousin of mine who was wearing shalwar kameez why he was dressed like a servant. Another time, I overheard a friend of my mother talking about someone being an upstart because he had only recently started wearing Western clothes. It was decades later. In the summer of 1988, when I was trekking with a couple of English friends in the Karakoram, that I became conscious of being dressed as a foreigner, while all the locals were in Pakistani clothes. It suddenly dawned upon me, here I was, a role model who drew crowds wherever I went, and yet I was dressed like an outsider. Years later, I was embarrassed by the Pashtun tribesmen on my first visit to Waziristan, who resolutely insisted on speaking to me in Pashto, despite the fact I did not speak much of their language. They made a point of it to emphasize their pride in their culture. It is only in the tribal area of Pakistan where people are fiercely proud of the fact that they have never been conquered, that they feel no need to borrow from anybody else's culture. Colonialism only works if the colonizers are convinced of their superiority and the colonized of their inferiority. The Pakistani military and bureaucracy being originally colonial constructs, there is an ingrained inferiority complex. I remember a serving lieutenant general saying to me, "But Imran, my dear chap, why do you insist on wearing shalwar kameez when you look so good in a suit?" But they just do not have the confidence. When I had an office in the cancer hospital, I founded in memory of my mother. In the early 1990s, I ran the marketing department there. I noticed that most of the regular donors were from the trader class, who wore shalwar kameez, and decided the hospital marketing team should also wear Pakistani dress. A couple of months later, a member of the team asked permission to revert to Western suits, as he felt that the traders and other people generally did not give him the same respect if he wore Pakistani clothes. He also felt he had less confidence wearing our national clothes when he visited businessmen as officers. This complex worsened, and since Musharraf's regime in the early part of the 21st century and its superficial drive for westernization, even political candidates in Pakistan, particularly in Sindh and Punjab, also felt the pressure to wear Western dress. Many candidates have their publicity photographs taken in jacket and tie because they feel Western suits make them appear more sophisticated and more educated to the voters. Retaining the language or dress of occupiers or colonizers has not been that unusual throughout history. For instance, after Sicily won independence from the Arabs in the 11th century, Arabic remained the language of the island's courts for another 50 years. Yet in Pakistan, the cultural affinities of the English-speaking elite also distanced us from our culture and religion. While no one ever considered becoming a Christian, it was natural that most of us started considering Islam to be backward, just like our culture. If any student prayed or talked about religion or had a beard, he was ridiculed as a traditional Islamic cleric or scholar. Our Maulvi, our Western education also laid emphasis on science, which based everything on the premise that what could not be proved did not exist. This clashed straight away with religion, which wanted us to believe in the unseen. Moreover, since in the 1960s the youth in the West were in rebellion against the older generation and against religion, we too became affected by those attitudes. By the time I finished school, I still went for Friday and Eid prayers with my father and fasted during Ramadan. Yet for me, and indeed for most of my friends, God was confined to the mosque. Our young impressionable minds were convinced by English and American films that Western culture was superior, along with its vastly superior technology. Had we had better understanding of our cultural heritage or our religion and its history, it might have helped us to resist the lure of the West. Nor could our preachers counter this great onslaught of colonial culture, for they had no Western education and could not communicate with us in the language in which we had been taught. Our cultural separation from them reinforced in our minds the idea that Islam was backward. I can remember students laughing at preachers with poor English, even nowadays. As the ruling elite despairs of the many young men who have turned to fundamentalist Islam, few grasp how much this great educational divide exacerbates our troubles. While they quite rightly talk about reforming the madrasas, which have sprung up in their thousands and often offer many poor families their only access to education, they rarely look at the problem from the point of view of the masses, who have little reason to feel an affinity with an elite who remain the inheritors of colonialism. They have nothing in common with these people and see them as a kind of Trojan horse for the West, trying to destroy our culture. Physical colonialism has been replaced by cultural colonialism. The writer Titus Burckhardt describes this kind of dislocation in his book Fez, City of Islam. Burckhardt spent time in the Moroccan city in the 1930s when he revisited it 25 years later. He observed, "At the time I first knew it, men who had spent their youth in an unaltered traditional world were still the heads of families. For many of them, the spirit that had once created the Mosque of Cordova and the Alhambra was nearer and more real than all the innovations that European rule had brought with it. Since then, however, which from its earliest childhood must have been blinded by the glare of European might, and which, in large measure, had attended European schools and henceforth bore within it the sting of an almost insuperable contradiction. For how could there be any reconciliation between the inherited traditional life which, despite all its frugalities, carried with it the treasure of an eternal meaning, and the modern European world which, as it so palpably demonstrates, is a force oriented entirely to this world? towards possessions and enjoyments, and in every way contemptuous of the sacred, these splendid men of the now dying generation, whom I had once known, had indeed been conquered outwardly. But inwardly, they remained free, the younger generation. On the other hand, had gained an outward victory when Morocco gained independence some years ago, and now ran the grave risk of succumbing inwardly. The jolt came in 1971. In the elections of 1970, the Awami League of East Pakistan, the party demanding autonomy there, had won a majority in parliament. Yet, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, the leader of the Pakistan People's Party, which had won in West Pakistan, conniving with the military dictator General Yahya, deprived the Awami League of East Pakistan of the chance to form a government. The people of East Pakistan rebelled against what they saw as their disenfranchisement by the more powerful West Pakistan. Naya Khan, the president and army commander-in-chief, sent in the army to suppress the dissent, the same army that had held the first free elections on an adult franchise in the first place. As the troops descended on East Pakistan, Bhutto returned to Karachi from Dhaka triumphantly, proclaiming that Pakistan had been saved. But the result was a terrible war in which thousands of civilians died and millions of refugees poured into India's West Bengal. I was with the West Pakistani under-19 cricket team on the last flight out of East Pakistan before the army went in. As we played the East Pakistan team, we could feel the hostility towards us, not just from the crowds in Dhaka Stadium, but from our sporting opponents too. The captain of the East Pakistan team, Ashraf ul Haq, who later became a friend of mine, told me at dinner that evening about the great antagonism felt towards West Pakistan. He told me that many like him would want to be part of Pakistan were they to be given their due rights. But as things stood, there was a strong movement for independence. I was shocked to hear this because we had no idea about the feelings of the people of East Pakistan thanks to total media censorship in West Pakistan. However, it had never occurred to me or many others that there was any chance of the country breaking apart. West Pakistan made a series of blunders which allowed India to subsequently exploit the situation. India, then led by Nehru's daughter Indira Gandhi, invaded East Pakistan in support of the Bengali insurgency. Unlike the 1965 war with India, this time we were quickly defeated. Our army signed the humiliating surrender in Dhaka, and the Indians took 90,000 prisoners of war. Our country was split in two, and East Pakistan became the newly created Bangladesh. Indira Gandhi had achieved far more than her father had ever done in destroying Jinnah's idea of Pakistan. It was meant to be a homeland for the Muslims of the subcontinent. Now, after a bitter civil war and a crushing defeat, which still haunts our army, it had become a homeland only for West Pakistanis. A few years later, in 1974, I met up with Ashraf ul Haq again. And I was shocked at the number of Bengali civilians he told me had been killed in the military action. The figures listed by both sides are hard to verify, but it is possible that hundreds of thousands of civilians died in the civil war that lasted several months, and millions more fled into India seeking safety. I had previously argued with English and Indian contemporaries that this was all propaganda against the Pakistani army and Pakistan. After hearing Haq's side of the story, I vowed I would never again accept our government's propaganda at face value or ever back a military operation against our own people. My career in cricket had just started. I played my first international match for Pakistan in England in the summer of 1971 and away from the censored newspapers and the government TV channel. I was exposed to the international media. Seeing our surrender was only made worse when the massacres attributed to us were shown. The shock was greater because the government and the military kept telling the people that they would fight to the end. Only 24 hours before the surrender, General Niazi from my tribe, the commander of the forces in East Pakistan, had defiantly given an interview on the BBC where he declared the army would fight to the last man. The surrender caused mass depression and a loss of faith in our country. Like everyone else in Pakistan, I had believed the propaganda of our state television, who had labeled the Bengali fighters as terrorists, militants, insurgents, or Indian-backed fighters, the same terminology that is used today about those fighting in Pakistan's tribal areas and Balochistan. As now, we fought the symptoms rather than addressing the root cause of the violence, our failure to address the legitimate aspirations of Pakistan's many ethnic groups. I suddenly felt lonely and insecure. for the first time. I had to make an effort with people and found it quite difficult. After the tour, I stayed back to finish my education at the Royal Grammar School in Worcester. I found it almost impossible to make friends with the British. My friendships with my cousins and a few school friends were informal and deep. We would drop in at each other's houses at all hours. Now I was faced with a situation where I did not know anyone, nor did I understand British culture, which was very different to the joint family system in which I had grown up. The friendships that I had in England were never as meaningful as those I had in Pakistan until much later. Following the completion of my A-levels in 1972, I began my studies at Oxford. It was a huge culture shock. The youth rebellion was in full swing, and the English culture we knew through our English schoolmasters. Books, stories, and anecdotes of my parents' generation had disappeared under a blitz of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Traditional British values which stemmed from the Victorians' ideas on morality and had so impressed the older generation in Pakistan were being rapidly discarded in Britain itself, dismissed as hypocritical. Films and pop stars were advocating free sex, drugs and bad manners. It was fashionable to swear, and prudishness was dismissed as boring. The biggest attack was on religion and on God. In Pakistan, the English-speaking elite considered the mullah backward, but even they never dared publicly attack him. Most of them would follow Islamic rituals and considered themselves religious. In Britain, lampooned in Monty Python's Flying Circus and in the film The Life of Brian in the 1970s, as well as in television skits by Benny Hill portraying priests and nuns as sexual perverts. Our role models were Mick Jagger and David Bowie. While our intellectual thinking was defined by the then popular Marxist rejection of religion, from Darwin's theory of evolution to Nietzsche proclaiming the death of God, we were encouraged to believe religion belonged to a pre-logical stage of human development. Freud thought God was an illusion created by man to fulfill his own needs. Jung termed religion an alternative to neurosis. If there was any spirituality at university, it was that of the hippies. The only problem was it was usually drug-induced and included free sex. What little belief I had in God took a real beating in this atmosphere. At best, I clung to my Muslim identity, though this had little to do with submitting to the tenets of Islam. I never drank alcohol, but that was because my boyhood hero and first cousin, Majid Khan, later to be captain of the national cricket team, was a teetotaler, and I wanted to emulate him. The best way to describe my faith was no acceptance, no rejection. My Islam was reduced to rituals like attending mosque, and that too only when I was in Lahore. Similarly, fasting was also something I did if at the time I happened to be home, if there was a God. Then he had nothing to do with my life outside the mosque. My mother, who by this time had become deeply spiritual, was alarmed at my lack of faith and would constantly ask me to read the Quran in the hope that it would guide me, out of love for her. Several times I tried to read it and each time gave up. It was only much later that I discovered why it made no sense to me. My first winter at Oxford made me miserable. The bleak, cold and wet, dull days really made me miss home and the weather in Lahore. There is no climate in the world better than the winter of Punjab warm. Sunny days and cold nights just right for sitting by a log fire. I would never tell my mother I was unhappy, but nevertheless, in one of my letters, she must have sensed I was homesick. Immediately, she wrote. She told me I could always return to England at some other time to resume my studies. And if I did not want to study anymore, it did not matter anyway. It was this love and support that made me grow up with such a complete sense of security. Her total belief in me gave me self-esteem, a vital characteristic for success. This was in sharp contrast to the British students who were under great pressure to find jobs after university. Most of them had already moved out of their parents' homes. For me, as for any Pakistani, the concept of moving out was completely alien. It was unthinkable for the eldest or only son to ever leave his parents' house, as his parents were his responsibility for the rest of their lives. Perhaps it is no surprise that my best friend at Oxford was an Indian, Vikram Mehta, who came from a similar family structure to mine and had, like me, been to a private English language school. At that time, Benazir Bhutto, the daughter of Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, Vikram and I became good friends, not only because we were from similar subcontinental backgrounds, but because we were taking the same subjects, politics and economics. Vikram and I would visit Benazir's lodgings in Lady Margaret Hall every Sunday, when she would have an open house serving cheese and snacks all afternoon as part of her lobbying to become president of the Oxford Union. Vikram and I had little interest in the union, but we would show support for Benazir. A friend of mine who played cricket for Oxford, Dave Fursden, I discovered was the Fiat mate of one Tony Blair, who later became Britain's Prime Minister. After leaving university, I would spend the winter in Pakistan and the summer playing professional cricket in England. In Pakistan, I kept meeting people with a strong faith in God. The common people led their lives with God. Even though they did not always obey God's commands all the time, He featured prominently in their lives. They would sin, but they would know they were doing wrong and beg for forgiveness. Often, they had a fatalistic attitude to life, whereby they accepted any disaster as the will of God. I considered this to fit in with Marx's idea of the opium of the masses. In contrast to the ubiquity of religion and mysticism in Pakistan, the only spiritual people I remember meeting in England were Andrew Wingfield Digby, a theology student who played with me at Oxford and was later to become a vicar, and some years later, the English wicketkeeper Alan Knott. There was one incident involving Knott that struck me in particular when we were part of a World 11 playing in Kerry Packer's World Series in Australia in 1978. What to do with the prize money, whether to divide it up amongst the 12 of us who were sitting there or to also share it with the 6 others who were not present because they were playing elsewhere, but were part of the squad of 18. We all decided that we should exclude the 6, justifying it to ourselves on the grounds that only those who had performed should be rewarded. Knott was shocked by our greed and immediately condemned us, saying we were being unfair to the others. Such was his moral authority that we all felt embarrassed and meekly consented to sharing the prize money with the entire squad. While I was adjusting to life in England, my country too was changing. Despite his own contribution to the disaster in East Pakistan, Bhutto became president in 1971 and used all of his abundant charisma to restore some of our battered national pride. For the first time in our country's history, he told the masses that they mattered. Unlike the civilian and military elite, with their English coldness, he was a popular and populist leader. As a young Pakistani at the time, I could not help but be proud when he made his famous speech over Kashmir to the Un-Security Council in 1965, threatening to wage war for 1,000 years before storming out. His standing up to the West like that just as the country was emerging from colonialism boosted our self-esteem. Yet, Bhutto's great intellect and charisma could not translate into success for Pakistan. His misdirected nationalization choked the economy, and the feudal mindset that tolerated neither criticism nor opposition further damaged Pakistan's democracy. But perhaps the greatest disaster of Bhutto's years was the nationalization of the school system in 1972, an act which led to the departure of many qualified teachers without adequate teacher training programs being put in place beforehand. From then onwards, our state school structure declined, and generations of Pakistanis have suffered because of his policy. In the end, it was apparent that Bhutto was just using the Pakistan People's Party to further his personal ambitions, his promise of power to the people forgotten. Opposition to him grew. Protests against the results of the elections were brutally crushed, and in a last attempt to regain ground and shore up support amongst the Islamic parties, Bhutto banned alcohol, nightclubs and gambling. As protests escalated into riots, the army were called out to control the streets. Martial law was declared, and the country was to remain under it for 11 years. General Zia-ul-Haq overthrew Bhutto, appointed himself president in 1978, and the following year had Bhutto hanged in a jail in Rawalpindi. I was playing cricket in Sri Lanka when I heard the news and felt an incredible sense of sadness. Even though I knew he had done wrong, I did not expect him to be executed. More upheaval was to come. In neighboring Iran, the Shah's westernized regime was swept aside by Imam Khomeini's Islamic Revolution. Later that year, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, and Pakistan became a frontline state in the Cold War. To tell the truth, I had no interest in politics in the 1970s or much of the 1980s. From the time I had left university in 1975 until 1983, I had been so single-mindedly and obsessively involved in international cricket that I had no time to think about much else. Anyone who has played professional sport would understand how it completely takes over one's life. One lives and breathes the sport. So intense is the competition and hence the focus. Over the years, I came to the conclusion that genius is being obsessed with what you are doing. So I was too absorbed to worry about the consequences of Zia's military regime, his slow reversal of Bhutto's nationalization program, or the turmoil in neighboring Iran and Afghanistan. Life continued as normal for most people. The only ones who really felt Zia's rule were his opponents. As a captain of the Pakistan cricket team, I had a good relationship with Zia. He used to call me personally when we won matches and when, in 1987, he asked me on live television to come back out of retirement for the sake of the country. I agreed. Only after his regime ended did I realize his devastating legacy, and that, like so many of Pakistanis leaders, he was motivated purely by his desire to stay in power and was oblivious to the country's decline or the long-term consequences of his policies. Amidst the steady erosion of the country's political and social fabric, the Pakistani people drew solace from its success in cricket. During the 1970s and 1980s, our team started growing in strength to the point that we could match our former colonial masters for teams like Pakistan, India, and the West Indies. A battle to right colonial wrongs and assert our equality was played out on the cricket field every time we took on England. We're both examples of sportsmen who wanted to assert their equality on the cricket field against their former colonial masters. I know that the motivation of the great teams produced by the West Indies in the 1970s and 1980s was to beat the English. For Vibe in particular, it was about self-esteem and self-respect, the two things that colonialism deprives the colonized of. Sport was not the only way to demonstrate post-colonial independence. I little realized how far the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979 would transform the Muslim world. It was a watershed moment in the way the West would view the Muslim world. When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan later that year, putting Pakistan in the front line of the Cold War, few of us fully grasped the extent to which that too would affect Muslim thinking in the world in general and Pakistan in particular. I had visited Iran in 1974 when I went to stay with a school friend from my time at the Royal Grammar School, Worcester in England. Seeing the economic and cultural divide of Iranian society and women in miniskirts in the bazaars of Tehran surprised me. In today's Lahore and Karachi, I have seen a similar disparity, rich women going to glitzy parties in Western clothes, chauffeured by men with entirely different customs and values. But at the time, I had never seen people behave in such a westernized way in a Muslim country and was shocked by their disregard for the cultural mores of the masses. I remember the look on the faces of the stall holders in the bazaars as these women in short skirts sashayed past. The Iranian Islamic Revolution a few years later was to draw heavily on the support of the bazaarists who formed the backbone of a traditional, devout middle class in Iran that felt threatened by the Shah's attempts to impose an alien culture upon them and enraged by his role as a puppet of the West in Pakistan. However westernized people like me were, when we visited our ancestral villages or went into rural areas or even the old city of Lahore, we had to respect local customs and sensitivities. The women in our family would wear the chador, a cloth covering the head and shoulders, leaving only the face exposed, or the burqa, a long garment covering the whole body. Even in Lahore, my mother always covered her hair when she went shopping in the bazaar. To this day, most women in Pakistan wear the traditional shalwar kameez with dupatta, headscarf. Only very recently have younger urban women started to wear jeans. The Iranian Revolution was a reaction in part to rapid westernization and secularization campaigns in Iran by Reza Shah, the ruler of Iran from 1925 until he was forced to abdicate by the Allied powers in 1941, and then his son Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. The latter was a brutal autocrat seen to be beholden to the United States after he was restored to power, following a 1953 Shia-backed coup to overthrow nationalist Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. Mossadegh had had the temerity to stand up for the rights of the Iranian people and seize the country's oil production, which had hitherto been controlled by the British government's Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. Mohammad Reza Shah's sweeping social and economic changes alienated the poor, the religious, and the traditional merchant class, who grew resentful of an elite enriched by the 1970s oil boom. Meanwhile, there was a growing class of rural poor who had moved to the cities in the hope of benefiting from the petrodollar-fueled economic growth, but found themselves unemployed, consigned to the slums, and increasingly under pressure from inflation as the economy overheated. The revolution led by Khomeini promised to return power to the people and restore religious purity to Iran. The events of 1979 in Tehran and the establishment of an Islamic State highlighted to the world the revolutionary potential of Islam and its power to threaten the established order in the Muslim world. The overthrow of a tyrant was welcomed jubilantly by ordinary people in Islamic countries, most of whom were also suffering under the anti-democratic rule of leaders they viewed as Western stooges disconnected from the economic realities and religious faith of their people. As with the Middle East revolts in 2011, a sense of euphoria rippled across the region. The broad base and strength of a movement that had toppled such a powerful Uzbek regime was also inspiring to people long resentful of colonial interference and Western hegemony. And it had been achieved through relatively peaceful means, with mass demonstrations and strikes. In Pakistan, there was tremendous excitement, and I could sense this when I returned from playing cricket in England in the summer months. Since independence, we had already been governed by 4 different constitutions. We had run through parliamentary democracy, Ayub Khan's presidential democracy, which was effectively a military dictatorship, economic liberalization, and martial law. Yet here was Khomeini, standing up to the West with a new system that was both Islamic and anti-imperialist. The political Islam of the Iranian Revolution led the void left by the failure of Arab nationalism in the Muslim world. Socialism had been discredited, and communism had never really taken off in a culture where religious faith is such an intrinsic part of life. As the Iranian slogan went, neither East nor West, Khomeini had forged a new path that owed little to either the Western powers or communist Russia. And he explicitly presented his ideology as an exportable political solution to the entire Islamic world. Consequently, the West was terrified. The Muslim world had reached a new turning point. At stake were Western puppet regimes in oil-producing countries like Saudi Arabia, whose royal family Khomeini openly criticized. In the same way that the West turned a blind eye to corrupt regimes that claimed to safeguard the free world from the evils of communism, from then on, autocratic rulers could manipulate Western fears in order to clamp down on any political opposition in the name of fighting Islamic fundamentalism. The 9/11 attacks on the United States further reinforced this tendency. It was also at this point that the West started sending UNGOs into Muslim countries to encourage secularization, often in the name of liberating our women or promoting human rights. Whenever there is unrest in an Islamic country, the old fears about Iranization or Islamization of the country in question are raised by the West. Only recently, in early 2011, this happened when the people of Egypt and Tunisia toppled their dictators. Other countries too faced internal dissent but dealt harshly with it. However, in Yemen and Bahrain, the actions that in Libya would lead to NATO intervention were allowed to continue as the regimes were deemed pro-Western. Syria, keen to legitimize his unconstitutional takeover of Pakistan, felt the mood created by the Iranian Revolution and responded accordingly. His predecessor, the Oxford and Berkeley educated Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, had used religion to counter his Western secular image by pandering to the religious parties. Bhutto's 1973 constitution confirmed Pakistan's identity as an Islamic republic. The teaching of Islam was made compulsory in schools, and a Council of Islamic Ideology was set up to advise on Islamic legislation. He had declared the Ahmadi sect non-Muslims. His critics, though, only hardened their demands, campaigning for the introduction of more Islamic laws. Zia cashed in on the opposition to Bhutto from the religious parties, which equated secularism with anti-Islamism. He was prepared to go much further than Bhutto, pledging on coming to power in 1977 to make Pakistan an Islamic state. His version of the Nizam-e-Mustafa, the system of the Prophet, aimed to overhaul penal codes inherited from the British by bringing them into line with Sharia law. Emboldened by events in Iran, from 1979, he introduced still more reforms, Islamizing the economy and education system. He tried to introduce interest-free banking, imposed the automatic deduction of zakat, a proportion of one's wealth, which every Muslim has to contribute annually from bank accounts and invested in madrasas. The Hudud Ordinance imposed strict punishments for crimes, including adultery, and its abuse by a corrupt police and judicial system undermined the legal status of women, especially in the lower strata of society. Zia revamped so many laws but failed to introduce true Islamic social justice. In fact, his regime actually promoted inequality and corruption. His Islam was aimed more at capturing the mood of the time. Zia also enforced Islamic rituals and promoted traditional dress codes in a bid to Islamize the country. Many years later, Musharraf attempted to overhaul Pakistan and turn it into a modern, liberal, secular state by encouraging the use of English and Western dress, which he thought would westernize. Zia's Islamization, Musharraf's enlightened moderation failed in their aims. As in such situations, people follow the latest diktats, but inwardly carry on as before. Both Zia and Musharraf failed to understand that imposing outward observances will neither instill a sense of religious faith nor propel a country into the 21st century. General Zia's Islamization program received another boost with the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Practically overnight, he became a key Cold War ally of the Americans, who now forgot their qualms about backing a military dictator. Perhaps this was the origin of the saying that you need the support of the three as to lead Pakistan, Allah, the army, and America. It was another example of the Yas's ability to pick and choose when to object to evil despots or not, while lecturing the developing world on the universal importance of democracy and human rights. Fearful that the Soviets might push through Afghanistan to reach the Arabian Sea in the Gulf and choke off vital oil supplies, the Shia, Saudi Arabia, and other Gulf states through Pakistan's inter-services intelligence, the LC funded, trained, and armed thousands of militants to fight them. Many of these jihadists stayed on in Pakistan after the war, unwanted by their own governments. Having created these foot soldiers to do jihad against communism, the United States and its allies hunted them down as Al-Qaeda members and jihadis a decade after the Soviet withdrawal. At the time, there was a general feeling in Pakistan that the war against the Soviet occupiers was a just war. And people made tremendous sacrifices. With my journalist friend Harun Rashid, met so many young men in Peshawar who had done time in Afghanistan, guerrillas they might be called now, but they were heroes fighting against occupation. A romantic cause that drew idealists from across the Muslim world in the way the Republicans in the Spanish Civil War had attracted thousands of non-Spanish volunteers in the 1930s. They became rapidly disillusioned with the way the groups changed at the end of the war. However, unlike Musharraf after 9/11, Zia never allowed the Shia to spread its network within Pakistan. It was the LC who trained the militant groups funded by the Shia. Jihad is a vital concept in Islam. Indeed, it is the most important concept in terms of an Islamic society. Jihad is about standing up to injustice, and it keeps a society alive and vibrant. In Islam, there are three types of jihad. The first is the individual struggle to purify one's soul of evil influences. The second is to strive for justice through non-violent means. And the third is the use of physical force in defense of Muslims against oppression or foreign occupation. A Muslim must stand up for justice, for any human being's rights, regardless of their religion. When a society does not stand for justice, it dies. 2 million people marched against the Iraq war because they felt it was unjust. Were they Muslims, they would have called this protest jihad. After all, the Quran repeatedly points out that God loves not aggressors. And if everyone in a society stands up for justice, then their rulers have to listen. In the 1980s, the concept of jihad became glamorous because of the fight against the Soviets. Now it is a word associated with terrorism. There remains nothing wrong with the concept of jihad, a struggle for doing the good and forbidding the evil. But like all noble concepts, it can be misused. For many men drawn to Afghanistan, the tribal areas on the border with Afghanistan faced for the first time in their history an influx of foreign fighters, gathered from the Muslim world to fight the Russians. Thousands of Saudis, Yemenis, Egyptians, Algerians, Tunisians, and Iraqis flocked to Afghanistan, often passing through Pakistan, trained by the lazy and funded by the Shia. A Saudi billionaire who had sacrificed a life of luxury to fight for the Afghan people was one who drew particular admiration. He was Osama bin Laden. My friend, the lawyer Akram Sheikh, remembers seeing him at a reception at the American Embassy in Islamabad in 1987. I went to a fundraising ball for the Mujahideen in 1983 at the Café Royal. A bastion of London's wealthy elite, once frequented by Winston Churchill and Oscar Wilde, it was a very fashionable cause to support, with campaigners in the UK, including Lord Cranborne, an old Etonian conservative MP, and in the United States, Joanne Herring, the Texan socialite portrayed in the book, and film Charlie Wilson's War. The legendary Pashtun pride, courage, and lack of self-pity inspired their backers in 1985. Ronald Reagan famously introduced members of the Mujahideen as the moral equivalent of America's founding fathers during their visit to the White House. Amongst them was Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, leader of the Hezb-e-Islami political party and paramilitary group. Opoji and the Afghan jihad against the Soviets and the main recipient of foreign funding for the cause, he is now waging a jihad against NATO forces in Afghanistan, who, as far as he is concerned, are foreign occupiers just as the Russians were. He is now wanted by the United States for participating in terrorism with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, and termed by the State Department a specially designated global terrorist. Pakistani Pashtuns living along the Durand Line, which when it was drawn up in 1893 by the British to mark the border between Afghanistan and what was then British India, had split the tribes, have always felt the repercussions of the tumultuous events in Afghanistan. About 100,000 people a month crossed to and fro the border, meaningless to them. People in the tribal areas therefore felt it their duty, both as Muslims and Pashtuns, to join their brethren in the fight against the communist infidels. There was a flood of weapons into northwest Pakistan. Sir Olaf Carroll, the last British governor of what was then the Northwest Frontier Province, NOSP, described the Pashtun in the tribal areas as natural warriors with every man armed. Now the tribes had access to more sophisticated weapons. As arms went one way, heroin flowed the other. On their journey from the port of Karachi to Afghanistan, many of the weapons dispatched by the Shia disappeared into the local markets. Karachi ended up becoming one of the most violent cities in the world, while Kalashnikov culture hit Pakistan in general, and the tribal areas in particular. The trucks, which were used to carry the weapons, were then fire-led with heroin extracted from poppies cultivated in Afghanistan and the Pakistani border area and sent back to Karachi. Pakistan became the world's largest conduit of heroin, and the number of heroin addicts in the country rocketed. By 1982, the Afghan jihad was receiving annual aid of 600 million from the United States and another 600 million from the Gulf states. The Saudis' funding for the Afghan jihad allowed them to promote Wahhabism, the doctrine of the dominant Islamic sect in Saudi Arabia. Over time, its puritanical beliefs have influenced the tribal area's long-standing Pashtun traditions. The growing number of madrasas or religious schools also affected local religious culture. According to a report by the International Crisis Group, between 1982 and 1982, more than 9 new madrasas were set up, many by radical Sunni parties sponsored by various Arab countries which were involved in the Afghan jihad or were political partners of Zia. Even as aid money was used to promote jihadi culture. Textbooks were published in local languages by the University of Nebraska at Omaha in the United States to help indoctrinate young minds in the madrasas and refugee camps in the ways of holy war and hatred of the Russians. The Pakistan government should never have allowed these outside influences in to establish these groups in the country. Shia Sunni violence especially can be dated from this point and grew dramatically in Pakistan. This sectarianism did a lot to undermine the position of the jihadi groups at the end of the Soviet occupation. 3 million Afghan refugees flooded into Pakistan, a country still ill-equipped to look after even its own people. Local living standards dropped as these huge communities of refugees competed for jobs and resources. Unlike Iran, where they were restricted to refugee camps, in Pakistan the refugees were allowed to move anywhere. I have to say though that the way ordinary Pakistani people shouldered the burden of such an influx of people puts to shame European countries for the fuss they make over accepting refugees. The Afghans themselves did their best to retain order in the camps through their powerful tribal structure. Sia's 11-year rule was a time of great prosperity, but not because of any government policy. Pakistan averaged 6% growth a year in the 1980s as the Afghan war brought dollars both in aid and easy credit. Moreover, the remittances from hard-working Pakistanis abroad shot up during this period. It is estimated that between 1975 and 1990, some as 40 billion came into Pakistan. Had this money been invested in health and education rather than in useless consumption and extravagance, the country would not be in its present situation. But under Zia, corruption passed manageable proportions. He used the money flooding in for the war to buy off political opponents and to fund new political cronies who would support his rule. Through complete control of information, the graft within the military hierarchy was hidden. But Zia's worst legacy was that in trying to keep Bhutto SPP out of power, he manufactured alternative political forces, strengthening both extremist groups and the military at the expense of democracy. In doing so, he also allowed his own cronies to make money through corruption. This was the period when Nawaz Sharif, twice Prime Minister of Pakistan, 1991-93 and then 1997-99, after which he was forced into exile for some years. First, the iron foundry his family had started and which was lost to nationalization under Bhutto was returned to his father by Zia. Then he was allowed to build his business empire by using his position as Punjab's Minister for Finance. When he was elected Punjab's Chief Minister, he did the same, working from the principle that every politician has a price. He dished out state resources to buy politicians and become head of a political party. Pakistan Muslim League, and later the Islamic Democratic Alliance, which had been cobbled together by Zia's elves. According to an affidavit to the Supreme Court by the head of IC at the time, General Durrani, Nawaz Sharif, amongst other politicians, received 3.5 million rupees from them. Since candidates were not affiliated to parties, they had to be lured into Zia's King's Party through material incentives, like plots of state land, loans from nationalized banks, permits and lucrative government contracts. The polls were a disaster for Pakistan, creating a culture of corruption and sowing the seeds for much trouble to come. Might have been more focused on my career at the time, but it pained me to watch the steady decline of my country from the 1970s. Spending my summers in the Yuk playing professional cricket enabled me constantly to compare Pakistan with a developed nation, and it was demoralizing. Whilst in the Yuk, the institutions were stronger than the individual. In Pakistan, powerful individuals abuse the state infrastructure for their own ends. I know it hurt them to admit it, but often I would hear the elders in my family saying how things had worked better under the British. Rule of law, meritocracy, the bureaucracy, all were more efficient under the British, who on the whole had kept a tight rein on corruption. My parents' generation felt so let down by their ruling elite. They had had such hope and pride in Pakistan at its creation. But each year, their frustration and disappointment grew. Some of the first generation of Pakistani politicians, like Shahbaz Khan Mazari, the son of a tribal chief from Baluchistan, and Masa Khan, the first head of the Pakistan Air Force, campaigned for years to keep the flame of Jinnah and Iqbal's dream alive. Both spent time in prison or under house arrest after opposing Zia and Bhutto, and both have written about their bitter disappointment in the direction the country took. Like many others from my background, I would complain about the state of the country but would not lift a finger to do anything about it. I was from that privileged class that was not affected by the general deterioration in the country. The schools we went to had an imported syllabus, so if education for the masses stagnated, we were not touched by it. We did not have to worry if the hospitals were going downhill because we could always afford to go abroad for treatment. If there were power breakdowns, we could buy generators. By 2011, most of Pakistan would go without electricity for 12 hours a day. If the government departments were corrupt, then it was all the easier for us to bribe them and have anything illegal we wanted done. In any case, we were always likely to have the necessary government connections to remove any stumbling blocks. If the general public suffered, I was even more fortunate than the privileged class. As being a cricket star in a cricket-mad country, all doors were open to me, so I did not have to struggle for anything. Islamization in Pakistan did not bring me closer to my religion. In fact, it had the opposite effect. By nature, I always hated being forced to do anything, so Zia's imposition of Islamic injunctions upon us just made me want to rebel. When I saw Islam being used for political purposes, it only deepened my disillusionment. For someone like me who did not have much understanding about Islam, whenever the country's corrupt leadership professed to be devout Muslims, I felt it was Islam that was at fault rather than the leadership. You see something similar happening nowadays, where hardliners believe that only a radical form of Islam will save the country, arguing wrongly that we need to change the way religion is practiced rather than the way our country is run. Moreover, in the late 1970s and 1980s, the government-controlled television channel constantly had so-called religious scholars talking about Islam. Most young people would simply switch it off. But it was the hypocrisy that put most of the educated youth off Islam. People expected an Islamic state to have high moral standards. Events in Afghanistan and Iran dampened any hopes for an Islamic solution for Muslim countries still finding their way in the post-colonial world. In Afghanistan, infighting between the warlords amidst the mayhem left in the wake of the Soviet withdrawal in 1989 came as a bitter disappointment. The Afghan jihad leaders, glorified as religious warriors, now behaved like criminals resorting to extortion and murder in their battle for personal power. So many had died, so many ordinary foot soldiers had made great sacrifices, but their leaders betrayed them. The Taliban, which as a group erst rallied, the people of the chaotic tyranny of the warlords, initially gave a semblance of rule of law to the war-ravaged country. But with their unenlightened version of Islam, their inability to understand the essence of the religion, combined with aspects of the harsh rural Pashtun culture, they began to look increasingly oppressive. Somebody could be declared un-Islamic and punished for something as trivial as not having a beard. Meanwhile, the sorry descent of the Pakistani jihadi groups after the end of the war in Afghanistan into sectarianism and religious bigotry also took the shine off the religious idealism of the late 1970s and early 1980s. During the Soviet-Afghan War, both the Saudis and the Iranians had supported sectarian militant groups in Pakistan. In its wake, these groups turned on each other, unleashing Sunni versus Shia violence. For most people, this was completely against Islam, which preaches tolerance towards other creeds and faiths. Even Iran, which had aroused such expectations in the Muslim world, disillusioned those looking to Tehran for a lead on democracy Muslim style. In particular, people were nervous about the power of Iran's guardian council of ruling religious leaders, which had the power of veto over democratic decisions. Again, this was completely contrary to the democratic message inherent in the Prophet's teachings. Democratic principles were an inherent part of Islamic society during the golden age of Islam, from the passing of the Holy Prophet and under the first four caliphs. But after the fourth Caliph Hazrat Ali, the fourth successor to Muhammad's leadership, who ruled over his vast empire from Egypt in the west to the Iranian highlands in the east, democracy disappeared from the Muslim world. Hereditary kingship replaced the budding democracy of the Medina state. And only in the 20th century did it make a reappearance in the Muslim world. In the 18th century, Shah Waliullah attributed the decline of the Mughal Empire in particular, and Muslims in general, to the institution of monarchy, which, according to him, was degenerative and bound to decay. Hence the urgency and anger of the revolutionary movement spreading across the Middle East in early 2011. An Islamic state has to be a democracy and a meritocracy. In an ideal Islamic society, there should be no hurdles in the way of a man achieving his God-given potential. Islamic legal discourse covers both spiritual matters and the rights of an individual in everyday life. On the one hand, it deals with prayer, worship, fasting, and pilgrimage. On the other, it protects the most basic human needs and rights expected under civil law in the West: the rights to life, religion, family, freedom of thought, and wealth. An Islamic state also guards against the executive accumulating too much power by emphasizing that even a ruler is not above the law. Of the first four great caliphs after Muhammad, two ended up in front of a judge in a court of law. Hazrat Ali himself lost a case against a Jewish citizen because the judge refused to accept the testimony of Hazrat Ali's son in Islam. Since all sovereignty belongs to Allah, both the executive and the people have to stay within the limits of His laws. The founding fathers of the American Constitution also strove to do the same by making the Constitution supreme. This is why when Jinnah was asked in 1947 about the Constitution of Pakistan, he said its basis would be the Quran. Justice, compassion, welfare and equality, along with democracy, are at the heart of Islam. Yet we saw non-Islamic Western states having greater ethical and moral norms. When I arrived in the UK in the 1970s, it was the first time I had seen a proper welfare state. Coming from Ayub Khan's Pakistan, I was amazed by the level of social security. I felt like the Islamic scholar Muhammad Abdu, 1849-1905, who said on his return from a trip to Europe to his home in Egypt, "I saw no Muslims in Europe, but I saw a lot of Islam." This quotation is perhaps even more relevant today, as the spirit of Sharia, Islamic law, is more visible in Western countries than in the Muslim world. Until I started educating myself about it. I do believe Sharia to be some medieval set of laws irrelevant to our times. It conjured up images of fanaticism, women in veils, terrorism, intolerance, and the abuse of human rights. Part of this stems from the prejudice in the Western media about Islam, a prejudice that dates back to the Crusades. Unfortunately, it must also be blamed on the extremely unenlightened interpretation of Islam by certain Muslim regimes and groups. In theory, the Islamic State should be a welfare state. That is why I find it strange that in Pakistan, people who stand up for Islamic values are called rightists. Islamic values actually have more in common with leftist ideologies in terms of social equality and welfare. Hazrat Umar, the second caliph of Islam, who ruled from 1600 until his death in 64, set up the first true welfare state in the history of mankind, even introducing pensions, widows, the handicapped, orphans, and the unemployed were registered and paid from the state treasury. Moreover, the Quranic injunction of zakat, which exhorts Muslims to give 25% of their wealth to the poor and to charity, meant that it was compulsory for citizens of an Islamic state to look after the vulnerable. The idea of setting up welfare trusts that ran orphanages, hospitals, madrasas and sayres, free accommodation for travelers long preceded the concept of trusts in Europe. Yet today, Europe has the best social security system, particularly in the Scandinavian countries. And even the United States spends billions of dollars a year on the welfare of its people. Sadly, the vast majority of Muslim countries have no welfare system at all. The poor in Pakistan have no safety net other than their own families or tribes. They cannot afford education, health or justice. Percent of Pakistanis face multidimensional deprivation, meaning they lack access to proper education and health facilities and a decent standard of living. Almost 2/3 of the country lives on less than us 2 a day, and about 40% of Pakistani children suffer from chronic malnutrition. How can Pakistan be called an Islamic society? Returning in the winter to Pakistan after playing cricket in England through the summer, I watched the changes in my country with the nagging anxiety of someone who saw it deteriorating each time I came home. Yet I never thought of leaving. I could never imagine another home but Pakistan. Nor did it even enter my mind at this stage to enter politics. In fact, I could not think of anything worse. By the early 1980s, like most of the privileged class, I was coming to the conclusion that since Pakistan's problems were so many and so insoluble, the best thing to do was to just look after myself. I had the life that many young people in Pakistan and elsewhere dreamt about. I was a rich and glamorous cricket star, jet-setting all over the world. Politics was considered a dirty business for those who could not do anything else. Most of the students from my school who went into politics were hopeless at both academic subjects and sports. Usually they belonged to feudal families with political ties. No one thought of politicians as selfless people who wanted to make Pakistan a better place to live in. Neither did I take much interest in social work or charity. Sure, I attended fundraising dinners every now and then, but hardly ever because I was touched by the cause of a particular charity, more because of the social occasion. I hardly ever gave zakat, feeling I had done my duty to society once I had paid my taxes. Despite this, it was around this time I began to contemplate that there could be a God. It had nothing to do with Pakistan's Islamization, but it's something to do with cricket. By 1982, I was close to my peak as a cricketer. I had been playing all year round for almost 7 years. During this time, I began to observe a phenomenon that players call luck. There were times when I would be in great form yet would not have much success, whereas at other times I would be feeling lousy and yet do well. I also found that in closely fought contests, there was usually one point that would tilt the contest in favor of one team. Sometimes this would have nothing to do with playing ability. For instance, many times during my cricketing career, an umpiring mistake or bias had cost one team the match, even the series. There were other times when a contest was being won by a team and some non-cricketing phenomenon like rain would tilt the game in the other team's favor. The toss of a coin also sometimes made the difference between winning and losing. And a peculiar phenomenon, which only pace bowlers would appreciate, is that sometimes a ball just does not do anything no matter how helpful the conditions, while at other times a ball will swing in unhelpful conditions. This was because of the way it was stitched together. Then of course a ball could become soft or out of shape and would not respond to the most skillful bowler, again influencing the outcome of the match. On several occasions, I would also observe that a batsman would play as if he had a charmed life and was destined to score runs on that particular occasion. He would make mistakes, take unnecessary risks, invite catches, look as if he was about to be got out any second, but end up making runs and being successful. I began to realize that in sports, no matter how good I was or how hard I tried, success was never guaranteed. It is important to stress, however, that players who had ability, guts, diligence, and determination were consistently successful. But there seemed to be a zone beyond which players were helpless. Over the years, I began to ask myself the question, could what we call luck actually be the will of God? The other thing that made me feel there could be a God was the vulnerability every sportsman feels regarding injuries. A sportsman can train for months to prepare himself for a big event, yet a slight muscle tear can result in all the hard work going down the drain. As a fast bowler, I had to be in perfect muscle condition before a match. Several times I played with half injuries, not sure whether they would worsen during the match or gradually improve. In 1982, I was at my absolute peak as a fast bowler in terms of physical strength, experience, and skill, and was poised to go for the world record for the highest number of test wickets. I was so fighty and strong that I felt nothing could stop me. This was a point in my life when I used to wonder how people could get old. I just could not imagine that I could ever lose my fightness and strength to age. I felt invincible. In 1 year, I had got over 90 test wickets in just 13 tests, almost a world record. I had got there through sheer passion and hard work and never relied on anyone but myself. If I had injuries, rarely would I go to a physiotherapist, relying instead on exercise to help me recover. The Pakistan cricket team was rapidly becoming a force in international cricket. We had just thrashed Australia and India comprehensively. Just at that point, I got a stress fracture in my shin bone and could not bowl for the next 2.5 years. During this time, the majority of the doctors I saw felt that I would never bowl again. My whole world came crashing down. Only an athlete can understand the shock of a potentially career-ending injury. It was the most devastating thing that had happened to me in my life so far. I also lost the confidence acquired through my success in cricket. Success always creates jealousies in certain quarters, and all this came out now. There was a spate of nasty articles against me. A couple of players who would not have dared to cross me when I was fight took the opportunity to put the knife in, feeling that I was finished and it was safe to vent their animosity. I used to deal with such people by performing on the field and shutting them up. Now I felt defenseless and had no clue how to deal with the situation. I became a recluse and in my mind made it into a huge crisis. But with hindsight, it was a storm in a teacup. Much later, I read a book by the eminent cricket writer and historian David Frith about how many cricketers had committed suicide once they could no longer play cricket. I understood their torment. Not knowing whether I would bowl again made me feel extremely unsure and insecure about my future. In such a state of mind, I saw an astrologer. Until then, I had never believed anyone who claimed to be able to tell the future, and frankly, I had never needed to. I had so much self-belief that I felt I could achieve anything through my own talent and hard work. I was never one of those sportsmen with trivial superstitions about objects or habits that would bring me luck in a match. My experience with both the astrologer and the clairvoyance was highly unsatisfactory. Most of what they said was wrong. In my state of uncertainty and vulnerability, despite all my doubts, I would turn to God, especially when, on the long and painful road to recovery, I would start feeling twinges in my shin bone. Twice I had bowled too soon without waiting for the bone to heal properly, and both times the crack reappeared. The third time I was careful, but whenever I felt pain, I was never sure whether I would make it or not. Pakistan came into existence as a country because of Islam and the Islamic beliefs of its founders and citizens. Through circumstances, I came to understand Islam better than I had done in my youth, which led me to understand Pakistan, to appreciate its history and the course it was taking. As I learned more about Islam and about being a Muslim, it became clear to me that I was on a path, one that would lead me to greater engagement with the political life of my country. A spiritual person takes on responsibility for society, whereas a materialist only takes responsibility for himself. In Pakistan, I often came across people who had some sort of spiritual experience or were deeply religious. This was especially true of the elders in our family. My mother started to become more spiritual when I was about 10 years old. She and her sister met a female Sufi from Sahiwal, a district south of Lahore, and used to travel to visit her quite regularly. Spiritual guides, or pars, are quite common in Pakistan. Millions of people, particularly in rural areas of the country, follow them, consulting them on everything from religious matters to sickness and family problems. My mother always tried to encourage me to follow my religion, but it was hard for her to relate to me in the way that I can relate to my children, as she had no way of really comprehending the impact of the competing cultural forces in my life. With my sons, I can understand what it means to grow up a Muslim in today's Western society. Meanwhile, my father was also religious, but in a different way. While he had immense respect for the great Sufi saints of the subcontinent, he believed in a direct relationship with God and didn't feel he needed a spiritual intermediary or a guide as my mother and her sister did. I had my first spiritual experience when I was nearly 14 and already quite skeptical about religion and God. My mother was so excited because her spiritual guide Pirge came to visit us in Lahore for the first and last time. She introduced me to Pirge, hoping she would pray for me and offer me guidance. The woman was sitting on the floor with 3 or 4 of her disciples, her head covered by a chador. She never looked up at me, and I never saw her face. She did not say anything for a few minutes, and then suddenly said I had not finished the Quran. Only the Maulvi who came to teach me the Quran knew that I had not finished it. My Quran lessons used to be after school, and the last thing I wanted to do at the time was to read the Quran. All I wanted to do was to go and play with my cousins in Zaman Park. After a year, the poor Maulvi accepted that I was a hopeless case. And one day we both schemed to tell my parents that I had finally finished the Quran. My mother looked at me and immediately knew from my shocked face that her spiritual guide was spot on. Fuji told my mother not to worry, that I was a decent soul and would turn out all right. I saw the relief pass across my mother's face. Pirji went on to say that I would be very famous and make my mother a household name. When my mother died 21 years later of cancer, I built a hospital in her name, and today the Shaukat Khanum Memorial Hospital is renowned across Pakistan. The sense of achievement I was to feel when this hospital opened was far greater than anything I had achieved in cricket. It gave me a surge of pure happiness. The overhaul of my lifestyle from that of a sports star to a humanitarian worker and politician. But as I began my spiritual journey, I started to discover happiness comes from all those things that are considered to be boring by the mass media and the culture of self-indulgence. It promotes giving charity, helping others, family life, and achieving selfless goals. My mother's long and painful death in 1985 was the catalyst for this change in me, a turning point in my life, forcing me to face up to my utter helplessness as I tried to ease her suffering. I first heard the news of my mother's cancer when my sister Alema called me in the summer of 1984. What had been initially diagnosed in Pakistan as a stomach infection had turned out to be cancer of the colon. I was in England at the time recovering from the stress fracture in my shin bone. I brought my mother to the UK for treatment, but by the time we took her back home in September, the cancer had spread to her liver. Her last 6 weeks were very painful, and even today I have to block from my mind the memories of this time. Out of sheer desperation and helplessness, I would beg the Almighty for help. All my family prayed for her too. So vulnerable was I that I even brought home a faith healer who turned out to be a complete quack. There was, I soon realized, a whole industry existing in Pakistan of quacks, faith healers and fake spiritualists who prey on vulnerable people. For a few months after my mother's death, I completely removed from my mind the idea of God. However, my internal debate about whether he existed or not later resumed. I had become embittered towards God. If he did exist, how could he have put my mother through so much pain? She was very religious and had been such a selfless mother. The experience of my mother's death, coupled with my stress fracture, had made me realize how vulnerable I was. The complete faith I had had in my own strength and capabilities was no longer there. It was almost as if someone had put me in my place by making me aware of my many limitations. I again started saying my prayers every morning. This was really like an insurance policy, a sort of safety net in case God really did exist. It is possible that many Muslims suffer from this dilemma. They pray not because they know that there is a God, but because they cannot be certain that there is no God. By this point, my leg had healed and I threw myself back into cricket with all my stored up enthusiasm. Soon I started having the same degree of success as when I had left off. In fact, the long, hard road back to fitness had toughened me up mentally, and what I had lost physically during the 2.5 years I had been out as a bowler because of my injury, I now made up for with much greater mental strength. Just as the body gets stronger by exercise, so does the mind when it encounters resistance. By this time I had come to the realization that the hedonistic lifestyle that had seemed so appealing from the outside was a mirage. The hurt I caused and the feeling of emptiness I experienced in transitory relationships far outweighed the moments of pleasure. Most of the jet set I knew and socialized with in the one-night hundreds could not face a party unless they had enough alcohol or drugs in their system. It was a world completely cut off from the rest of humanity. I also began to question the things I had always assumed were great fun. The people I was hanging out with had been conditioned by Hollywood, led trends and peer pressure to believe nightclubs, beach and yachting holidays, expensive restaurants and designer clothes made you happy. But parties and nightclubs began to bore me, as did eating out, which had once seemed so much fun. I began to crave home cooking, while years of cricket tours made me hate the sight of hotels. Once I began to change my lifestyle, I realized there was a world of difference between happiness and pleasure seeking. I had mistaken pleasure for happiness, but the former does not last long, and the activities that give it have diminishing returns. Over the years, I had seen so many destroy their lives through hedonism. Alcoholism and drug addiction have ruined the potential of so many pop, film, and sports stars. I could easily have slid down that slippery slope, entering that world as I did as an impressionable 18-year-old, just as the sex, drugs, and rock and roll revolution was at its peak. What saved me from disaster was cricket, and therefore never indulged too deeply in that lifestyle. I also had too much self-respect to allow myself to be humiliated on the cricket field due to overindulgence elsewhere. My strong family roots, and above all my mother's powerful influence, and the fear of humiliating both my immediate and extended family helped me exercise self-control. I discovered that it is the environment we grow up in that influences what we enjoy in life, and I began to rediscover how much I loved trekking in Pakistan's northern mountains in the summer and partridge shooting in the salt range in the winter. Similarly, after all the fancy restaurants I have eaten in, what I really enjoy is the food in the cheap truck drivers' cafes on the intercity highways in Pakistan. This is where the men who drive the famously colorful Pakistani trucks stop to sit on charpoys, bed frames strung with rope, and eat spicy food with mugs of hot sweet chai. The dishes are simple dal, mutton or chicken cooked in desi ghee, clarified butter. They are typically all made from local ingredients and freshly cooked, which is why they are so good. Even better is the food I have eaten in the old city of Lahore. No food in the entire Indian subcontinent can match that. Perhaps it's no surprise, then, given my love for it, that it was while I was in the Pakistani countryside that I met the first of the men who would become my spiritual guides. The first man I met was not exactly a guide, but the encounter. And what he told me so astonished me that it led to my next encounter as I became more open to the ideas these extraordinary men introduced me to. The spiritual journey I embarked on I regard as intrinsic to my history of Pakistan, because it was only when I understood fully the spiritual inheritance of the nation from the principles of Islam expounded by its founders that I was able to see and comprehend the nature of the history unfolding in front of me and my place in it. In 1997, the year I had announced my initial retirement from cricket, I was on a shooting trip with a couple of friends some 100 miles north of Lahore. After the shoot, our host suggested that I meet a spiritual man who lived in a village on the way back home. I saw no point in it, but at the other's insistence, I agreed to see him. The man, whose name was Baba Chala, lived in a little village just a few miles from the Indian border. He was short, with piercing eyes and a happy face. He did not know who I was, as nobody in the village had a television, and besides, he did not look like the type of person who would be into cricket. He certainly had not heard about my retirement, despite it having been headline news. My host asked him what I should do after cricket. The man looked at me and said I had not left my profession. We all told him that I had retired and had no intention of playing again. The man said, "It is the will of Allah, you are still in the game." He then turned to one of my friends, Mohammed Siddiq, and told him that he would be double-crossed in a business deal and that he should immediately take his money out of the project, but that things would eventually be resolved. He shocked him further by telling him the actual amount of money involved. We left his place perplexed. What we found most difficult to comprehend was how he knew the exact amount of money involved in Siddique's project. 3 months later, at a dinner given for the cricket team in Islamabad, General Zia asked me to take back my decision to retire for the sake of the country and again captain Pakistan. Within weeks, I was leading the national team on a tour of the West Indies, and my friend's business dealings unfolded as Baba Chala had predicted. How could that man in the village have known? I kept thinking. My mind also went back to my mother's spiritual guide, who had been able to tell that I had not finished the Quran. Just over a year after that, I came across someone who would become the single most powerful spiritual influence on me and completely change my direction in life. A friend in Lahore had invited me for lunch. The only other guest was a frail-looking, clean-shaven man in his 60s by the name of Mian Bashir. The lines on his face showed that he had seen a lot of suffering. He was a retired junior civil servant who I was told was struggling to make ends meet on his meager pension. The man sat quietly throughout lunch with a disinterested look on his face. After lunch, he politely asked me if I constantly read a certain verse from the Quran. I told him I hadn't even heard of the verse. His face went into a deep frown. He closed his eyes, took on an expression of concentration, and then said, "Sorry, it was your mother who would read that verse for your protection." With astonishment, I realized that he was absolutely right. When I was a child, before I went to sleep, my mother would repeat a verse from the Quran 3 times and blow on me. He went on to say that I was protected because of it. Then he told me a couple of incidents about my family, about which no one else could have known, and too personal to relate here. I asked him how he acquired this skill. It is the will of Allah. At times he shows me something even without my asking for it. Other times I beg him for knowledge about some subject and he refuses me, he replied. I was really curious. I wanted to know more. Mian Bashir's father had died when he was barely 2 years old. His mother really struggled to look after him as the father's share of the family property was fraudulently acquired by his uncles. From the age of about 7, Mian Bashir would occasionally see visions which he could not interpret properly. He met a man at this juncture who told him to read the Quran and spend more time praying and meditating about Allah. There are no coincidences in life. That man was meant to guide me towards Allah, he told me. By the time he was 12, even the school teachers were overawed by his power to see what others could not. He dropped out of school and for the next few years made it his mission to expose professional powers who, like the commercial Indian gurus, make money off insecure and vulnerable people. He would put out newspaper adverts, issuing a challenge to match their spiritual powers with his, and expose these frauds who thrive on the poor villagers of Punjab and Sindh. Over the next year or so, I met Mian Bashir a few times. He fascinated me. Like my mother's guide, he was an unassuming and unprepossessing person who wore his wisdom lightly. He was extremely humble and would take great pains to tell me that he had no such art of looking into the future or the past. Instead, he said that when he meditated and begged Allah to help him, he would occasionally lift the veil, but it was always to help people in distress. Nothing, he said, can happen without Allah's will. Each meeting with him would leave me more convinced about the existence of God. I had been so angry since my mother's death, and here was a man helping to answer many of the questions that had been torturing me. Over a period of 2 or 3 years, he resolved many of the issues which for me had been an impediment to faith. The difference between the way I learned about Islam from him and the way I had been taught at school or by the Maulvis who used to come and teach me the Quran at home was that he never insisted on any religious rituals. He never told me to pray 5 times a day or to fast at Ramadan, never insisted I read the Quran. Instead, he explained what lay behind the rites. He knew that one cannot force external demonstrations of religiosity, as otherwise they are just empty rituals. The internal change must come first. And he let me develop my faith in my own time. Sometimes it took 6 months for me to truly understand something he had said, but he never hurried me. What appealed to me about him was that he had no ulterior motive. The only reason he was leading me towards spirituality was for my own good, rather than making himself indispensable to me, as some fake religious gurus do. He told me, I would ask him to pray for me, and he would insist that I pray myself, or I would ask his advice, and rather than giving it to me, he would tell me to pray to God for direction. He never asked for a thing and would say that any religious person who charged people money was a quack, just as somebody who is blessed with wealth is morally obliged to share it with others. Mian Bashir believed that somebody with his kind of blessing was obliged to use it to help people. Mian Bashir, who died in 2005, also had a very poor opinion of those preachers who, by laying so much emphasis on rituals, would completely miss out on the essence of religion. Some, according to him, had made religion into a profession and were there not to guide people but to profit from them. He also felt that they condemned people too quickly and actually made them scared of religion. The Quran, he said, was supposed to be a blessing for mankind. It was not to make life more difficult. You cannot drill people to have faith. Their hearts and minds have to be penetrated. Faith is the greatest gift of Allah. He also taught me that any belief system that failed to instill compassion was not real religion, or had failed to touch the person internally. So much harm is done in the world by people who treat religions as competing ideologies. Yet all religious messages teach humanity, selflessness, and justice. People who kill in the name of religion are no different from the materialists who fight in the name of communism, national socialism, or capitalism. So now I had come to the realization that there was a God, but I had to do the reading to understand the religion that had been sidelined in my Western-style education. Mian Bashir had never finished school. So other than the Quran, he was not in a position to advise me on what to read to deepen my knowledge. My need to explore the religion was spurred on by the furor in 19080 and 19089 over Salman Rushdie's The Satanic Verses. Muslims understandably found the book deeply offensive in its satirical portrayal of the Prophet Muhammad. It hurt even more because Rushdie was from a Muslim Indian family and must have known the outrage it would cause. You cannot hide behind freedom of speech to humiliate an entire religion and cause so much hurt. Most Muslims felt insulted and responded by refusing to read the book, but there was always going to be an extreme reaction from certain quarters. Every society is made up mainly of moderates, but has its extremists, and the extremist elements of the Islamic world erupted. Only a minuscule proportion of the international Muslim community reacted with violence, but all 1.3 billion Muslims were tarnished. Translators of the book were killed or attacked in Japan, Italy, and Norway. In Pakistan, several people died when Islamists attacked the American Cultural Center in Islamabad. In Bradford, Muslim immigrants, many of them British Pakistanis, burned copies of the book. British Muslim groups campaigned unsuccessfully to have the book banned in the UK, as the country's blasphemy law protected only Christian beliefs. Most famously, Iran's Khomeini declared a fatwa, or religious ruling, condemning Rushdie and the book's publishers to death and calling on Muslims to execute them immediately wherever they might be. Tehran put up a bounty for Rushdie's head. Khomeini's fatwa was condemned by a variety of religious scholars, leaders and groups, including the Organization of the Islamic Conference, the intergovernmental body that represents Muslim countries, while blasphemy, according to some interpretations of the Quran, is punishable by death. The fatwa violated various laws in Islamic jurisprudence, which states the need for a fair trial to allow the accused to defend themselves and repent. The Western public was puzzled by such fury, being absolutely clueless about how much love, respect, and reverence Muslims have for the Prophet. Most Muslims live by this book of guidance, so therefore take any criticism of it as an attack on their whole way of life. Blame the intelligentsia and leaders of the Muslim world for not making clear to Western countries how hurtful the Satanic Verses affair was. The OIC, Organization of the Islamic Conference, an association of Muslim states, should have sent a delegation to the European Union and asked Congress to explain to them the offense caused by slandering the Prophet. Otherwise, how could the West understand when in many Western countries people are allowed to make fun of religious figures? The Jewish leadership has been very effective in making it clear that the Holocaust, which understandably causes them so much pain. The Muslim elite should have followed their example. There was nobody to defend the religion, though, and Islam was under attack. With people in the West drawing comparisons with the book burning of Nazi Germany, I didn't have the depth of knowledge to defend it either. While leading Pakistan on a tour of New Zealand, at the time I was constantly being asked about whether Islam was a violent religion. So I started reading books about Islam and found that my mind was more stimulated than it had ever been. The poet philosopher integral to the founding of Pakistan, and Ali Shariati, an Iranian writer and sociologist who regarded himself as a disciple of Iqbal, both believed in Islam's potential for creating a just society, as had been seen during what is known as the Golden Age of Islam in the first 500 years after the Prophet's death. The more I read, which has many layers of meaning, I was also drawn to the writing of Charles Legay Eaton, a British convert, a former diplomat, writer and broadcaster. Eaton was one of the foremost Muslim intellectuals of the West. His writing did much to emphasize Islam's spirituality and undermine the religious arguments of ideologues and extremists. And together with the example of his own life story, provided a bridge between East and West and demonstrated how Islam could contribute positively to British society. As his obituary in The Guardian put it, refusing to conform to the dictates of any ethnic or cultural model imported from abroad, this impeccable Englishman showed far more effectively than any amount of theory that Islamic faith is fully compatible with British identity. Because my roots were Islamic, but my education was Western. What appealed to me about Eaton was his experience of and views on Islam as a Westerner. A convert's experience of Islam is purely spiritual rather than cultural. A lot of scholars in the Islamic world labor under the burden of culture and history and can be too influenced by both. As Eaton himself says in his introduction to his book Islam and the Destiny of Man, one who enters the community of Islam by choice rather than by birth sinks roots into the ground of the religion, the Quran and the traditions of the Prophet, but the habits and customs of the Muslim peoples are not his. He lacks their strengths and is immune from their weaknesses, immune above all from the psychological complexes which are the result of their recent history. Besides Eaton, another convert who fascinated me was Muhammad Asad, who was born an Austrian Jew under the name Leopold Weiss in 1900. Asad was a scholar and diplomat who was given Pakistani citizenship and advised on the drafting of Pakistan's first constitution. My greatest influence at this time, though, was Iqbal, a philosophical descendant of the Eastern sage Rumi, the renowned mystic and poet-philosopher of 13th century Persia, one of the greatest thinkers of modern Islamic history. Iqbal had studied in both East and West and inspired in a generation of Indian Muslims an ardent desire for change. Central to his vision is his philosophy of khudi, ego or selfhood. According to this philosophy, the development of khudi comes about through self-reliance, self-respect, self-confidence, self-preservation, and self-assertion when such a thing is necessary, in the interests of life and the power to stick to the cause of truth, justice, duty. Iqbal ardently believed that human beings were the makers of their own destiny and that the key to destiny lay in one's character. His philosophy was essentially a philosophy of action, and it was concerned primarily with motivating human beings to strive to realize their God-given potential to the fullest degree. An emblem of royalty which denoted a kind of heroic idealism based on daring, pride, and honor. It is the king of the birds precisely because it disdains any form of safety or ease. He reminds the younger generation, your abode is not on the dome of the palaces of kings, you are a Shaheen. Live on the mountain cliffs. The second major theme of Iqbal's philosophy that appealed to me, child of a post-colonial world as I was his strong affirmation of freedom and justice. Throughout his life, Iqbal identified himself with the oppressed people of the world and urged his fellow Muslims to rebel against all forms of tyranny, be it religious, political, cultural, intellectual, economic, or any other. Islam, whose very name means the submission or surrender of oneself to God, implied that Muslims should not surrender their freedom to anything except God. He believed a large part of the Quran's teachings were aimed at freeing human beings from the chains that bound them. Traditionalism, authoritarianism, religious, political, or economic, tribalism, racism, classism, caste and slavery. This concern is reflected in much of Iqbal's writing. He believed passionately in freedom, which he considered to be the very breath of vital living. In his eyes, a slave nation had no future. In servitude, it is reduced to an almost waterless stream. But in freedom, life is a boundless ocean. He wrote, each country had to chart its own path. on 1 January 1968, amid the build-up to the Second World War. Iqbal made a passionate condemnation of imperialism in a New Year message broadcast on All India Radio. It was just a few months before his death. The tyranny of imperialism struts abroad, covering its face in the massive democracy, nationalism, communism, fascism, and heaven knows what else besides. In every corner of the earth, the spirit of freedom and the dignity of man are being trampled underfoot. The so-called statesmen to whom government and leadership of man were entrusted have proved demons of bloodshed, tyranny and oppression. The rulers whose duty it was to protect and cherish those ideals which go to form a higher humanity, to prevent man's oppression of man and to elevate the moral intellectual level of mankind, having their hunger for dominion and imperial possession, shed the blood of millions and reduced millions to servitude simply in order to pander to the greed and avarice of their own particular groups. After subjugating and establishing their dominion over weaker peoples, they have robbed them of their religions, their morals, of their cultural traditions and their literatures. Then they sowed divisions among them that they should shed one another's blood and go to sleep under the opiate of serfdom, so that the leech of imperialism might go on sucking their blood without interruption. This message is even more relevant today. Reading and understanding all this was an exciting time of discovery for me, but others were rather perplexed. My sisters and particularly my father were amused as they looked upon me as someone who was totally immune to religion. As for my friends, both in Pakistan and England, they started wondering if I had gone a little crazy. They could not understand what had come over me. I didn't fall out with people over it, but after too many passionate arguments, I became frustrated and decided I could not explain faith to people who believe that if something cannot be explained scientifically, then it cannot exist. Faith is something you feel, you cannot explain it. Many assume my transformation was a result of the trauma of reaching the end of my long-running career. My friends knew me to be a rational and completely non-superstitious person, so this passionate belief in the unseen was a mystery for them. Amongst sections of the westernized elite in Pakistan, if you start to talk about religion, you are automatically branded a mullah. Years later, I was speaking to Yusuf Islam, the former Cat Stevens, and he told me how difficult it was for him when he discovered God. He cut himself off from his past life, stopped singing, dumped his old friends and changed his clothes. It took him a while to come to terms with the change in his thinking and to reconcile it with his environment. It was hard enough for the people who knew me intimately. For the ones who only knew me as a sports star with a playboy reputation, the reaction was even more extreme. I was accused of being a hypocrite, or of suffering from a midlife crisis, or a nervous breakdown. I remember an article in an English-language Pakistani newspaper that compared me with another Pakistani cricketer, Fazal Mahmood. He was the pin-up sportsman of his time and led a glamorous life until his retirement, when he turned to God. I suppose people thought that sometimes a professional sportsman needs to replace one passion in his life with another, and often religion can fill that void. My internal journey had started before I left cricket. I too used to think Mahmood had become a bit weird. Now I realized that, like me, he saw through the glamour of the fast life and began to search elsewhere to satisfy his soul. There is a section of Pakistan's westernized class that is not just secular but actually anti-Islamic, and they use the figure of the mullah or the fundamentalist to attack Islam. Former Turkish Prime Minister Necmettin Erbakan talked about a similar attitude amongst the anti-Islamic elite in Turkey. In an interview, he once described how they started booing and thumping their desks whenever the Prophet was mentioned in Parliament. This part of Pakistani society and its media really went for me, accusing me of being a born-again Muslim. Yet no spiritual transformation happens overnight or comes out of nowhere. It is an inner journey that takes time and is shaped by various events in your life. Neither is it a straightforward journey, and there were times when I relapsed or had doubts. The Quran warns the believer that their faith will be tested by crisis. My mother always knew that one of the things I hated most was being forced to do something. The more somebody tried to make me a better Muslim through fear or pressure, the more I would resist. The Quran specifically states, there is no coercion in religion. You can't force somebody to have faith because it is ultimately a battle for the heart and mind. So, if I became a practicing Muslim, it was because it was a decision I came to by myself after much thought and reflection. I believe that people only really change when their belief system changes. I don't believe that people change because they ever have enough of a pleasure-seeking life. People said that having satiated myself with a life of fun, I had now turned religious. I disagree. In my experience, people never have enough of a fun life. They just get more and more debauched in search of pleasure. Besides, these accusations imply that humans cannot evolve and reform. It is only the strengthening of the will through faith that enables a person to conduct their struggle against earthly desires, what the Prophet called the greater jihad. This is one of the mistakes atheists make. They think that a religious person should be immune to temptation, that the moment he claims to have faith, he should transform into an angel. But actually, the battle has only just begun. It is the beginning of the battle for the soul. When a Muslim prays 5 times a day, he is making a constant plea to God to help him stick to the right path, for saint or sinner. Guide us the straight way, the way of those upon whom thou hast bestowed thy blessings, not of those who have been condemned by thee, nor of those who go astray. Quran 1:6. It is a constant reformation of one's character. I have rarely seen people be changed by seeing psychiatrists. According to Charles Legge-Eaton, psychiatry is the study of the soul by those people who have no understanding of the soul. Most drug addicts and alcoholics struggle to control their habits despite repeated visits to rehab clinics. My friend Prince Jagat Singh of Jaipur died in his 40s after struggling with alcoholism and going in and out of such expensive facilities. His problem was that he had a directionless and meaningless life and a dissatisfied soul. No rehab clinic is going to help with that. But I have met a lot of people who have changed completely when their souls have been touched by faith. I benefited hugely from the direction of me and Bashir during this journey of mine. Faith without direction, and especially wisdom, can produce fanatics, self-righteous bores. Guidance from a proper scholar is most important. Hence the tremendous respect given to scholars in Islam, Taimur or Tamburlaine, the Turco-Mongol conqueror who was one of the greatest butchers in the history of mankind, would ensure that all the scholars were protected before massacring a city's population. Throughout Muslim history, scholars could travel to any part of the Islamic world and be received with great respect wherever they went. Me and Bashir used to laugh at me and say, "Think how long it took you to believe. You want others to understand you in a few minutes." He would urge me to recall these words from the Quran, say, "I worship not that which you worship, nor will you worship that which I worship unto your religion. And unto me my religion." Quran 9:1-6. He explained to me that the basic requirements of the Quran are that the human believes in one God, the day of judgment, the hereafter, and does good deeds to help others. Several times the Quran refers to Muslims as those who believe and do good deeds. Following religious rituals without doing good deeds makes them meaningless. Inspired by this idea, after my final retirement from cricket, I began to work on building the hospital in my mother's name in earnest. However, my way of life was still not exactly Islamic. Despite being well aware of this, never told me to change my ways. Not once did he give me a sermon about praying, reading the Quran, or living a pious life. All he would say was that nothing would please Allah more than the hospital I was building for the poor. When he used to see me worrying about the project's many obstacles, he would reassure me by saying Allah would solve my problems and that he always rewarded good intentions backed by effort. He also reassured me when every now and then my faith wavered. Even the Prophet had doubts in the beginning. It was his wife Khadija who assured him that his meeting with the angel Gabriel was real and that he was not going mad. He told me, "Me and Bashir may have had an ability to see into the future, but it was his wisdom and absolute belief in the existence of God that had a real impact on me." He also helped in removing one of the biggest impediments to my having faith in God. I simply could not picture him. As I grew older, it became much harder to believe that anyone could be so powerful as to create the entire universe and control everything that happened with his will. Me and Bashir simply quoted the Quran, "Far exalted is he above all that you attribute to him," and told me that the human mind is not capable of comprehending Allah. So it was futile to try to picture him. Instead, one should try to understand him through the 99 names given to him in the Quran describing his qualities. He told me that it was also impossible to imagine the angels, hell or heaven. I also discussed with Mian Bashir an issue that had bothered me for a long time. It was about the immoral believer and the moral atheist. I had met So many moral and principled people in the West who did not believe in God, and in Pakistan, there was no dearth of believers who prayed 5 times a day and yet indulged in every immoral activity. His answer was that when prayers become a mechanical ritual and fail to touch the soul, a man can struggle to resist his material and animal desires. A lot of people who are religious are not actually convinced that there is a God. As for those who do not believe in God and yet are moral, he felt that morals are ingrained into a person by their parents, school, or even society, but that ultimately all morality originates from religion. According to him, there is no such thing as moral atheism. Once people are cut off from religious values, a society's morals will eventually degenerate. I asked Mian Bashir how he could tell which verse of the Quran my mother would read to me when I was a child. He stressed over and over again that he could only see what Allah allowed him to see. He told me there were times he would meditate and beg Allah for some knowledge to guide someone, but it would be denied to him. When I asked him about how he acquired these powers, he simply said, through devotion to Allah. He would go on to explain that since he has all knowledge, when a man gets close to him, he allows him to see what others cannot. Quran 3, 179 and 72, 26, 27. He said not everyone can acquire this knowledge though. Some can try as hard as they can and still not get anywhere. For ordinary mortals, this knowledge can be acquired through isolation and ascetic discipline. Reading the biography of the 12th century Andalusian mystic Muhammad ibn Arabi helped me understand Mian Bashir's gift better. Ibn Arabi referred to those that see with 2 eyes. He believed that after a process of spiritual discipline, somebody could reach a state during meditation in which they received direct knowledge from Allah. I also started to read about Sufism. Sufism is too big a subject to delve into in this book, but these beautiful lines from the mystic poet Rumi reflect what he calls the inner journey of man and the ascent of the human soul. People who know about mysticism will understand about the journey of the soul towards God. Low in the earth, I lived in realms of ore and stone, and then I smiled in many tinted flowers, then roving with the wild and wandering hours, o'er earth and air and ocean-s zone, in a new birth, I dived and flew, and all the secrets of my essence drew within a form that brought them all to view, and a man, and then my goal. Beyond the clouds, beyond the sky, in realms where none may change or die in angel form, and then away beyond the bounds of night and day. And life and death, unseen or seen, where all that is hath ever been, as one and whole. Mian Bashir taught me to deal with aspects of Sufism that I couldn't understand by accepting that we are not all-knowing, that we need to have humility. The arrogance that we are meant to know everything only demonstrates the superficiality of our knowledge. Throughout the history of mankind, people have claimed absolute truths. Things later prove to be wrong. There is a dimension that is beyond science, logic, and modern education. And we should not assume that what cannot be proved does not exist. The more knowledge you have, the more you should realize how little you know. I find that people who are deeply knowledgeable like Mian Bashir are deeply humble. For me, the internal conflict was over from this point onwards. Now there was just this burning desire to understand God. I asked Mian Bashir where I should start. Why did you not ask me to do so before? I asked. You were not ready, came the reply. The Quran only makes sense to those who are searching for the truth, not those cynics who read it to disprove it. For someone who believes in reason and logic, it is difficult to blindly believe that the Quran is the word of God. It was simultaneously reading the Quran and the fascinating life of the Prophet that convinced me about its divine origin. Whenever I did not understand anything in the Quran, I would ask for Mian Bashir's guidance. He would explain complex issues in very simple terms. Over a period of time, he answered most of the questions that had been bothering me about the existence of God. One of these was why, was there is a God, was there so much suffering in the world? The answer came, when you have faith, there is a hereafter which is eternal. God is not here to save us from difficulties, but to give us the strength to overcome them. Years later, my son Suleiman, when aged about 12, asked me the same question. Other questions that I had were answered by reading the Quran. The book that had seemed so difficult to get interested in now offered jewels of wisdom on every page. Having said this, I admit in all humility that I do not have answers to all the questions, and I would like to think that, as the Prophet stated, I will keep learning from the cradle to the grave. Neither do I claim to be an Islamic scholar, but I would like to use the example of my spiritual journey to put right some of the myths and misconceptions about Islam in the West. A great religion has been maligned, thanks not just to ignorance in the Western world, but also ignorance amongst Muslims about Islam's true essence. There is so much debate about moderate and radical Islam, but there is only one Islam. People can be moderates, radicals, or liberals in any human community, but all the world's great religions have at their heart a message of compassion. Faith should be about encouraging all that is noble in a human being. It should enhance both the individual and the community, and is not to be used as a political tool by those greedy for power, as it has been in Pakistan and other Muslim countries or in medieval Europe. I also want to show that terrorism has nothing to do with religion, and certainly nothing to do with the true teachings of Islam. How can mindless butchery and killing be attributed to faith? Islam, like many religions, and for that matter, political ideologies like socialism or communism, has been misused by humans for personal and political gain. For a start, as my faith grew, my entire outlook on life changed, and I began to reform my character. Those who believe that they will be judged by their conduct on this earth in the hereafter will lead their lives differently to those who only believe in the present life. Had this inner transformation not taken place, I would have continued to live a pleasure-seeking existence. I had everything I needed, and with a few months of cricket-related work, like commentary or journalism, I could earn enough money to live a life of complete leisure for the rest of the year. I had always led a self-centered life. I had a handful of friends in Pakistan and England, and made no effort to meet new people and enlarge the circle of people I mixed with. Being shy, I found it difficult to open up with those I did not know very well. My bachelor life suited me well, as not only did it give me a self-contained way of life without any responsibilities, but it also fitted in well with my hedonistic philosophy. I had no desire to have children, as they did not fit in with the way I wanted to live. Most of my married friends had struggled with their marriages, not spent enough time with their children, and had ended up going through really ugly divorces. My future plans had always been based around how I could maximize this existence. Winter months to be spent in Pakistan with family and friends, and partridge shooting the months of June and July in London for the hectic peak of the social season. Well as Lord's Test matches and Wimbledon, then in August, I would be back in Pakistan for traveling in the Karakoram. However, as my faith grew stronger, I began to feel that I had a responsibility to the society I was living in. I found that there were greater goals in life than material and sensual pleasures. I also started to become aware of the fact that the Almighty had been extremely kind to me. I used to always think of all those things that I did not have. But now I realized I had been blessed with so much and needed to give something back. I was heavily influenced by the Quranic injunction, keep the money you need and give the rest away. It took me quite a long time to understand this. Yet within it lies the key to human contentment. Most people cannot distinguish between wants and needs because wants can be limitless. I would see cricketers I had played with, some of whom came from very humble backgrounds, striving to make more and more money even after they left the sport. I realized that it was out of insecurity. For a sportsman in particular, there is usually only a limited time in which one can make a lot of money. These people were caught in a never-ending race where no amount of money was ever going to be enough. It is the same with Pakistan's ruling elite. Some of our politicians are dollar billionaires, yet there is still no end to their greed. What I realized whilst raising funds for the hospital was that the unhappiest people are those whose goals are entirely material. The people who had donated the most were also the ones who were spiritual and seemed most content. I have long since believed that the people who are richest are the people who cannot be bought for any price. The forefathers of many Pakistanis in Sindh and Punjab were Hindus, and before partition, the area that is now Pakistan was a more religiously diverse society, with communities of Muslims, Sikhs, Christians and Hindus living side by side. Now it is about 95–90% Muslim, but there is an especially strong Hindu influence in Sindh. Still home to the majority of Pakistanis Hindus, there is an acceptance of life's lot as a part of the journey in Hinduism. So in Sindh, a peasant typically accepts this, despite being treated almost as a slave by some Sindhi landlords. In parts of Pakistan, especially Sindh, a sense of Hindu fatalism lingers amongst the peasants. contrary to the impression some Westerners form from the frequent use of the word inshallah, by the will of God, in the Muslim world. Fatalism is not part of Islam. You learn to accept what is past, but you retain control of your future. Iqbal ardently believed that human beings were the makers of their own destiny and that the key to destiny lay in one's character. Your khudi elevate to such a height that ere each judgment. God himself asks of his creature, "What is your desire?" he wrote in one of his best-known couplets. In other words, we are masters of our own destiny. The goal of Iqbal's philosophy was not only personal but also social transformation, inspired by the Quranic proclamation, "Toward God is your limit," Surah 53, An-Nam 43. Like many people, I used to torment myself with regrets, obsessing about my mistakes in cricket, racking my brain about what I could have done differently. With faith, I learned to let go of what had already happened, something I've been able to do at two different and very painful times in my life, after the death of my mother and then again following my divorce. The Quran states that those who believe in God will be blessed and protected by God. Surely those who believe, and the Christians and the Sabians, whoever believes in Allah and the last day and does good, they shall have their reward from their Lord, and there is no fear for them, nor shall they grieve. And indeed, the greatest blessing faith gave me was that it liberated me from my fears, fear of failure, fear of death, fear of losing my livelihood, fear of being humiliated by others. Don't fight destiny. Destiny is God, said the Prophet. This text means the past is only to learn from and not to live in, and that the future is to be looked forward to and not feared. You try your best in the given circumstances, whatever happens after that. You accept as the will of God and come to terms with it. Because my profession, rather like that of actors and models, depended so much upon my youth, I used to worry about both aging and dying. What was I going to do after cricket? But I came to realize that your livelihood, your health, and the time of your death were in God's hands. It was all of great help to me during the last 2 years of my sports career. It is very difficult to play professional cricket well if you are not playing all the time. I was only participating in international cricket by that time to help raise funds for the hospital. So it was hard to keep my skills honed and I was past my prime. And yet, I had more acknowledgement and respect in the last 2 years of my career than before. I only managed to overcome injury and play in the 1992 World Cup because I had lost my fear of failure and leaving cricket in humiliation. In the past, I would never have risked playing in such a high-profile tournament, so injured and so out of form. As the Quran says, sufficient is he for him. Within me grew the innate confidence of knowing that respect and humiliation are in God's hands. I used to be so sensitive to criticism, I'd fight with people if I thought they were rude to me. I'd never speak to a journalist again if they wrote something negative about me. A couple of times I'd even slap one when they were rude to me in public. I masked my shyness with aggression, but my belief in God made me become immune to ridicule. According to the Quran, no human being can humiliate another decent human being. The Greek scholar Socrates, when he was sentenced to death, said more or less the same thing. No evil can happen to a good man, neither in life nor after death. I was always a risk taker, and faith enhanced that. Fear is the biggest impediment to a human being achieving their potential and dreams. During my cricketing career, a lot of talented cricketers never realized their potential because of the fear of failure. Less talented players got far better results simply because of a positive attitude. Some hugely talented batsmen could not do justice to themselves because they were physically scared of getting hit by fast bowlers. In fact, in all aspects of life, fearlessness is an essential quality for success. A soldier who is scared of dying is unlikely to win any medals. A businessman who does not take risks is unlikely to succeed. A leader who lacks courage can never command respect and hence never inspire his team. Most crucially, a leader needs courage to take the big decisions, and big decisions always carry big risks. The difference between a good leader and a bad one is that the former takes huge risks while fully grasping the consequences of failure, while the latter takes risks without a proper assessment of the pitfalls. Successful people never make decisions based on fear. Leaders of a country shaping policies out of fear of losing power have always proved to be disastrous. Great leaders always have the ability to resist pressure and make policies according to their vision, rather than fear. As Iqbal said, the punishment for the crime of cowardice is death. Takdir ke quasi kaye fatwa hai azal se hai jamid zai fi ki saza merge mafajat. Once you learn to overcome your fears, your life transforms because fearlessness breeds idealism. On the other hand, forcing people to be more pragmatic. I am not, of course, saying that people should not be aware of their limitations. In cricket, the first thing I feared was that one could not be successful unless one played within one's limitations at a given point in time. But one should always strive to overcome them. I have always been something of an idealist, never content to accept my apparent limits. When I was just starting out at international level at cricket, I was so inspired in 1972 by watching a fast bowler for the first time, Dennis Lillee, that my ambition became to emulate him. The senior players and my coach at Worcestershire insisted I had neither the physique nor the bowling action to become a fast bowler, and that if I tried to change, I could ruin my career. It was idealism that dared me to take risks. Not only did I completely remodel my bowling action to become a fast bowler, but my body also became stronger for me to bowl fast. No one in international cricket has completely changed their bowling action as I did. As Iqbal says, Gabriel told me at the beginning of time, do not accept the heart that is enslaved by reason. Had Sir Edmund Hillary been a slave to reason, he would never have climbed Mount Everest. Lastly, faith helps you to control your material desire and steals your will. This is part of the inner jihad, the battle between soul and body. I used to consider fasting to be a ritual that was inconvenient and a hindrance to my routine. I would not fast if I was in training, as I would be worried about getting dehydrated. After retiring from cricket, I decided to try and stick to my daily routine, including exercising during Ramadan. By the end of the month of fasting, I felt I had much more endurance and stamina and felt physically cleansed. Much more significantly, it made me realize just how powerful the human will really is. The more you exercise it, the stronger it gets, if done in the right spirit, can be of immense value. There are a lot of Muslims who destroy Ramadan's value by sleeping during the day and staying up eating all night. During the long difficult years I was building the cancer hospital, praying became to me more than a meaningless ritual. I found that prayers were the best way to relieve stress, provided one prayed with the knowledge that there was a God and He was listening. Since the entire burden of fund collection was on my shoulders, I would always assure the senior staff at the hospital not to worry, as I did not want to demoralize them. Then I would head straight to the beautiful mosque in our hospital and pray for help. I always felt relaxed afterwards. Soon praying 5 times a day became a need rather than a duty. I never took for granted the knowledge I'd gained from being placed on the path by Mian Bahir. As I know from my own experience, that it can be argued that just because someone has an extra sense or an ability to predict the future, it doesn't prove that there is a God. After all, some psychics and clairvoyants can get quite a few things right about the future. In the almost 20 years that I knew Mian Bashir, were one of his prophecies ever wrong? Like most people brought up in the West, my ex-wife Jemima was also quite skeptical about this talent. He left her completely awestruck when, without even looking at the piece of paper, he could not read English in any case, he told her exactly what her 3 wishes were. All the truly great people in history, Jinnah, Nelson Mandela, have had a vision and ambition beyond themselves, often achieving more than others, not because of more talent, but because they had bigger ambitions and selfless dreams. The idea of constantly striving towards ever higher goals struck a chord with me, dovetailing with my own philosophy that I had developed through sport. The more you challenge yourself, the more you discover greater reserves of strength within you. The moment you relax and stop pushing yourself is the moment you start going downhill. I first strove to play cricket for Pakistan, then my goal became to be my country's best all-rounder, then the best fast bowler. From there I wanted to become the best all-rounder and the best fast bowler in the world. When I was made captain, the ambition became turning the team into the best in the world. And once the cancer hospital I founded in memory of my mother became a success, I set about building 2 more hospitals, one in Karachi and one in Peshawar. Now my challenge in life is to bring about a socio-economic revolution in Pakistan. I am also building a knowledge city on the pattern of Oxford University in Mian Wali, the first private sector university in the rural areas of Pakistan. After one goal has been achieved, as Iqbal says, other worlds exist beyond the stars. More tests of love are still to come. My ex-wife Jemima used to ask me how long I would keep pursuing politics without succeeding. But I couldn't answer simply because a dream has no time frame. It does not matter what your education or social background is. You can only fulfill your human potential if you never give up on the pursuit of your dreams. Human contentment is connected to knowing the purpose of one's existence. When one is pursuing one's dreams, even when one is going through outer turbulence, there is always inner peace. During the last decade, I went through some of the most painful and difficult phases in my life. But I always slept well, confident within myself that the resistance I was facing was to strengthen me to achieve my goals. Faith answered two of the most important questions, which had always nagged me. Questions that science could never answer. What is the purpose of existence? What happens to us after we die? As the country continued its downward trajectory in the 1980s and 1990s, crippled by its own leadership, regardless of dictatorship or democracy, about the only thing we still did well was play cricket, hockey, and squash. My one contribution to restoring some of our battered national self-esteem was to lead our team in winning the World Cup in 1992. While I think the lowest point for the country's morale was when we lost East Pakistan, the highest was winning the World Cup. It was perhaps the last time Pakistan was united as everyone joined together to celebrate. When we arrived back in Lahore with the trophy, people lined the streets for miles. Watching the sheer joy on their faces gave me a tremendous feeling of satisfaction. I led the country to victory on the cricket field, but had yet to feel the need to mirror that leadership in politics. In July 1988, while I was playing for Sussex and living in London, I got an unusual call from Pakistan. He asked if I would become a minister in the General's cabinet. Zia had just dismissed the elected government of Muhammad Khan Junjo, who was probably the most decent prime minister Pakistan had ever had. But Junejo made the mistake of trying to assert himself, including on the issue of Zia's refusal to sign the Geneva Accords that would end the Soviet war in Afghanistan. He also tried to introduce an austerity campaign. Unlike many of Pakistan's rulers, who seemed to want to live in the grandeur of Mughal emperors, Junjo led by example, driving a Pakistani-made Suzuki in an attempt to encourage cabinet members and the military to ditch their luxury imported cars. I declined it politely, saying that I was not qualified for the job. A day later, Dr. Anwar ul Haq, Zia's younger son, called me up and urged me to join the government for the sake of the country. He said his father was sick of corrupt politicians who were only in politics to further their personal interests. People of integrity like me were needed in the cabinet, he said. This seemed rather ironic, given that Zia had done so much damage to democracy and rule of law in Pakistan, particularly with his non-party. Shortly after that phone call, Zia died, killed, along with the top ranks of his army and the serving American ambassador to Pakistan in a mysterious plane crash. I was in the south of France on holiday when I heard. It was quite a shock, almost as much as with Bhutto. The cause of the accident remains a mystery, but there are plenty of conspiracy theories. In Pakistan, there was a suspicion that the Shia had a hand in it, that Zia was bumped off the moment he moved away from Washington's script and no longer served its purpose. After his death, there was the same feeling as years later, after Musharraf left Euphoria, that we would be free again from dictatorship, corruption, and media suppression to resume our journey towards true democracy. The election 3 months later of Zulfikar Ali Bhutto's daughter Benazir as Prime Minister, the first open elections in a decade, ushered in a new period. With her understanding of Western democratic societies and her education at Oxford and Harvard, she was ideally placed to bring in a new era for our country. She was well off and didn't need the money that came with power, or so we thought. She had everything going for her. She was popular in Pakistan and one of the best-known Muslim faces in the West. In fact, the Western media was totally enamored of her, the glamorous daughter of a charismatic democratic leader who had been hanged by a military dictator. And, to top it all, the first female prime minister of a Muslim state. In front of the Western media, Benazir played the role of being the exotic daughter of the East to perfection. Of course, there was an early warning sign even before she came to power. Her greatest betrayal was of the thousands of people who worked for the party founded by her father, the PPP, who had endured years in jail striving for democracy during Zia's martial law, in completely abandoning the mission statement of the People's Party of having a just and egalitarian society and having social justice all that was cast off. She further made a mockery of democracy by competing with Nawaz Sharif, then Chief Minister of the Punjab, and later to be her successor as Prime Minister, to buy off independent MPs. In the absence of ideology, politicians were auctioned and independents were bombarded with lucrative offers for them and their families. The term Changamanga politics or culture in Pakistan stems from Sharif paying off and then literally locking up a group of provincial MPs in an isolated rest house in the forest of Changamanga outside Lahore so that the PP could not make them a counter offer. It was not long before all of us were disappointed by Benazir. She began to behave more like an empress than a democratically elected prime minister. She walked and talked in a deliberately measured and regal manner and frequently used the royal we, he noted. I have to say that these imperial traits were already evident when she was young. The first time I met her, she was tearing a man to shreds for daring to question her socialist credentials. As a student at Oxford, I shared a house with Zia Malik, the brother of the actor Art Malik. One day I came home and could hear a woman's voice arguing as I locked up my bike outside the house. Zia had invited some of the other Pakistanis at Oxford round to meet Benazir. However, he had managed to enrage the guest of honor by complaining that effective land reforms had not been implemented in Sindh. It was obviously a sensitive topic for Benazir, as her father had made a token attempt to undermine the power of the feudal landlords with some limited land reform in 1962. I tried to calm Benazir down, and after that initial meeting, we became good friends. She had a reputation for being polite to the English and imperious with fellow Pakistanis. I remember seeing her at a reception in 1974 held by the Pakistani embassy in the Netherlands in honor of the visiting Pakistan cricket team. Aged only about 20, she was ordering the ambassador around as if he was her personal servant. To the bemusement of me and the rest of the team, the poor man was scurrying around moving chairs and tables for her. It was also quite obvious that Benazir was ambitious from a young age. She stayed on at Oxford for an extra year after I left, and I always presumed it was because she was so determined to become president of the Oxford Union. Benazir's problem, though, was that her first ever job was being prime minister. And she only became prime minister because she was her father's daughter, Gust, as her son Bailawal became chairman of the Papa at the age of 19. Because he is his mother's son. Benazir had struggled, spending 6 months in jail and several years in and out of house arrest. But she had not had to fight her way to the top of her party, nor spend years in the political frontline fighting her party's cause. That is not to underestimate the suffering that years of confinement must have caused such a young woman, but it is not preparation for leading a country. How on earth can you run a country when your first job is to be prime minister? She had not been tested by the rigors of the journey towards leadership, nor developed a vision or ideology, nor learned about management or institution building. To become a general in the army, there is a long process of acquiring skills and accumulating responsibilities. Family dynasties in politics inevitably lead to incompetent leadership and decay. The dominance of South Asian politics is precisely why true democracy has foundered in the region. A meritocratic system is vital for democracy. In some ways, dynastic politics is even worse than a monarchical system. At least with a monarchy, a prince or princess is given a grounding in the art of leadership, while Lawal Bhutto, a young man who has spent half his life outside Pakistan, is far less equipped to lead than, for example, the Yukos Prince Charles. If Benazir was woefully inexperienced for the job, she was also unfortunate in her choice of husband, Asif Ali Zardari, the son of a feudal family. He had achieved little in life off the polo field. In her defense, Benazir's position did not make it easy for her to find a decent husband by the time she came to marry. At the age of 34, she was already considered old by Pakistani bride standards. Besides, her family was hounded by the Zia regime, so people were terrified of associating with them. It is very dangerous to be on the wrong side of politics in Pakistan. It was therefore difficult for her to meet normal people. I introduced her to a cousin, Imran Khan, at one point, and they thought about marriage, but then Al-Zulfikar, the organization set up by her brothers to avenge their father's execution, hijacked a Pakistan International Airlines flight in 1981, and she was thrown back in jail by the time she emerged. Imran Khan had married a wife chosen by his family, so she ended up with Zardari, whom she loved so much that she gave him free rein to use his position to amass as much power and money as possible. He treated Pakistan as his personal estate and considered it his feudal right to abuse power and take commissions on government contracts with estates in France, and though now sold in Surrey, it was clear where the money was going. Soon he was known as Mr. 10%. Although from my one and only meeting with him, I can say his price was double that, the construction of the hospital, about which more later gave me an insight into the way he worked. In 1989, I went to Benazir's home, Bailawal House, in Karachi, to ask for assistance in raising funds for the hospital. Since I was trying to help compensate for the lack of social services provided by the government, I thought I would get help in kick-starting the project. She was busy, since I had been friendly with Benazir at Oxford. I expected a sympathetic hearing. He was charming and extremely flattering towards me. However, he offered no help and instead spent most of the time Tariq Shafi. Tariq comes from one of Pakistan's most powerful textile industrialist families, and Zardari asked him to set up a couple of factories in Sindh. He suggested that if 20% of the shares in the business were given to him, he would remove all bureaucratic hurdles and help obtain loans from the nationalized banks. Needless to say, no help on the hospital was ever forthcoming, either from Benazir or her husband. So imagine my surprise 5 years later, when a week before the opening of the hospital, I had an unexpected visit from an old friend called Nawaid Malik, whom I had not seen for years. Bhutto was at that point in her second term of office, after being dismissed in 1990 on charges of corruption and incompetence, and then voted in again in 1993. Nawaid brought a message from her and Zardari saying they wanted to honor our hospital by cutting the ribbon, although the hospital had already started operating on a small scale. We had set the official opening date for 29 December 1994 and had decided that the ribbon would be cut by our first cancer patient, a 10-year-old girl from a poor family called Sumera Y. Ausaf. Ordinarily, it would be flattering for any institution to have the Prime Minister opening it. But of course, I refused. I was later to learn the cost of snubbing the royal couple's requests. Benazir had become quite unpopular because of corruption scandals surrounding her husband and had presumably wanted to cash in on the euphoria in the country surrounding the opening of the hospital. Besides, my recent 6-week campaign around Pakistan to raise money for the project had been seen by her and Zardari as politically threatening. The trip had in fact been a little like an election campaign, with thousands of ordinary Pakistanis turning out onto the streets to give me money. Some of them asked me to come into politics as they made their donations. And for the first time, the media started talking about my entering the political fray. In between Benazir's 2 terms in office, Nawaz Sharif had come into power. After 2 years of her and Zardari, people thought he could only be an improvement. However, rather than building up the country, he expanded his own industrial empire. It grew at a phenomenal rate under government patronage, a staggering 4,000% from 1985 to 1995. He was just as corrupt as Benazir and Zardari. He simply went about it in a different way. He perfected the art of buying politicians. When I first met Sharif in the late 1970s at a cricket club, he seemed like a regular guy with little drive or ambition, more interested in cricket than politics. I think his real dream would have been to be captain of the Pakistani cricket team. He just loved the glamour of the sport. An incident happened in autumn 1987 which illustrates Sharif's mindset. Just before the World Cup in October 1987, when I was captaining Pakistan, we played a warm-up match against the West Indies at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. Moments before the match, the secretary of the cricket board, Shahid Rafai, informed me that the Chief Minister of Punjab, Nawaz Sharif, was going to captain the team that day. I was taken aback, but then assumed that he would have a non-playing role and wanted to watch the match from the dressing room. Therefore, I was shocked to see him walk out to toss the coin with Vive Richards, the West Indian captain, dressed in his cricket whites. But there was a bigger shock to come. He won the toss and returned to the dressing room and started putting on his pads. None of the team could believe what we were seeing. He was going to open the innings with Mudasa Naza against the West Indies, one of the greatest fast bowling attacks in cricket history. Naza wore batting pads, a thigh pad, chest pad, an arm guard, a helmet and reinforced batting gloves, while Sharif simply had his batting pads, a floppy hat and a smile. For those who are not conversant with cricket history, it is important to know that this was a fast bowling attack not seen before or since in the cricketing world. Such was the West Indies' blistering pace, with 4 bowlers bowling above 90 empathy. It was the sort of attack that had destroyed the careers of many talented batsmen, international batsmen, professional cricketers, who would have sleepless nights when they were due to face the West Indies. And here was Nawaz Sharif, who had no experience of playing at this level of cricket, walking out unprotected to face this deadly attack. Clearly, he would not have the reflexes to defend himself if a short ball was aimed at his body, so there was a risk of a serious injury. I quickly inquired if there was an ambulance ready. As we watched the first ball by a 6'6" West Indian fast bowler hit the wicket-keeper's gloves even before Sharif could lift his bat, the team sighed with relief that it wasn't straight. Mercifully for Sharif, the second ball was straight at the stumps, and before he could move his thumbs, lay shattered. For those who don't understand cricket, Sharif was trying the equivalent in academic terms of a child having just finished primary school, attempting to write a PhD thesis. When I was a schoolboy, I indulged in a daydream that I would be at a test match, the team would discover they were a player short, I would put up my hand and be brought on to suddenly become a hero. This seemed to be Sharif's dream too, as if he could bypass the whole process of walking your way up the ladder and become a hero. It was only when I started growing up as a teenager that I learned there are no shortcuts to achieving big dreams. There is a whole struggle a person has to go through to reach the top in any profession. Here we are talking about the chief minister of the biggest province of Pakistan having such fantasies. Sharif had been forced into politics by his father, who wanted to protect his business interests. Sharif had a similar handicap to Benazir, in that he was given power without ever having earned it the hard way, through his complete loyalty and subservience to Zia rather than experience. He proceeded quickly through the ranks of the Punjab government, progressing from finance minister to chief minister in 195. Military dictators always look for pliable politicians, and he fitted the bill. Sharif appeared to view public office not as a responsibility but as a means to get rich. And once he became prime minister, in 190 many of the family assets were acquired through loans from nationalized banks that have never been paid off. The Pakistani press soon started to print allegations that senior politicians were trying to bully banks into giving them multi-million-dollar loans. Under Sharif's government, the culture of lifafa journalism also sprang up. A lifafa is a packet. Journalists were bought off with cash, while politicians were bribed with plots of government-owned land. Sharif, like Zardari, was rumored to be one of the richest men in Pakistan. He was dismissed amid charges of corruption after 3 years, only to be replaced by Bhutto in her second term. He returned to power for his second term in 1997. After Bhutto was again forced to step down, the merry-go-round of corrupt government was as dizzying to the public as to the politicians themselves. Zardari's political life is an indication of how Pakistan's political system worked. When Benazir's government was dismissed in 1990, he went straight from the PMS house to jail. When she came back into power in 1993, he went straight from jail to the Prime Minister's house, and in 196 he went from there back to jail. The moment he came back into power, all charges were dropped. Our justice system could only act against those out of power. Every time Benazir or Sharif came back, one hoped that maybe they might have learned something in opposition or in exile. But to no avail, like most people. I watched the descent of our country into corruption and lawlessness with dismay. It was in the 1990s that Pakistanis really started to lose hope in the country, and there was a great brain drain as the country plunged into semi-anarchy. More or less every institution was destroyed. Corruption permeated down from the Prime Minister to government ministers to members of parliament. The bureaucracy, the judiciary and the police, into every stratum of society. When the Punjab Inspector General of Police Abbas Khan was asked by the Lahore High Court in the 1990s why the city's police were so corrupt, he reported that 5 policemen had not been recruited on merit, and amongst them were known criminals. He blamed the situation on Nawaz Sharif's Punjab government. Mutahida Qawmi movement, the United National Movement, filling the police up with their party cadres, even though some of them had a criminal past. This destruction of our police system was done at the cost of law and order in Pakistan, and it was deliberate because the police typically play a major role in manipulating the elections and intimidating the opposition. The whole moral fabric of the country began to fall apart. In 196, Transparency International, an ANCO that rates political corruption in an annual index, rated Pakistan to be the second most corrupt country out of 58. The economy fared no better. Unemployment coupled with inflation, due mainly to indirect taxes, forced people to turn to crime. The drug mafia boomed. During the 1990s, economic growth, exports, revenues and development spending slipped while poverty levels rose. Economic sanctions slapped on the country following Pakistan's first nuclear test in 1998 only added to our woes. What pained me in particular was the environmental and cultural destruction. For me, the beauty of Pakistan was never in our cities. It was in the mountains and the wilderness. The environmental movement had got into full swing by the 1980s, while in Pakistan, we were destroying everything worth preserving without any concern for future generations. I could not bear watching our forests decimated, our rivers polluted, historical monuments destroyed, and above all, our wildlife disappearing. Our tree cover suffered more under democratic governments because members of the timber mafia would fight elections with money made from cutting forests. One of the most powerful and ruthless organizations within Pakistan, the timber mafia engages in illegal logging, estimated to be worth billions of rupees each year, wrote the British newspaper, The Guardian. In the summer of 1993, I was driving along the Karakoram highway and saw timber the remains of conifers hundreds of years old lying on either side of the road for around 50 miles. I was so upset about it, I wrote an open letter to the caretaker Prime Minister at the time, Muin Qureshi, who had taken over after Nawaz Sharif resigned from his first term in office as Prime Minister. He did take measures to crack down on illegal logging, but they didn't last long. The problem is that Pakistan hasn't changed the law since the days of the British. The fine is a few hundred rupees. Pakistan has one of the lowest percentages of forest cover in the world, 2.5%, according to a 2009 study by the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization. The deforestation rate stands at 2.1% a year, the highest in Asia. Already limited by an arid or semi-arid climate in parts of the country, our forestry has been further decimated by large-scale deforestation and degradation. Not surprisingly, floods are now a problem in many areas as a result. Successive governments have allowed Pakistan to squander both its forests and its water supplies as a growing population competes for dwindling resources. But politicians in Pakistan have no sense of the environment or of aesthetics. Most of them are only interested in making a quick buck. They have houses in fancy foreign locations. Their wealth is stashed abroad. They educate their children in the UK, Canada, or the United States. Every time the government changes in Pakistan, there is an exodus of crooked politicians who scuttle away to their safe havens abroad. There they bide their time till the new government has been discredited and then come back to start their looting and plunder again. Nor do they have any knowledge of the Pakistani countryside, rarely venturing beyond the cities. They are ignorant of Pakistan's natural treasures, and yet Islam instructs Muslims to care for the environment. Amidst the destruction being wrought by our politicians, Pakistan's World Cup win was a much-needed boost for national morale. The irony was that I had never planned to stay in cricket into the 1990s. I had already retired following the 1987 World Cup, but a year later, General Zia requested my return to the sport on national television. At a dinner organized for the team, he took me into another room and warned me about what he was going to do. I am going to ask you to come back for the sake of your country. Touched by the appeal to my sense of patriotism, I of course had to say yes. The other reason for my return, though, was that I still had an unfulfilled longing to have a last bash at the West Indies. This was one of my great cricketing ambitions, along with winning the World Cup and beating England and India on their home turf. I wanted to leave on a high, and the chance to have another crack at the West Indians came up because Australia cancelled their tour of the West Indies in 1980 and Pakistan was invited instead. The main aim when playing them was to lose with dignity. Winning was not even considered an option, such was the destructive power of the West Indies juggernaut. But we were the first team in 15 years to play them on their home turf, with home umpires, and come back with the honours getting the better of a 1-all draw. However, I began to cut down on my cricket commitments and seriously concentrate on the hospital project. Then in 1990, Pakistan toured Australia, and it was now that I noticed that running around for the hospital and not playing any first-class cricket had taken its toll on my game. I could not perform at the level that was expected of me, yet if I flopped it, would have disastrous consequences for my recently begun fundraising campaign. The problem was compounded by the weak team I was leading. A couple of top players had retired and the new ones were not up to the mark. Although we lost the series, I personally had a successful tour and went on to win Cricketer of the Year in Australia as a batsman. I learned a lot as the leader of the team. Cricket is the only sport where you need leadership on the pitch. No other sport gives so much of a role to the captain as in cricket. In all other sports, it is the coach who is crucial. A leader on the cricket field can raise the performance of an ordinary team, whereas a poor captain can prevent a talented team from fulfilling its potential. A cricket captain, to be leader, has to lead by example. He has to show courage if he wants his team to fight. He has to be selfless if he wants his players to play for the team. He has to have integrity if he wants to command the respect of the team. Above all, in times of crisis, he must have the ability to take the pressure. That's when a team needs the leader most. People come under pressure when they fear failure, but it is all in the mind. Striding out to the crease when you can be out first ball, especially when your team is in deep trouble, if you allow yourself to feel fear, you will freeze. The fear of failure clogs the mind with negative thoughts. Even before I walked out, I would be prepared for a crisis, so I would not be taken by surprise. I concentrated only on how I was going to build my innings. I knew that someone who was afraid would find their hands tensing up, so I would relax my hands, keep my focus on how to organize my innings, and consciously ignore any hint of fear. When as a bowler I was at my fastest, I would watch the body language of an incoming batsman, especially the eyes, as they would reveal any traces of fear. Very rarely did they not succumb. From the middle of my career, I became an expert at dealing with pressure. When I became captain, the great players had left and I had to lead a very inexperienced team. Before entering a match, I knew that if I did not perform, the team would not win. It didn't mean I always ensured the team won, but it meant I automatically put myself under pressure. If a captain shows any weakness or buckles under pressure, the team collapses, and I knew that without my performance, the team wouldn't succeed. I discovered that the most crucial time for a leader is when there's a crisis, and by constantly playing under pressure, I learned to cope with crisis. The West Indies of the 1980s would always target the opposing captain, knowing that the moment the captain collapsed, so would the team. I feel my greatest achievement in my cricket career was that I was the only captain in the 1980s who played 3 series against the far superior West Indians and who did not lose. Every other team was crushed by them. When I got back from Australia in 1990, I decided I would give up the sport. I thought it best to leave on a high, and I wanted to concentrate on the hospital. I simply could not risk another series and wanted to leave on my own terms rather than putting myself at the mercy of the selectors. Hardly anyone in international cricket, and particularly Pakistani cricket, leaves with dignity. Without officially announcing my retirement, I stopped playing and spent the next 6 months working on the hospital and doing the things I had missed most while being on the cricket circuit, trekking in the mountains and shooting partridge. However, when I returned and told the hospital board members about my retirement plan, they were horrified. They all felt there was no way we would be able to collect significant funds for long once I was out of cricket. None of them had any idea about the game. All they noticed was the publicity in the press. I knew nothing would give more pleasure to the cricket-mad Pakistani nation than winning the 1992 World Cup held in Australia, which was at that point more than 2 years away. I also realized that in order to collect the vast sums of money required by the hospital, my only chance lay in doing something dramatic like winning cricket's most high-profile tournament. So I started preparing a year in advance, meticulously planning the team I would need to execute my strategy. Knowing that it would be the last time I would play international cricket, I put everything into getting as fit as I could despite being 39 and way past my physical prime. since I knew that the hospital's future depended upon our World Cup win. Before leaving for Australia, I told the hospital marketing team to prepare a strategy for fund collection in case we came home with the trophy. This was my 5th World Cup and my 3rd as captain. It was the only time I told the press that we would return victorious. Unfortunately, my plans started going wrong the moment we landed in Australia. Our star one-day batsman Saeed Anwar and our fast bowler Waqar Yunus, both key players in my strategy, both match winners, got injured and were ruled out. A good team is lucky to have 4 match winners. Then 2 days before the World Cup was to begin, I ruptured a cartilage in my shoulder. It was only when a Melbourne specialist examined me that I realized the true extent of the injury. He said I had to rest it for at least 6 weeks. I was shattered. It was a disaster on so many levels. Only a sportsman can understand the utter disappointment and demoralization of getting an injury after all the hard work and training that goes into preparing for a major tournament. I also realized that my not being able to play would have a devastating impact on the morale of my young team. What's more, I had staked the hospital on winning. The manager Intikhab Alam and I decided to keep my injury a secret from the team. My worst fears were realized when the team did disastrously without me in the 2 opening matches against the West Indies and England. Although over the years, I had become mentally strong by taking on challenges. I would never normally have played with such an injury, mainly because I would have been too scared to fail. I would certainly not have played if the team was good enough to win without me. So I began to play by taking cortisone injections to the shoulder as well as oral painkillers. Never had I played in my 2-1-year career in such a bad way. So serious was my injury that after the tournament, it was fully 6 months before I could lift a glass with my right hand without feeling a shooting pain from my right shoulder to my neck. Those who remember that World Cup will recollect that midway through the competition, we were 3rd from the bottom. The bookies rated our chances 50-1. My cousin Javed Burki, who was the chairman of the selection committee as well as my childhood hero, called me up regarding the issue of sending a replacement for another injured player. He seemed to have given up on us from the tone of his voice. I told him we would win. There was silence at the other end. He told my sisters that he was convinced I had finally flipped. My closest English friend, Jonathan Melmagan, called me to cheer me up as a true friend would do in bad times. It was he who broke it to me about the 50-1 odds. I begged him to put money on us. He did not share my faith and regrets it to this day. One of my oldest friends, Moby, advised me not to come back to Pakistan afterwards, telling me to take a holiday in Europe for a while to let the country cool down. Such was the growing hostility against me. I'm afraid every top sportsman has to accept this. The greater the public expectations, the greater the public disappointment. In the beginning, when I failed to perform to the crowd's expectations, I would feel self-pity and hurt when I was criticized, but with time, I became resigned to the roller coaster that is sporting fame. In Perth, the Pakistani ambassador had a dinner for the team. It was more like a funeral wake. I gave a speech and told them that I had no doubt we would win. I can still picture the look of complete bewilderment and bemusement on people's faces as I said it. I concluded by saying that hopelessness was a sin in Islam, because it meant one had no faith in Allah. This was widely reported in the Pakistani press and ridiculed. Meanwhile, I received bad news from my sister Alima, who was managing the hospital's marketing campaign. Fundraising had virtually collapsed because of the team's poor performance, and the press had made me the scapegoat. Nevertheless, I told her to prepare for a renewed campaign once we came home with the cup. Unfortunately, she did not take this suggestion seriously either, and nothing had been prepared when we returned to Pakistan victorious. My complete belief that we would win boosted the team's confidence and helped prevent it from falling apart. At times of crisis, the entire team will look to the captain, but they do not so much pay attention to what he says as to whether he believes in what he is saying. They watch his body language rather than listen to his speeches. It helped too that in the previous 3 years we had won many times from impossible situations. In 1989, we had won the Nehru Cup in India after being on the brink of elimination midway through the competition. We won the final in Calcutta in front of 100,000 Indians who were egging on the West Indians to win. We were also lucky in the World Cup when on 2 occasions rain was forecast while we were batting second. It only had to rain on one of those occasions for 10 minutes and it would have been all over for us. In that tournament, the laws were such that a team batting second had no chance of winning if the match was interrupted by rain. In the semi-final in Auckland, the clouds came, but it did not rain. From the midway point, we came from behind and went on to win. 20 minutes after the match finished, it started to rain. And it rained for the next 24 hours. My love affair with cricket had been over since 1987. After that, I had played only for the hospital. So happy was I for this dream of mine that at the presentation ceremony after the game, I forgot to thank the team for their brilliant performance. I was criticized for it, and I must confess the speech was terrible. Thinking about it still makes me cringe. But quite frankly, I had other things on my mind than making a speech. It also has to be said that I was the kind of person who had trouble speaking to a small room of people, and suddenly a microphone was thrust in my face without warning, and I was expected to address a crowd of 90,000 people and hundreds of millions of television viewers around the world. However, something bizarre happened after the World Cup. For some reason, several players in my team began to think that the money the ecstatic Pakistani public would shower on them for winning the tournament would somehow be diverted by me to the cancer hospital. I am still puzzled about how they came to this conclusion. When we stopped in Singapore on the way home from Australia, the Pakistani ambassador presented me with some money for the hospital. I guess that might have sparked off this idea, and that the team might have thought. Then when we returned to Pakistan, the traders of Lahore threw a function in the city's Shalimar Gardens in our honor. In the beautiful setting of the former gardens, built by the Mughal emperor in the mid-17th century, they announced they too had raised some contributions for the hospital. I had had several great shocks in my life by that point. My mother's death, hearing about the massacres in East Pakistan from Ashraf al-Haki, breaking my leg at the peak of my career, but learning that players I had handpicked and nurtured could think I would divert their winnings took me by complete surprise. It disappointed me intensely. Awards were always divided up evenly. If you were man of the match, the winnings were shared amongst the team. For 10 or 11 years, I had been man of the series, almost every series, and I had always shared everything. Most of the team were later to apologize for their behavior. A few of them said they had been misled, and they all blamed each other. I can't help feeling that the seeds of greed were sown after the 1992 World Cup. Altogether, the winnings were £90,000 each. No Pakistani cricketers had ever made so much money. The team that I left in 1992 was the best team in world cricket and should have dominated the sport for the next decade. And they were the favorites to win the next two World Cups of 1996 and 1999, but that team never lived up to its potential. From 1993, this great team was dogged by match-fixing allegations, culminating in the ultimate disgrace of sport fixing in 2010. The three tours where I was tested the most as a captain were India in 1987, the West Indies in World Cup. India was hard because the tour was played there with Indian umpires, with the Pakistan team on paper inferior to the Indians, especially under home conditions. Losing to India, as far as the people of Pakistan were concerned, was not an option. When the two play, it ceases to be a game and turns into a highly pressurized contest, putting the sort of pressure on players that they don't feel in any other series. When we had lost in India in 1979, our captain was a broken man and retired from cricket. In the West Indies in 1980, we were facing one of the greatest teams in history. One sign of weakness, and we would have collapsed. To go to their home ground, to play against them with home umpires, and to come away with a draw was my greatest triumph. No team had achieved that in the past decade. And the 1992 World Cup matches were completely about holding your nerve. Captaining the team developed in me the ability to take pressure, to hold my nerve in a crisis. And nowhere could I have had such training as on the cricket field. It was to prove immensely valuable to me later in my life. It was the same when I set up the political party, or took on building the cancer hospital. They needed leadership. The hospital project lurched from crisis to crisis. And the party has been in opposition for 15 years. No other Pakistani party has done so and survived. I was under pressure from the British Pakistani community to tour England a month after the World Cup, and they were promising to raise huge funds for the hospital. I was considering it, even though by this stage I had played 21 years of international cricket and was desperate to move on. The players' walkout in Shalimar Gardens made it easier for me to make the decision, and I finally cut my links with the sport. Closing that chapter of my life, I moved on quickly, plunging myself into my next great challenge. I donated my entire prize money to the project, and the win gave the fundraising efforts a huge boost. I was able to collect 140 million rupees during the 6 weeks after the World Cup, whereas in the first 1.5 years of campaigning, we had collected only 10 million rupees. It was not till 1994 that I had to worry about cash flow for the project again. My cricket career might have been over, but politics was still beckoning. In the summer of 1994, I was asked to be a cabinet minister in the caretaker government of Moin Qureshi that had been formed following the dismissal of Nawaz Sharif's government by President Ghulam Ishaq Khan. Qureshi himself called me. Again, I declined. However, by now I was thinking about how I could make some kind of political contribution. At this point, most Pakistanis were pretty concerned at the rapid downward slide of the country caused by the avarice and sheer incompetence of our politicians. Both Bhutto and Sharif had been in power once each, and it had become blatantly obvious that their predominant interest was in amassing personal wealth and holding on to office by stifling opposition through any means. Neither had any vision for the country, as clearly manifested by their total lack of interest in investing in human capital. In real terms, spending on education and health nosedived during their 11 years of government, despite the fact that, as the Asian tiger economies have proved, both sectors always go hand in hand with development at this stage. However, I felt that politics was not suited to either my introverted temperament or my very private way of life. Therefore, rather than think of coming into politics myself, I began to look for people I could support who would be an alternative to Sharif and Benazir. During this period, I also started meeting a lot of politically minded people and held endless discussions on the state of the nation. This was the first time in my life that I had met people outside my small circle of friends and cricketing circles. Sport is ruthless. Before my mother's death, I was never a compassionate person. In cricket, if you do not crush your opponent, he will crush you. I gave no quarter and asked for none. You cannot become one of the top sportsmen in your country without having a ruthless killer instinct. I had the same mindset when I dealt with the underprivileged in our society. Rather than having my pity, they had my contempt. They were indolent and unwilling to work hard. Most of our elite classes have this attitude towards the poor, and Western governments have this attitude towards the developing world. My experience founding a hospital overturned these views, teaching me a great deal about both my fellow countrymen and myself. I saw the true potential of ordinary Pakistani people and overcame not just my own prejudices but also some of my own insecurities. With this, I was drawing closer still to the idea of trying to help Pakistan politically. Besides, in challenging the status quo and trying to fill a social security void left by a succession of Pakistani leaders, I found myself dragged into politics whether I liked it or not. When, in 1984, my mother was suffering during the last few weeks of her life, I went to see a doctor in Lahore's Mayo Hospital, where I was born, to seek his advice. I was sitting in his waiting room when an old man walked in with a desperate expression on his face. It was etched with pain that I immediately recognized as my own and had seen on the faces of my father and my sisters for past few months. He was holding a piece of paper in one hand and some medicines in the other, being unable to read. He gave it to the doctor's assistant and asked him if he had bought all the medication that was needed. The assistant told him there was one missing. "How much will it cost?" asked the old man. When the assistant quoted the figure, a despairing and hopeless expression spread across the man's face, and without another word, he turned and walked out. I asked the assistant what the problem was. He told me that this old Pashtun from Naushera, a town in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, had brought in his brother who was dying of cancer. Because there was no bed for the sick man, he was lying in the corridor. This man would labor all day on a construction site nearby and look after his brother for the rest of the time. Although the government-run Mayo Hospital is supposed to be free, patients have to buy their own medicine. Having taken my mother for cancer treatment in London, I fully realized how expensive cancer drugs were. Even the cost of the morphine-based painkillers, if they were available at all, was exorbitant. Moreover, cancer treatment could last anything between 6 months to 2 years. Now it is possible to die of cancer pain-free. But at the time, there was no concept of pain management in Pakistan. Here was I, with all my resources and influence, yet I and my family were in such a desperate state. What must this poor man have been going through? I pondered over this during the rest of my mother's illness, and that old Pashtun's despairing face kept appearing before my eyes. One of the first things that had struck me when I took my mother for medical care in England was that she was suffering from what should have been a curable cancer if it had been diagnosed and treated early enough. It pained me too that we had had to take her out of the country for treatment. Anyone who has been through this experience will understand what an ordeal this is for patients and their loved ones, irrespective of their wealth. Being abroad and far from your family support system, sometimes for months at a time, makes a hard situation harder still. It was then that I resolved to build a cancer hospital where anyone could walk in without having to worry about the cost of treatment, and with the rich not having to seek treatment abroad. However, at this stage, I had no idea what it took to build a specialist cancer hospital, let alone in an underdeveloped country. As I began to make inquiries, I discovered that the government of Punjab had tried to build a cancer hospital in the 1980s. Despite all the money that was allocated to it, the plan was eventually abandoned because it was deemed unfeasible, too expensive to build, and even more expensive to run. Besides, there were only 2 to 3 oncologists in the entire country, and they would be reluctant to accept paltry government salaries. Our cancer hospital also needed the most expensive equipment. Pakistan did not have enough qualified engineers to fix this equipment if anything went wrong. For a while, I was too busy with my cricket to give the idea any more attention. However, after 1987, I again began to ponder how to go about getting the project off the ground. The more people, especially doctors, that I spoke to, the more they discouraged me. I was having serious doubts at this stage, and it is possible that I would have kept postponing the project when, in 1988, a cousin of mine, Imran Khan, organized a fundraising dinner while I was playing a cricket tournament in Dubai. This was our first one, and we collected about $20,000. After that, there was no turning back. When I returned to Pakistan, I gathered a few people together and formed a trust and a board of governors. Parvez Hassan, a lawyer with a strong background in working for charities, and entrepreneur Razak Dawood joined the initiative and were to become completely involved. My friends Ashiq Qureshi and Azmat Ali Khan, who tragically later passed away from cancer in the hospital, also came on board. Babar Ali, a well-known businessman from an old Lahore family, lent his name to the project, as did the future finance minister of Pakistan, Shaukat Khanum. My father became chairman of the board. Then we organized a meeting with 20 of the top doctors in Lahore to guide the board of governors of this trust on how to proceed further. Paul Ba, one of these doctors, said the project was simply not feasible in Pakistan. One said that it was, but there was no way we would be able to treat the poor for free. The average cost of treating a cancer patient was too high. We were totally demoralized after the meeting. I could not get out of the project because not only had I publicly announced it, but much more significantly, I had already started to collect money. My cousin, the cricketer Jav Burki, suggested I just build a big dispensary in my mother's name and give up on the hospital ideal. My sisters, who were worried about me, suggested I should drop the plan or I would lose all the respect and credibility I'd gained from my cricketing career, but it was too late. Who could I return people's donations? Just as I was getting desperate, an encouraging meeting with the Pakistani Association of North American Doctors spurred me on. Their promise of help encouraged me to cut down on my cricket commitments so I could concentrate on the project. I set up an office given to me for free by a friend, Omar Farouk, and hired our first employee. Initially, I did not work on the hospital out of the kind of passion I had once had for cricket. I had decided to build it for the poor, but my motivation was not out of any great feeling of responsibility towards society. It felt more like an obligation or a mission, and stemmed from immense personal pain and the memory of that vulnerable moment seeing the old Pashtun in the doctor's waiting room. I was motivated too by the feeling that had there been a specialized cancer hospital in Pakistan, my mother could have been saved. My sense of charity was still limited though. My mother used to take a percentage of my cricket earnings each year to give zakat to the poor. But after she died, one stopped. One had lost a lot of money after putting all my savings in shares just before the world's stock markets crashed in 1987. By this stage, my spiritual journey had started, and one could not help wondering if one had been punished in some way because one had not cleansed my money by giving zakat. One still did not give out of conviction, though. That was to come later. After one saw the generosity of the common man in Pakistan, and my faith had developed to the point where one realized charity is not an option, it is a duty. The more people ridiculed the hospital project and told me it could never be done, the more determined one was to prove them wrong. This was one of the characteristics that had held me in cricket. I was dropped after my first test for Pakistan, and most of the players ridiculed my cricket, saying that one had made my first and last appearance for my country. But it was a huge burden. One was told the hospital would be a white elephant. Others said one should focus on building a facility for primary care, saying a cancer hospital was too ambitious. But one was doing this because of the death of my mother, which had made me realize there was no cancer hospital in Pakistan. What will happen to poor people with cancer? They will die anyway, was the reply. One day, somebody from my social circle accused me in front of some friends of doing it all for publicity, just as celebrities endorse charities to get their names in the papers. One nearly hit him. His sneering was typical of certain sections of Pakistan's elite. They are completely decadent and utterly cynical, desperately envious of anyone who has succeeded in the West. They are keen to drag you down to their level if you so much as aspire to help the country. The only other time one truly lost my cool in the face of detractors was in England. One met with a group of British Pakistani doctors at Shazan restaurant in Knightsbridge, and they started to ask me a lot of technical questions about how the hospital would work. One of them in particular ridiculed the whole plan. He badgered me on technical points, as if to taunt me with my lack of medical knowledge. He told me this was not my field, that one would fail and ruin the great reputation one had made from my cricketing career. One almost left the dinner, so furious was I. The problem was that one was consulting all these doctors. But doctors, like most technocrats, are enslaved by logic. They are concerned with practicalities, whilst one was always a dreamer, and my struggle in cricket had taught me to believe that nothing was impossible if one never gave up. We were realists, whereas one was and always have been an idealist. However, the concept of the hospital was still not clear at this stage. We had a volunteer doctor who was helping us, but unfortunately, she did not have the experience to undertake such a huge project. One was in New York for a festival cricket match when one happened to meet a Pakistani cancer specialist called Dr. Tausif Ahmed at a dinner party. One told him of the project's difficulties. He responded by saying that there was only one Pakistani doctor he knew who had the capability of handling such a massive undertaking. The man in question happened to be none other than my first cousin, Dr. Noshirwan Burki, my mother's favorite nephew. It was Noshirwan who took on the entire medical side of the project, while one began to concentrate on the fundraising. Although there were a lot of people who played a heroic role in building the hospital, one have no doubt that Noshirwan was the most crucial. Had one not met him at that point in time, one would still be groping in the dark. At his first presentation to the board, we all heaved a huge sigh of relief here. Finally was somebody who really knew what they were doing. He gave us the confidence that this dream could one day become a reality. Noshirwan was no ordinary doctor. Not only is he an outstanding pulmonologist, but his brilliant mind was always curious about every aspect of the health system. This was the perfect challenge for him. From the United States, where he was a professor at Kentucky University Hospital, he planned every aspect of the project, from selecting the architects, hiring the medical staff, and using his contacts in Kentucky, getting the best quality equipment at the best prices. Although my quest for God had begun after my mother passed away, I was still leading a self-centered way of life. However, my faith and the hospital grew together. The hospital tested my belief in God to the limit and all the time kept strengthening it. In turn, my growing faith helped the hospital. It was a symbiotic relationship. The project removed all doubts within me that were it not for the will of God, it would have failed due to the many blunders made by me and my well-meaning but inexperienced team. So many times the situation appeared hopeless. When the hospital opened after a record construction time of 3¼ years, rather than feel arrogant and brag about it, I felt totally humble. Another great lesson in building the hospital was overcoming my ego under control. Ever since I can remember, I have always wanted to be self-contained and hated to ask anyone for anything. I would feel a loss of dignity even asking my father for money. Whereas Pakistanis often have no problem accepting money from their parents. When I announced the hospital project and the expected funds did not come, I was left with no option but to go out and ask for money. This was harder than anything I had ever done. I just cannot express how humiliating I found it to be kept waiting by certain businessmen who knew I had come to ask for funds. There were some who deliberately wanted to put me in my place as they thought I was arrogant. As a sought-after cricket star, I would pick and choose from the many invitations I received. I often turned down those from people who had made a lot of money and wanted to use their newfound wealth to rub shoulders with the famous. Now I had to turn to these people for donations. The media also tried to settle old scores. As a cricketer, the press had needed me and I had been able to be selective about which journalists I talked to. If one wrote anything nasty about me, I would simply cut them off so that they would highlight my project and help me raise funds. One bad article could mean the loss of huge amounts of donations, so I badly needed their goodwill. For the sake of the cause, I really had to grovel to certain journalists. I also changed towards children ever since I became a successful cricketer. My biggest followers were kids. There was, however, one problem: I just did not know how to behave with them. I was one of those adults who felt totally ill at ease with them whenever I was at home in Lahore. People would bring their children to meet me. Most of the time I would be so awkward about having to face yet another horde of them that I would tell my sisters to say I was not at home. My poor mother, who loved children, would be furious and force me to see them. All this changed. After 1.5 years of fundraising, I ran out of steam in 1990. What I have learned from running a charity is that if you have to raise 100 rupees, the first 10 are the hardest and the last 10 are the easiest. I had kept going back to the same people for funds and they simply did not want to hear any more about the hospital. There was terrible donor fatigue and it seemed that I had reached a dead end. We could not start the construction of the hospital without substantial funds. At this juncture, a friend suggested that since children were my greatest fans, I should go to the schools and ask them to collect funds for me, which horrified me. However, who had joined me in my mission caught on to the idea. Within a month, she had designed a whole fundraising campaign based on the children of Pakistan. It meant me going to schools all over the country, addressing them and inviting them to be in my fundraising team, which we named Imran's Tigers. Only those who were close to me would know how totally opposed to my nature this was. I worried that I would make a fool of myself and the children would make fun of me. I can never forget my first day addressing a school assembly in Lahore. I almost came to blows with another driver in my worst case of road rage. Drenched in sweat, I was so shy and awkward that a lot of the children began to giggle. We started campaigning at private schools, but soon the state schools were also clamoring to join in. For 2 months, I went to between 5 and 6 schools a day, addressing their assemblies and explaining to them why it was important to have a cancer hospital in Pakistan. Each time before facing an assembly, I had to muster all my courage to speak to them. Initially, it was more terrifying than facing fast bowlers in front of a packed stadium. However, what happened as a result of my campaign was a sort of a mini revolution in the country. The school children created history. Never had there been such a successful fundraising campaign in the history of Pakistan. Any child that collected over a certain amount of money would win a cricket bat signed by me. In a society like Pakistan, where the family system is strong and children are adored, I found we had hit upon the best possible way to collect money. I would be eating in a restaurant, and the moment children spotted me, they would ask their parents for money and then hand me their donations. Unlike in the UK or the United States, in Pakistan, children go everywhere, restaurants, functions, marriages, because all life revolves around the family. Not only was a huge amount of money collected, but more significantly, the children themselves made everyone in the country aware of the fact that in a population of what was then 140 million people, there was no cancer hospital. The campaign succeeded beyond my wildest imagination and enabled us to start construction. Today, I meet Pakistani professionals all over the world who proudly tell me that they participated in my school fundraising campaign. At the end of the campaign, my inhibitions in dealing with children had disappeared, and I felt really privileged that they looked up to me. Moreover, I began to give more and more of what I had to the hospital. I had not been raised to be extravagant. My parents were always careful with their money and had brought me and my sisters up with an awareness that since there was so much poverty around, we should never be wasteful and should give any extra money or food to the poor. My father had founded a charity called the Pakistan Educational Society, which funded the university education of underprivileged but talented children. He made me a member of the board when I was 22. However, while previously I found it hard to give, and when I did give, I felt I was doing the recipient a huge favor. Now I gave out of a sense of duty and would feel satisfaction afterwards. From then on, I would identify my needs, work out exactly what my expenses were for the year, and whatever I made in excess of that, I would give to the hospital. Now, I also donate to the university I founded in Mianwali. I began to realize that once this exercise is done, it becomes fairly easy to start giving. Life became simpler, and I ceased worrying about my earnings. I would never run out of money, as an opportunity would always come up and I would make enough to keep me going. By the time the hospital opened in December 1994, I had given almost half of what I owned to the hospital. The project lurched from one crisis to another. We had found a 20-acre plot outside Lahore, and ground was broken in April 1991. With barely 10 million rupees in the bank, we were embarking on a 700 million rupee project. No wonder everyone was skeptical. You could never start a commercial project with that kind of financing. The problems were never ending. Hiring people, construction delays, equipment issues, and a constant struggle to meet costs. Every time we feared we would have to halt the project because of a lack of funds, somebody would always appear at the last minute with a donation. Even our first chief executive, an American by the name of David Wood, said our goal to provide 75 to 80% free or financially assisted treatment was impossible, backing up his argument with a PowerPoint presentation. He told the board that if we treated more than 5% of the patients for free, the hospital would close down within a few months. No other private cancer hospital in the world had managed what we were trying to achieve. But I had specifically promised people free treatment for the poor. And this was something many of our more impoverished donors held me to. Will it really be free for the poor? They would ask, weary after a lifetime of being let down by the rulers and elite of Pakistan. The board and I refused to compromise on our objective. Not only was the hospital going to provide the proposed amount of free treatment, it had to be state-of-the-art, and it had to be a research center. I had no idea at this stage how to finance the free treatment. We overruled Wood. The surge in donations and goodwill during the post-World Cup euphoria sustained us for a while. But by 1994, the situation was coming to a head. It was a real uphill battle because we kept running out of funds, and I had to constantly travel to tap overseas Pakistanis for help. In 1994, I toured New Zealand, Australia, Singapore, the UK, Norway, Germany, Denmark, Holland, the United States, Canada, the UAE, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. Wherever in the world there was a Pakistani community, I was there asking them for money. By the summer of that year, donor fatigue had got to the point where rich donors would hide if they saw me. This was when the real money was needed. Construction had to be completed, staff had to be hired, down payments for equipment had to be made. To make matters worse, I got unnecessarily involved in a ball tampering controversy in June 1994, which made fund collection even more difficult. The two great Pakistani fast bowlers, Wasim Akram and Waqar Yunus, who had been nurtured and groomed by me, and whose success I took great pride in, had decimated England back in 1992. Sadly, some English cricketers and British tabloids blamed their supreme ability in reverse, swinging on ball tampering. I could not bear to see such unfair treatment of two great fast bowlers. I gave an interview to a biographer about reverse swing and ball tampering, and got sucked into a controversy that ended up with me being taken to court a couple of years later by former English captain and all-rounder Ian Botham and batsman Alan Lamb. The controversy and the furore that followed inevitably hurt the fundraising campaign. We had aimed to open in the summer of 1994, but by the spring, the building contractor said we'd have to wait another year. The opening could be no later than December. It really had to open then because in 1995 Ramadan was in February and March. Ramadan is when Muslims make their biggest donations to charity, and we needed that money in order to offer free treatment once the hospital opened. Not only that, but if we had to wait another year till Ramadan 1996, we would have had to bear the cost of a medical and administrative staff, all of which would have been on our payroll by then for over 14 months. Relief arrived in yet another minor miracle, a new building contractor. Imran Khan was an extraordinary man. He asked to have all the powers he needed and to be left alone to do the job. He succeeded against all odds. But by October, we still needed $4 million to open the hospital and had run out of steam again. We were brainstorming one day when I pointed out that many ordinary Pakistanis often came up to me to give me small donations of 1,000 rupees or so. The will to give was there. But how could we harness it? Our advisor and my friend, Tehreek-e Khan, Pakistan's most brilliant marketing expert, suggested I should simply go round Pakistan with a donation box, appealing to the public for funds. Despite skepticism amongst the marketing team, he came up with a plan for a nationwide fundraising trip. On 5 October, we set off with an open truck and a collecting box to the town of Daska. In central Punjab, we had put posters up around the town to advertise my arrival, and within a couple of hours had collected about 500,000 rupees. On the back of that, we prepared a whole campaign tour of 29 cities, large and small, running from mid-November to 20th December. I would address school assemblies from even in the morning up until about lunchtime when I would hit the streets. Meanwhile, an advance team would go out and speak to the traders' organizations, groups that were to become my biggest fundraisers along with the school kids. What followed was not just an eye-opener for me, but a revelation to the people of Pakistan of their own potential. It was during this campaign that I started thinking more about going into politics. I was absolutely stunned by the generosity of ordinary Pakistanis. We did not have to provide entertainment for them as we did with our big fundraising dinners for the rich, but whatever people had, they gave me. Donors flooded to the open jeep where I sat next to the collection box, giving so generously that it left me bewildered. Men would hand over their watches and women throw down their necklaces and earrings from the windows of their houses. I would get back to where I was staying around midnight. Usually after a fundraising dinner at the hotel, there would be more people waiting to hand me donations. Sometimes villagers would call me urging me to come and collect the money they had raised. Before embarking on the tour, I had met the editors of all the main newspapers to tell them about the project and request their support. Par one English language daily. I must say all the papers were extremely cooperative, turning it into a competition by publicizing how much each town raised. After an exhausting 6 weeks, we had collected $5 million from the ordinary people of Pakistan. I was quite perplexed to see poor people donating such a high proportion of their income to the project, especially given that it was a cancer hospital and was not going to be in their town, so I would ask them why they were giving. It was always the same reply: I am not doing you a favor. I am doing it to invest in my hereafter. This had a profound effect on me. I developed a love and respect for the people that I must confess I did not have before. One incident in particular touched and inspired me. I had just arrived home in Lahore, my whole body aching from a 12-hour day of collecting cash, when some people arrived at the door. They said they had raised some money for the hospital and wanted me to come and collect it. I could see that they were poor and told them not to worry, that we could manage without their contributions. But they insisted and refused to leave, begging me to go with them. So I climbed into their Toyota, so battered it was barely capable of making the short journey to Shaukat, a neighborhood near Zaman Park. There they led me down streets that reeked with the smell of open sewers, me cursing them under my breath until we reached a small mosque. To my annoyance, the money had not even been collected yet. A man used the mosque loudspeaker to announce my arrival and urged people to come and donate. The mosque was suddenly filled with people, the poorest of the poor, each offering me 5 rupees, 10 rupees, 15 rupees. My anger left me. I was genuinely moved and had to hold back my tears. I said, I didn't want to take their money, but they insisted, maintaining they had a right to participate in the campaign and saying they were doing it for the afterlife. Many told me their stories of pain and loss, of loved ones who had suffered and died for lack of medical help. One woman recounted how her son had passed away in a hospital waiting room. The only promise I had to make before I left was that hospital treatment would be free for the poor. It proved to me that generosity has a lot to do with faith and nothing at all to do with one's bank balance. There is all this debate amongst the media, the politicians and the intelligentsia in Pakistan about the extent to which the state should be based on Islam. And yet the common man in Pakistan lives by his religion day in, day out. It doesn't make him a saint, but it produces certain qualities, one of which is a belief in the need to give now in order to receive in the afterlife. Could these people not be mobilized to fight, to save our ever-deteriorating country? Surely if there was a sincere government that genuinely wanted to eradicate poverty and injustice in our society, people would mobilize behind it. Pakistan would not then have to grovel in front of other countries and the infant World Bank for loans and alms every few months. When I discussed this with the late Dr. Ashfaq Ahmed, one of Pakistan's leading intellectuals, he told me about a meeting he once had with Chairman Mao in the 1960s. When Mao heard that Dr. Ashfaq was from Pakistan, he said, "Your people have tremendous potential." Mao had been impressed by a story told to him by a Chinese ambassador to Pakistan. The diplomat had been playing chess with his Pakistani chess partner, who was fasting in the blistering heat of a Karachi summer. The poor Pakistani was suffering badly, and every few minutes he would pour some water on his head before making his move on the chessboard. When the Chinese ambassador asked him why he didn't just have a sip of water in private, his friend was indignant and replied, "How can you fool God?" From that, Mao decided that any people capable of such will, power, and self-control must be capable of great things. It was just that the nation hadn't tapped that strength yet. It was in building this hospital that, as well as discovering the generosity of the man in the street, I discovered how hard it was to achieve anything in Pakistan while also battling bureaucracy and corruption. The night before the official opening of the Shaukat Khanum Memorial Cancer Hospital and Research Center on 29 December 1994, 50,000 people came out in the cold to celebrate in Lahore's Fortress Stadium. The next day, 10-year-old cancer patient Sumaira cut the ribbon in what was the most fulfilling moment of my life. Benazir and Zardari had not forgiven me, however, for snubbing their offer to do the honors. The state-controlled television and radio that up till then had given good support to the project suddenly blanked out both me and the hospital, making it harder to collect donations. Raising the $22 million it took to build the hospital was the first hurdle, but we now needed additional funds for free treatment. The government-paid journalists launched a vicious campaign against me in the papers. Worse, barely a month after the hospital opened, I was hauled up in Lahore High Court and accused of embezzling people's donations. It was no coincidence that the court case coincided with the Zakat campaign launched during the month of fasting to raise funds. The plan was quite obvious. If we treated the poor for free before we had enough money, then the hospital would go bankrupt. If we did not do so, then, quite rightly, I would be exposed by the government media as a fraud. In a country where the people have been taken for a ride so many times and are so cynical about everyone, they would have believed the worst about me. Luckily, the case against me collapsed immediately. Our hospital had watertight financial controls and total transparency. Our accounts were audited by one of the most prestigious firms in the country. Moreover, I happened to be the biggest donor to the hospital at the time. Also, fortunately for me, the people did not trust the government. They were aware that because it felt threatened by me, it was trying to victimize me. Benazir's government was extremely unpopular by that point and lacked credibility. So here I was already in politics, without actually being in politics. I began to be treated as a political opponent, and a political opponent in Pakistan, whether in a democracy or military dictatorship, gets a rough deal. The entire state machinery turns against you. And in Pakistan, like in most of the developing world, the state is everywhere. My phones were tapped, and wherever I went, I was followed by a car. Everyone in the government was petrified to befriend me out of fear of losing their jobs. And since we have a big government, one has to deal with government officials all the time. I was left with two choices. Either I joined Nawaz Sharif and got the protection of his party, or I had to go to Benazir's royal court in Islamabad and beg forgiveness for not inviting her to the hospital opening and convince her that I was not setting myself up as a political rival. My friend Yusuf Salahuddin, who was close to Benazir and Zardari, advised me to follow the latter course. He warned that otherwise Zardari would destroy the hospital. He offered to mediate. While Yusuf's suggestion was logical, it had the opposite effect. I went on an all-out attack in the press with both guns blazing at the governing couple's corruption. This had a far greater impact on the public than attacks from Sharif's party. Since Sharif was considered equally corrupt, his accusations against Benazir and her husband rang hollow, especially since Benazir would immediately list the corruption charges against Sharif and his family. Now, for the first time, corruption became the #1 issue on the national agenda. Despite the setbacks, we managed to treat 90% of our patients for free that first year. We became pioneers in inventing and innovating fundraising techniques. Today, many charities have been inspired by and follow our fundraising model. There were other challenges to come though. Equipment would get stuck at customs, we would refuse to pay the bribes necessary to get it released, and I would have to pull strings. The World Bank awarded us a 1 million grant for a waste disposal incinerator, but then withdrew the offer because Nawaz Sharif's government, which followed Benazir's, insisted it went to another hospital. A charity headed by the Argentinian President Carlos Menem offered to give the hospital a shipment of cancer drugs for free. All we needed was a letter from Rafik Tarar, Sharif's puppet president. He refused and the hospital lost the donation. Most shocking of all, though, was the bomb attack on the hospital in 1996, just a few weeks after I started to talk publicly about forming a political movement. 7 people died, including 2 child patients, 35 were injured, and millions of rupees of damage caused. The device, planted under a chair in the waiting hall, destroyed the outpatient and endoscopy departments. If the building had not had such large windows, the whole roof would have come down. I should have been there at the time to show the businessman Nasim Saigol around, but he had cancelled just as I was about to leave home. I don't think I was the target of the bomb, but the innocent lives lost and the destruction caused both saddened and made me even more determined to succeed in my new endeavor. The pressure this incident brought was something I could deal with. I repeated the system that had worked for me in cricket. I blocked out thoughts of failure and instead focused on what I had to do to succeed. With so many obstacles, if it had been a commercial enterprise, it would have closed down, but instead it went from strength to become the biggest charitable institution in Pakistan. It continues to treat a minimum of 65% of patients for free, with another 10% paying a fraction of their costs. And it was still the only cancer hospital in the country for rich or poor. Sooner or later, even the opinion makers would end up there, some for treatment, others to visit friends or relatives. So it became harder and harder for any propaganda against the institution to succeed. Everybody is treated equally, so that even the doctors do not know the difference between paying and non-paying patients. Rich and poor wait side by side in the waiting room and lie side by side in their sick beds. There is no special treatment, no queue barging, no taking precedence. All of this is rare in a country like Pakistan, where the rich and powerful are accustomed to VIP treatment. Today, the hospital generates enough money to more than cover its annual operating budget of 39 billion rupees. Over half its revenues are now earned through the sale of hospital services, with the rest coming from donations from all over the world. In 2006, the hospital won the World Health Organization's UA Foundation Prize for outstanding work in health development. It has treated more than 84,000 people, including myself. I had an emergency operation there in 2009, and my father spent the last 2.5 months of his life there in 2008. Similar hospitals are planned for Karachi and Peshawar, and we are already running outreach cancer screening clinics in those 2 cities. Revenues from diagnostic centers in Lahore and Karachi and 67 pathology collection centers all over Pakistan are helping the trust increase its self-sufficiency. As for the little girl who cut the opening ribbon back in 1994, Samara is now one of the hospital's 1,500 staff and runs the gift shop. Such is the reputation of the hospital today that politicians opposing me are petrified to attack it. On a personal level, the hospital has taught me so much. Most importantly, I learned how to build and run an institution. Crucially, if the leadership followed the rules, so does everyone else. I had learned this as a cricket captain. To discipline the team, all I had to do was to ensure that the senior players didn't break the rules, the juniors automatically fell into line. Secondly, more important than the competence of the CEO was his integrity and passion. Integrity was indispensable, as no matter how competent, a dishonest person could destroy the institution. I'd seen in cricket how passion lifted a less talented player's game so that he could contribute more than a passionless talented one. I am proud to say that today, the hospital is a model institution for the whole of Pakistan. Doctors and nurses come from hospitals all over the country to see how our systems work. Along with the Aga Khan Hospital in Karachi, it has raised medical standards across the board in Pakistan. I have also come to understand better the ordinary people of Pakistan through the small miracles, the bigger tragedies, and the simple faith of those I met in the hospital's wards. There I have seen how they deal with death, accepting it as the will of God. Most moving of all was a young boy from Swat. I spotted one day when I was visiting the intensive care unit. He was covered in tubes, but his face radiated defiance. Impressed by his fight to stay alive, I became caught up in his case, meeting with his father and regularly checking with the doctors on his progress. By that time, my son Suleiman had been born, and becoming a father wrought the biggest change on me in my life. It suddenly made me understand how vulnerable we are as parents. So I could feel the torment this man was going through seeing his son fight this life and death struggle. Then one day I went to check up on the boy and was told he had died. I sought out the father, expecting to find him a broken man. Instead, he was resigned to his loss, saying it was the will of Allah. I was amazed at how quickly he had come to terms with it. I myself was overwhelmed by the boy's death and couldn't face work that day. Me and Bashir became a regular visitor to my project office while we were building the hospital, as it was near his house. He was a great source of help and encouragement, partially through his ability to occasionally foresee some pitfalls, but mainly because of his great wisdom that never ceased to amaze me. I was feeling a little upset that the construction committee had not awarded the air conditioning contract to the lowest bidder, who happened to be a friend of mine, Shaukat Khan. During lunch, Shaukat called up furious, saying that there was something fishy going on, as the contract had been awarded to a company that had left 2 projects unfinished and had a poor reputation in the industry. Since he was my friend, though I could not push his case, as it would have been a conflict of interest, without me telling him anything about the situation. Me and Bashir suddenly told me that the person who had been awarded the contract was in cahoots with one of the members of our construction committee and was not competent enough to finish the job. I was very concerned, but me and Bashir told me not to worry and that things would work out. Sure enough, a couple of months later, that company was in financial trouble and the contract had to be re-awarded. It went to a highly competent competitor, which thankfully finished the job on time.